Our story begins with a child crying his eyes out, completely runny-nosed, and ugly as hell while crying. That place sold the image that these were angelic children you wouldn't find anywhere else in the world. However, anyone in the world could become a father or a mother, and suddenly a man arrives and declares that from that day on, he would be the father of the boy whose shoulder he placed his hand on. Because of these special parents, the children received a kind of special education. After the man leaves with the boy, the nun quickly tells the children to stop putting on a show, and her expression immediately changes as she makes it clear that it is time for training. Basically, those children were assassins. It was like John Wick. The nun reminds a child named Ellie, the one who had the ugliest crying face, that she didn't need to let her nose run when she cried, because parents hate children who behave that way. Ellie took that to heart, and inside the building an old man watched the children, thinking it was some kind of education for the gifted. Those children were raised to be weapons as soon as they learned how to walk, going through a strict educational program under a special discipline officer. That officer was huge. She didn't need the juice needed her. The children trained using ridiculously expensive equipment, but hey, a double-door refrigerator, meaning the woman always did a good job. The old man used those children because they were like computers. It was up to the buyers or parents to decide how they would use those children. At that moment, the boy who had just been adopted received a photo of his target's face. Obviously, the children were dangerous, and there were security measures. An absolute rule had been drilled into them since childhood, one they could never challenge. They called it the 3 absolute principles. These principles existed to ensure obedience and control under the buyer's orders, and it was vital that the children remembered them. Then the newly adopted boy warned his father that there was a car following them. The man didn't understand what the kid was talking about, and told him to shut up and just memorize the face of the person following them. The boy simply obeyed. The first principle was that the parents' words were absolute. Suddenly a car crash happened, causing the vehicle the boy was in to flip over. The man died almost instantly, while the boy only suffered minor injuries. However, the second principle was that he could not use his abilities without his parents' permission. He grabbed the man's hand when 2 armed men appeared. The boy thought quickly, and ran back to the car, crying loudly and begging the men to help his father because he wasn't breathing. The 2 men felt uneasy. They hadn't known that the fat man would bring a child with him, and they didn't know what to do. One of them was even willing to dump the boy somewhere. But the third and final principle was simple. When a threat to the parents' safety arises, ignore the first 2 principles and deal with the situation. Acting on that, the boy swiftly struck one of the men and grabbed the pistol from his hand. The way the man collapsed left his partner confused about what had just happened. The well-trained boy then used the gun and shot the other man. The scene shifts to a priest questioning what kind of good children they really were. The priest was a thug. He had grills on his teeth, wore flashy jewelry, and loved showing off. He displayed a catalog filled with children, as if he were presenting them to someone, but in reality he was just pretending. He put the catalog away and talked to himself about the only defective product they had. That defective child, according to him, had the best skills among all the elite kids. The priest actually cared about the boy, but he lost him. He didn't even know whether the boy was alive and was trying to track him down. However, without parental permission, the boy couldn't use his abilities, so they couldn't find him. He was probably living in hiding as an ordinary child. The scene then shifts to a boy going to school, though the priest hoped that kid was already dead. Suddenly, the scene shows the boy getting punched hard in the stomach. The boy being beaten was named Hyunho, and the guy who hit him wanted to know if the punch felt good. Hyunho only grumbled, while the other classmates watched like it was a show. The guy kept asking what Hyunho had said, even though it was just a murmur. Hyunho tried to explain, and revealed that the punch scored 180,000 points. The people watching thought that was a lot. The guy beating Hyunho was named Yusef, and he got angry at the score Hyunho mentioned. He then wondered how many points a kick would be worth, but another student shoved him aside, eager to throw a punch and see his own score. After throwing the punch, he asked how many points he had scored. Yusef just smiled and watched. Hyunho looked at Yusef in fear, while the guy thought he had also scored 180,000 points. Hyunho grumbled again, and Yusef called over a blonde-haired guy named Park Seon, telling him that Hyunho had told him to screw off. Seon didn't believe it. Hyunho got furious because Yusef was turning everyone against him. He could easily defeat Yusef, but he held himself back. Yusef then called Seon over and demanded to know what he was doing before slapping him across the face, making it clear that only he was allowed to hit Hyunho. Seon told Yusef that he was incredibly strong. It felt like his cheek was about to fall off, and he praised the punch score Hyunho had mentioned. He started sucking up to Yusef, asking if he could handle 500 kilograms. In the end, Yusef turned his back on him and told him to go buy cigarettes. Yusef walked away, and Seon promised he'd do better next time. Yusef liked mixing his language with English, and Seon thought his American accent was really cool. Meanwhile, Hyunho just watched, thinking he could easily defeat all of them. Suddenly, Seunho wrapped an arm around him, wanting to test whether Hyunho's punch was really that weak. Hyunho had absolutely no patience for that. Then Seunho demanded that Hyunho follow him somewhere else, saying he couldn't do this here, and declaring that Hyunho would die that very day. The scene then shifts to Seon eating, making it clear to Hyunho that he planned to buy all the spicy rice cakes there, since he had run out of money because of the favors he did for Yusef. In the end, it was one person oppressing another, and Hyunho was obviously getting tired of it. Seon was fed up with the fact that that Yusef took money from others while he himself wasn't allowed to take any. Sion also found it interesting that the snack shop had Hunyo's name, and Hunyo explained that the shop belonged to his mother. His mother handed out fish cakes, thinking Sion was her son's friend. At that moment, Sion understood everything. Hunho had always tried to hide it as much as possible, and he had no idea what he was going to say to his mother now, while Sion wanted to know why he had hidden it all this time. Since Sion had crossed the line for him, Hunho grabbed a pen to attack Sion, but Sion called out to Hunho's mother and apologized for not greeting her earlier, saying he was her son's friend, and that he now understood why the shop's name was so unique. Hunho's mother revealed that her son had asked her to pretend she didn't know him. Sion thought that was a very cruel thing for a son to do. Hunho had no idea what Sion was going to do next, so he quickly made an excuse to his mother, explaining that Sion was leaving because his friends were waiting for him. To make matters worse, his mother prepared a lunchbox for Sion and another one for his friends, and asked if that would be enough. Hunho froze and begged his mother not to do that. Sion was shocked that he was getting all of this for free, and Hunho's mother explained that she wouldn't be selling anymore that day, which was why she was giving it away. As Sion accepted it, Hunho felt everything getting worse and worse. His mother practically wanted to treat Sion like another son, and that was killing Hunho from the inside. Sion was deeply grateful for Hunho's mother's kindness. Hunho just wanted his mother to understand that they were completely different from what she thought, that they were not his friends. Desperate, he begged Sion not to give the food to Yusef and the others. He was practically pleading, but Sion only pretended to listen and said goodbye to Hunho's mother, who asked him to bring his friends next time. From that moment on, everything went downhill. Hunho couldn't believe his mother was being serious. At the same time, he felt like the most wronged person in the universe. He reminded her that he had asked her to pretend they didn't know each other and wanted to understand what her problem was. As he yelled at her, he questioned himself for shouting like that. His mother explained that she was just happy because it was the first time she had met one of his friends, and then she apologized. Hunho didn't understand why she was apologizing, but his mother said she only wanted him to get along with his friends and apologized again. Hunho begged her to stop apologizing, fearing he might do something terrible if she didn't. The scene then shifts to Yusef complaining loudly as he shoved a dirty rag into a bowl full of food. Mixing English into his speech, he demanded to know what the hell was going on. He asked Hunho why there was something like that in the food. Yusef said he couldn't eat it and wanted a refund. If Hunho refused, Yusef said he would go straight to his mother to get the money back, using his trump card, claiming he was Hunho's friend. Hunho was furious. He had begged Sion, and now Yusef was acting like they were friends. He demanded to know since when that had ever been true. Seeing Hunho's anger, Yusef became sarcastic, saying that friends were supposed to get along, and that it was just a joke. Then he picked up the bowl and dumped the food over Hunho's head, threatening to tell everything to his mother. Hunho was humiliated. In an instant, he clicked the tip of his pen out and lunged toward Yusef. Just as he was about to act, he remembered his mother saying she only wanted him to get along with his friends and apologizing to him. He stopped. Yusef stared at the pen's tip, hovering inches from his neck. Hunho's hand trembled with rage. The truth was that Yusef had made a terrible mess of the food, and he demanded to know what the hell Hunho thought he was doing. At that moment, Sion arrived and found the room eerily quiet. The scene shifts again. Police officers stood beside a shattered window. Blood and food were scattered across the floor, and Hunho's glasses were completely destroyed. Sina could tell how bad it had been. Minutes earlier, Hunho had suffered a brutal beating that lasted about 15 minutes. He passed out and regained consciousness several times, writhing in pain. Every time he woke up, he apologized and said he was sorry, but Yusef didn't stop, and no one did anything to help. In the end, the one who put a stop to the beating was Hunho himself. The scene changes to Yusef talking with his classmates. Convinced he had a great idea, he wanted one of them to say they had pushed Hunho while they were playing. Obviously, the boys didn't want to do that. They hadn't done anything, but Yusef didn't care. Yusef had spoken with his father and learned about a Korean law known as the Juvenile Act. It didn't apply to him because he had repeated a grade. That was why he was asking for their help. One of them had to go and confess, saying Hunho had been pushed. The boy Yusef targeted knew the law well and warned that they could be sued for moral damages. Yusef tried to calm him down, saying there were ways around that, and that a civil lawsuit wouldn't happen anyway. And even if it did, Yusef smiled in a chilling way and said that if they were caught, they'd still be protected by juvenile law. He wasn't asking them to do it for free either. He offered 10 million won per person. Then he asked if anyone knew where Hunho lived. The scene shifts again. Yusef and his group learn that Hunho lived on the 5th floor. They see the elevator, but it isn't working, and Yusef decides they should take the stairs. As they climb, Yusef notices a fire extinguisher blocking the elevator door. He wonders what's going on when a hooded figure asks why they took so long, saying it was rude to keep people waiting. The hooded figure is Park Sion. Yusef demands to know why Sion is there. The group is pleased by his presence, and even invites him to join them, but Sion says he doesn't need to explain himself. He only has 2 questions to ask. The first question was how Yusef had found out about Hunho's spicy rice cakes, since that place had been his secret alone. Yusef explained that Sion hadn't bought the cigarettes he had asked for, so he got curious about what Sion was eating with the neighborhood kids. That was when he saw Hunho arguing with his mother. Sion believed that everything had happened because of him, so he moved on to the second question, the one he truly wanted answered, and told Yusef to respond carefully. He wanted to know why all of them were there. Yusef thought the answer was obvious. Holding an iron pipe in his hands, he said he just wanted to check whether Hunho's mother was sleeping peacefully eventually after filing a lawsuit against them. Still, he thought Sion had shown up at a perfect time. He admitted he had also been irritated by Sion and had noticed that Sion was pretending to intimidate Hyunho in front of him and his friends, while in reality protecting Hyunho the whole time. Yusef made it clear to Sion that he wasn't stupid. At that, Sion felt he had gotten the answer he was looking for. He grabbed the fire extinguisher, just as Yusef charged at him. Sion thanked Yusef for clearing everything up and immediately discharged the extinguisher. In the end, it only confirmed what he had already suspected. Yusef barely had time to turn his face away, furious at what had happened, before ordering his goons to grab Sion, but Sichan, still holding the extinguisher, knocked one of them out cold by smashing it into his face. The man collapsed, crashing into Yusef, who exploded with rage and once again ordered his men to attack. By then, Sichan had already taken down the rest and had the extinguisher back in his hands, ready to face Yusef. The two clashed iron pipe against extinguisher. Siran then hurled the extinguisher at Yusef's foot. A sharp pain shot through him and he collapsed to the ground, screaming for Siran to stop. He said he felt something snap and heard a strange sound coming from his foot. Siran knew exactly what it was. The cuneiform bone above the metatarsal was broken. Yusef wouldn't be walking anymore. Yusef couldn't understand why Sion was doing this to him. Sion then began reciting the 3 principles engraved into the children. The first was that a parent's words are absolute. When he reached the second, he landed a heavy punch to Yusef's face and said that violence was forbidden without parental permission. Yusef's companions couldn't understand where Sion was going with this. The most important was the third principle. At that point, Yusef desperately apologized over and over, promising he would never do it again. Sion ignored him and explained that the third principle applied when a parent's safety was threatened, at which point the first and second rules were to be discarded and the situation handled immediately. Sion explained that Hyunho's mother had said that all of her son's friends were like her own children. Because of that, he could not accept someone threatening a person who treated him like a son. That meant he was free to crush Hyunho's until he was nothing but pulp. And with that, he stomped on Hyunho's. The scene then shifts to a nun entering and informing the priest, who was actually the director, that there was a call from Korea. When he asked who it was, she explained it was the White Tiger Central. The stylish priest, even with pierced ears, decided to take the call. White Tiger Central informed the director that they might have found the lost legend of the Mansion of Death. His codename was Sean, and the priest was told that he was in Korea. Sion had come from the Mansion of Death. He was a multifunctional weapon designed for special training, a good child project. Among all the children raised by the Mansion of Death, he was by far the perfect masterpiece, exceptional at infiltration, weapon handling, and assassination. He was a product that excelled in every field, and was originally meant to be delivered to a Yakuza family, one of the priest's main clients. However, due to a delivery error, he was sent to Korea instead of Japan. That had happened 5 years ago. The director had assumed Sion was dead and had given up on him. Now he smiled widely. He had never imagined he would find that boy again. He ordered everyone to bring Sion back immediately, using any means necessary. The nun's name was revealed to be Rachel. She said she would proceed with the recovery operation at once, and if Sion resisted, she would subdue him by force. Rachel looked like a black cat-type figure straight out of Spider-Man, which only made things more interesting. The director, however, thought she was talking nonsense, and strictly forbade any harm to Sion. He was to return to the mansion unharmed. Her enthusiasm was immediately shut down. The scene then shifts to Kwon Byung-woo, Yusef's father, apologizing to Hyunho's mother for everything that had happened. He promised to cover Hyunho's medical expenses as well as moral damages, and offered any additional compensation she might request. Hyunho's mother replied that nothing would change even if he apologized. This wasn't something that could be resolved so easily. Kwon was surprised that his apology didn't work. He turned his back and told his people they were leaving. Hyunho's mother stood there, stunned, realizing that was all the man had to say. Kwon explained that he believed efficiency was important in all matters, but since she had no intention of settling, he couldn't waste any more time. He said there were other methods he could use, and made it clear that this was his area of expertise. As he drove away, his nose tingled. He thought the stench of that place made it impossible for him to run a business in the food industry there. He was already planning to demolish the shop and build a new building in its place, just to be rid of it. Khan wanted to know what had happened to Hyunho, and whether it had already been resolved, and the driver replied, informing him that the secretary had gone ahead and should be finishing up, so Khan would receive contact at some point. Then the scene shifts to Yusef at the hospital. He was quite irritated and felt there was something strange about Sion. They told the nurse and his father that Sion kept talking about the 3 principles or something like that. His father didn't know whether that was a trend among young people of that time. Yusef had no idea, and Yusef's father wanted the nurse to leave them alone for a moment. After she left, Kwon slapped his son across the face and made it clear that what irritated him the most was not that he had intimidated some teenagers, or even that one of them had jumped off a building to escape. Kwon didn't care about any of that, and thought that if his son had gone to Hyunho's house to finish things, he should not have left a mess behind. The basics of the job were to never do something twice, and he wanted his son to learn from that opportunity by observing carefully. That is how adults deal with things. Meanwhile, Sion was being kicked hard on the ground, and ended up falling. Soon they ordered him to get up, and Sion didn't understand what was happening until he was slapped across the face by a man wearing gloves and glasses. Once again, Sion was on the ground, and to the man who had just slapped him, things didn't always go as planned. He warned Sion that he might have taken down 4 of his peers at once, but with adults it was different. He placed all the blame on Sion for the fact that Yusef had been humiliated, and soon they began to threaten to break break his arm. The man with glasses gave the excuse that this was to make Sion think a little and ended up stepping on his arm, making Sion scream loudly. He made it clear to Sion that this was how adults solved things. With that, those men left, and Sion was left thinking about the nonsense that man had said. Sion thought they were a bunch of idiots for not even knowing how to tell the difference between a dislocated joint and a broken one. Rachel had done far worse to him 1,000 times over, but it was already bothering him, because due to the 3 principles he was not using his true strength. Even so, he still thought it should be enough to calm things down a bit. He picked up the bag, thinking that if that wasn't enough he would have to get a new identity, which would be really annoying until Hyunho's mother found him. She wanted to understand why he was so badly injured, and he didn't quite know how to conduct that conversation. The scene shifts to him eating a little at her diner, where she told him not to be shy because she had made a lot of food and he could eat freely, but he received the command to eat a lot, and so he began to eat like a desperate man. He saw Hyunho's mother, as if she were his own mother. She thought he was going to get indigestion like that, and started telling him to drink water, and he drank water desperately. He completely drained the bottle and thanked her for the meals, saying he had turned into a gas tank for free. Hyunho's mother revealed that it made her very happy to see him after such a long time. While Sion wanted to know if her son was doing well, she chose to hide it and revealed that her son was fine, explaining that he had to undergo surgery, and now they just needed to monitor his recovery. To her, Hyunho was strong, and even though it was difficult, she believed he would overcome it. But she began to cry while cutting the sushi, and thought that she wasn't like her son, because when her son ended up that way, she couldn't do anything. She wanted to destroy everything for him. She felt that way inside, and wanted to crush Yusuf's father. Then she realized what she had said to a boy. She chose to apologize to Sion, until she realized that he had disappeared. The scene then shifts to the building where Kwon was. They had presented the third quarter results, and now he was thanking everyone for working hard, and wanted everyone to have a night of celebration. The building belonged to his construction company, which also bore his name. Even though the parent company Juyeong Construction had gone bankrupt, their determination remained unshaken. A waiter asked a man if he wanted more wine, and the man said yes, so he received a bottle to the face, a completely different way for that waiter to serve. The waiter was Sion, and he wished that Fat Man would drink as much as he wanted. Soon the other employees rushed to restrain him. Sion was like John Wick, using everything around him. He shoved a glass into the hand of a guard, who was left stunned, and then Sion finished that guy off with a powerful kick to the face. 3 other guards moved toward him, and he had forks and knives between his fingers, quickly taking those guards down. Other employees tried to understand what that terrible commotion was and began moving to turn on the lights. They saw a lot of blood on the floor and wanted to know what had happened, but one of them saw that it was a blonde-haired boy and told them to find the boy. Kwon Byung-wo was shocked upon hearing about blonde hair. Siton had some knives hidden under the table. The good children of the Mansion of Death must follow the 3 principles. The first principle was that parents' words were absolute. He remembered very well Hyunho's mother expressing that she wanted to crush Yusuf's father, so he would do everything exactly the way she wanted. He came out from under the table, grabbed the tablecloth with cutlery and plates, and threw it toward several guards at the same time. He flipped the table and went with it, knocking several of them down at once. But a knife was thrown at him, and he managed to dodge it, causing an employee to attack his own co-worker. It was the man with glasses. He was impressed that Sion had dodged, but he believed he had broken the boy's arm, and now didn't understand. He realized he needed to do it properly, but before he could do anything, Sion struck him hard in the face and told him to pay attention, because he was going to demonstrate what it was like to break an arm, and he did, making the man scream loudly until something was thrown at Sion and made a small cut on his face. It was Kwon himself, and he was on the upper floor. He had fired a shot with his pistol and realized that he had missed. Simon warned him that at that distance, hitting the target would only be possible if he were a professional. Kwon immediately wanted to know if that boy was a professional for him to know that, because he had heard that there were many gangs of children in Korea, and wanted to know if Siwon was part of one. The boy denied it, saying that if he belonged to any group it would be Hyunho's Diner. Kwon was surprised to hear that name, because he knew what it was and remembered it as a diner, located in a foul-smelling alley. Soon he pointed the gun at Sion's head, understanding everything, and wanted to know if it had been the woman who had ordered him to do all that. Sion denied it and explained that in fact, she had told him to crush Kwon. Yusuf's father didn't understand, and in that split second, Sion made him drop the gun and quickly struck his arm and his face. Before he could fall, he grabbed onto Sion, wanting to know if this was some kind of revenge because of the diner woman and her son, but Sion did not agree with that. He drove his hand into Yusuf's father's face and explained that this was only the first principle. Soon Kwon began to bleed heavily. Sion told him that parents' orders were absolute, and then he went to where the pistol was, also explaining that efficiency at work was important. Kwon quickly felt regret and thought he should have been careful. He should have finished off Hyunho's mother when he had the chance, and next time he would kill all of them. Sion simply thought that the man was saying necessary things. He shot the chandelier and warned that the third principle was that if there was a threat to the parents' safety, The situation had to be resolved. The chandelier fell on Kwon, crushing him just as Hyunho's mother had wanted. In the end, Seon thought it was like father, like son. The two were literally the same. Then the scene shifts to the nurse, asking if Yusef was feeling discomfort anywhere. Yusef thought it was her duty to know. The nurse thought things at schools were getting very intense, and she had never seen someone as badly injured as he was before. She believed that the boy who had beaten Yusef was good at fighting, and had still gone too far. Yusef didn't really disagree. The nurse was holding a syringe with medication, and wanted to know what he had been talking about with his father earlier. She remembered something about 3 principles while she put the infamous medication into her bag. Yusuf immediately became suspicious of the color of the medicine, and the nurse told him not to worry because as long as she administered only half, he wouldn't die. This left him quite surprised. While she wanted him to answer her question about the 3 absolute principles, she asked whether he knew what that was. Yusef became very frightened and wanted to know who the hell she was. The nurse removed her wig and reminded Yusef that he had mentioned this to his father earlier, and she thought she should change the question. It was Rachel, and she wanted to know whether Yusef knew a boy named Sean. Her specialty was disguise, infiltration, interrogation, and oppression. Then the scene shifts to Rachel already at Kwon Construction, calling the director and explaining that they had a problem. Because the codename Sean seemed to have used his abilities, with several bodies on the ground, the director was quite surprised and wanted more information. Rachel explained that she had managed to track him to where he had been, but when she arrived, he had already left, and there were several adult men severely injured at the site. She thought this should have been impossible because of the 3 absolute principles. The director found it unbelievable because in the history of the Mansion of Death, that had never happened. So this was no longer a common case for him. If the weapons sold by the Mansion of Death began to ignore commands and attack, it would be a major problem. So he changed the objective and asked Rachel to investigate Sean as her priority. She had to find out firsthand whether he was indeed ignoring control and using his abilities. If she needed support in Korea, she could ask for help from the White Tiger Central Unit. She quickly asked them to go to the location, and 2 men from White Tiger Central went. They couldn't believe that all of this had been done by a high school boy, and one of them was bald, and thought this would make him lose whatever hair he had left. Rachel informed the director that she had found the smoker and the barcode head. Obviously, the guy who was called Barcode Head didn't understand what she meant by that. He noticed that she dressed very differently. The Barcode Head explained that she was Russian, and it seemed that over there they had an open mind. He thought that woman was just like his wife, and there we see a guy aspiring to be a cuckold. Then the scene shifts to the high school, where Rachel was disguised as a teacher. She had already concluded an investigation to rule him out. She knew he was enrolled at Yonhwa Secondary School. His parents were supposedly abroad, but in the end they were fake parents who had not been identified. She wanted to know what he was planning, and she was truly willing to find out everything. She even got excited just thinking about it, and wanted to know how much Sean had grown, because he was the best of the children she had trained. She remembered well how he had perfectly mastered all the weapons she had taught him. She couldn't believe he had grown without relying on a mission. She found the classroom where he was. Obviously she was there talking, and he was talking about Yusef and the look on his face when he apologized. She was surprised to see him, because he was extremely vulgar. As Seon talked about how humiliating everything had been for Yusef, there was a guy with his head down who thought Seon was too noisy and told him to shut up because he wanted to sleep. Seon became furious. The guy immediately stood up, and there Rachel understood that this was a hierarchical fight to determine who was stronger. She remembered well that it had been very cute, even when they had challenged her. Sehan had always been the strongest, but now she was seeing him on the ground, and wanted to understand what the hell had just happened. Sehan was simply asking the guy to stop, and also to apologize to him. Rachel stepped in and was completely incredulous at what she was seeing, and she simply taught class normally, as if she were really a teacher. After all, she knew that was a school, and she needed to maintain her cover. She soon imagined that Sehan was doing the same thing she was, which meant that he was under the control of the 3 principles, but she thought it was better to keep observing. He was there calmly writing his notes, and now she could see that he had those serious, sophisticated eyes, just as expected of him. Rachel had always known he was different, and the good children of the Mansion of Death must possess not only physical strength but also intellect. Sean had always stood out among them, and as expected, even if he hid his strength, his intellectual level could not help but show. She found that worrying if he was trying to blend in, because he should have hidden that as well. When she had the chance to teach him again, she would show him how things were really done, until she noticed that he wasn't taking notes at all, but rather drawing himself destroying the guy who had beaten him up. Obviously, she was incredulous once again, and scolded him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing during class, ending up flicking him sharply on the head. Then the scene shifts to the staff bathroom, where Rachel was feeling very unwell and thought none of this made any sense, because the Sean she thought of as a son could not be that stupid in her eyes. She removed her disguise. It was strange to her, because his face looked somewhat familiar, but now she saw nothing resembling the Sean she knew. She believed it might just be a coincidence, because there was no chance that boy could be Sean, and she changed her plans. Now it was no longer just about control through the 3 principles. She needed to know whether that boy really was Sean, and so she put on a disguise as a student. Soon after, outside the school, Sion found it strange, because normally the teacher didn't hit that hard. Rachel, disguised as a student, was already standing beside him. If he wasn't the Sean she knew, she planned to end his life. Suddenly, someone called out to Sion, asking where he was going. It was Hyunho's mother. and she was carrying some bags. She thought he had shown up at just the right moment and asked him for help. He was startled, but still decided to help. She told him she would give him spicy rice cakes when they arrived. Seaboln was very grateful, while Rachel wanted to know who that woman talking to him was. Then the scene shifts to Huboln Diner, where Seaboln was eating as nervously as possible, looking like Goku. Once again, he obeyed Huboln's mother's command to eat slowly, and of course Rachel was there analyzing everything. Rachel knew of Huboln's mother through Yusef, and now she understood who it was that had knocked Yusef unconscious. But she wanted to know what their relationship was with the supposed Sean. She truly found Sion vulgar and hadn't changed her mind. The more she looked at him, the more vulgar he seemed, and she thought he really wasn't Sean. She couldn't understand how he could look so similar. Suddenly she started screaming because she felt an extremely strong spiciness from the food. She panicked and asked for water, and Hyunho's mother quickly helped her by handing her a bottle, seeing that the girl didn't handle spicy food very well. But Rachel thought that spicy food was a form of oppression, that the old woman was mocking her, and she couldn't understand how they ate that. To her it was like poison, or maybe it could even be used to assassinate someone. Sion suggested that she eat more slowly, thinking she was very clumsy. Rachel did not take that comment well and swore she would kill him. She also remembered that Sion couldn't handle spicy food either. At times like that she would always hold his hand. She believed that if he were still in Korea, he would face many difficulties. At that moment, Sion's hand began to tremble, and she noticed, not understanding why. Hyunho's mother asked if it was good, and Sion said it was. Rachel was surprised that the boy was enduring the spicy taste of the pepper, and she just wanted him to stop. She understood the reason he was subjecting himself to that. It was hard for him to endure. He shouldn't be eating it until she realized something. She remembered earlier that the old woman had asked him to help with the bags, and that she had also offered him spicy rice cakes when they arrived. Only then did Rachel realize that Sion followed all of that woman's orders. She saw it again right at the moment she was thinking about it. The old woman asking him to carry something and him accepting once more. He listened to her commands, and even if he were Sean, Rachel thought it should be impossible because of the 3 absolute principles. This kind of work was impossible without a command, so she believed that perhaps someone had ordered him to destroy Byungwoo Construction. If there were anyone there with a motive for that, she was certain it could be the woman standing right in front of her. The first principle of the good children of the Mansion of Death was that parents' words were absolute. If Sean saw that woman as a mother and followed her commands, then the theory fit all the pieces together. With that, Rachel bought another item from Hyunho's mother, and while the old woman was getting the change, Rachel thought there was a very simple way to verify it. She picked up something sharp. She threw it toward Hyunho's mother, and without wasting any time, Sion used his fork to stop the toothpick. Rachel realized she had solved the puzzle and was deeply impressed. The problem was that Sion immediately lunged at her, and Hyunho's mother was startled, but Rachel and Sion had simply vanished from the place, and in her innocence, the old woman thought Rachel had forgotten to take her change. The sun was setting. Rachel was extremely excited, because she had seen the third principle of the good children of the Mansion of Death in action. When a threat to the parents' safety arises, the first 2 principles must be ignored to handle the situation. Sion made it clear that he was sick of this. He already knew it was Rachel, and wanted to know how long she planned to keep following him. Rachel broke into a huge smile, realizing that she had truly found Sean after so long. Even so, she found it strange. She wanted to understand why he was following that woman to the diner as if she were a relative, and there was no way the owner of a rundown diner could be a client of the Mansion of Death. Sitian was confused, not understanding what the hell she was talking about. He had already imagined he had caused a terrible mess at the construction company, but he didn't expect to be found so quickly. Rachel didn't care about the final outcome. She moved swiftly. She slammed him to the ground with force. Her strength was obviously different, and he felt it deeply. She told him it was time to go back, that there were many clients waiting for him. But Sion didn't quite understand what she meant, and he didn't want to do those things again. He didn't want to return to being as dark as he once was, until he remembered a memory in which they gave him the name Park Sion, and there was a woman completely covered in blood. He was deeply shaken by that memory, and wanted to know what it was. Rachel wasn't inside his mind and didn't know what he was talking about. Then he thought quickly and smashed his head against hers. She didn't expect it and staggered back for a moment. She soon realized that he wasn't going to go with her. She looked ahead and saw that he had disappeared. Sion ran like a madman, unable to believe they had sent Rachel to retrieve him so quickly, and once again the image of the blood-covered woman flashed through his mind. He now wanted to know who that person was, and the scene shifts to the director, completely furious over what he had just heard. He could not understand how Rachel had been capable of losing the boy. Rachel continued to maintain her disguise as a student, while apologizing to the director, explaining that Sion had escaped at the exact moment she had let her guard down. However, they had found the old woman who was controlling him through the 3 principles. While she was changing clothes in the bathroom, someone knocked on the door asking for permission to enter. The director wanted to know what she meant by an old woman controlling Sion. Rachel explained that Sion saw that woman as if she were a relative, and apparently he recognized her as his mother. The director could not believe that this was possible, and that the elderly woman was deliberately using him through the 3 principles. Rachel completely changed her disguise, informing the director that she would investigate more deeply, though she was not entirely sure the woman was controlling him completely. In the end, he thought it best for Rachel to investigate the old woman. Suddenly, Rachel opened the door and saw a very angry woman, upset because a student had simply cut in front of an adult. But then she realized that Rachel was not a student at all, and even thought she might be losing her mind, because she was certain she had seen a schoolgirl. The director believed there were 2 ways to bring a good child back to the mansion of death. And soon after, Rachel went to Hyunho's snack bar once again. The old woman was in disbelief because Rachel created a narrative claiming she was Seon's mother. She wanted the old woman to have no more contact with him and explained that she had been away on a business trip, so she could not give much attention to her son. She could not imagine that her son, who had never eaten spicy food, would eat at that corner stall, and as his relative, she felt heartbroken by it. Hyunho's mother became sad and asked whether Seon could not eat spicy food. That was the first method to recover a good child for the mansion of death, making the parents relinquish custody of the good child. Rachel hoped the old woman would feel guilty and truly stop having contact with Seon. In this way, she asked the old woman to tell the boy, the next time he came there, that he should never go there again and should go home. That command might be what would make him return to the mansion of death. Rachel then turned her back on Hyunho's mother, who clarified that she could not agree with this. She clearly remembered the woman having just mentioned that she was away on a business trip. Rachel immediately wanted to know if the old woman was trying to criticize her for that. In the end, Hyunho's mother wanted to know if she had ever truly looked Seon in the eyes, and about his clothes as well. She also wanted to know whether the woman who claimed to be his relative knew anything about his school life. Rachel was obviously confused. Hyunho's mother explained that Seon was always wearing dirty clothes or had bruises on his face. Whenever she asked him about it, he made excuses, saying he had fallen somewhere. She truly thought it was just because he was a boy, and that all boys grew up that way. But she began to cry, remembering that Hyunho used to tell her he had fallen like that too. She did not want Seon to end up in the same situation as her son, and without even realizing it, she began to care about him regularly. She believed Seon needed a relative who could keep an eye on him and provide support, so he would not end up like her son. She trembled just expressing this, and said she wanted to watch over him, since his relative was busy. However, Rachel completely lost her temper and started shouting at the old woman, making it clear that she was nothing to him and had no right to watch over him. Hyunho's mother immediately bowed to Rachel and apologized, but she still could not agree to the request that had been made. Rachel grew furious over the situation and then called the director, explaining that the first method had failed. She said the old woman had shown stronger determination than expected. The director realized they had no choice. He wanted to resolve it peacefully, but there was no way, so she would have to proceed with the second method. Just hearing about it made Rachel smile, clearly showing it was her preferred approach. She quickly put on another disguise. The second method was that once the relatives were dead, the child would return to the owner of the mansion of death. Soon, Rachel put on an outfit in which she was literally dressed to kill and made it clear she would get rid of that old woman as soon as possible. The scene then shifts to the market, where Hyunho's mother was buying some seasonings for the snack bar. Rachel was holding a detonator, and she quickly activated it. A bomb installed in the wall caused a massive explosion, sending much of the market into the air. The customers were terrified, including Hyunho's mother, who was completely confused. Rachel then warned the old woman, gun in hand, that she would never be able to be Seon's mother, because Rachel would never agree to that. She fired at the woman, but Seon appeared at the right moment and managed to knock the bullet away from the old woman using a frying pan. And what a frying pan besides frying food, it could also protect against an assassination attempt. He arrived with full flair, and Rachel immediately smiled when she saw him. Seon explained that he had seen it in a game and decided to try it, though he truly did not expect a frying pan to help against a gunshot. He already knew Rachel was going to do something terrible, but he believed bombs and guns were going too far. Rachel did not want him to interfere, as she intended to get rid of the old woman no matter what. She tried to fire again, but Seon obviously did not allow it to happen. He then tried to knock over a shelf next to Rachel, and she realized that he was truly in control of the third principle. Eventually, he kicked her, making her drop the gun. He asked if she now understood what it meant. Rachel even wanted to take him back intact, but she grabbed a knife and saw there was no other way. She made a quick move and struck him, realizing she would not be able to take him back unharmed. But what was leaking was not blood. It was ketchup from a bottle he had been holding, which he used to defend himself. He quickly countered and pushed her away, trying to land a knee strike, but she managed to dodge swiftly, reminding herself that he was not stronger than her, since she was the one who had taught him everything. She eventually knocked him down and wanted him to consider it a supplementary lesson. She asked what the purpose of that fight was. Hyunho's mother did not understand what was happening until she saw a child crying and screaming for his mother, because the poor boy could not find her. Hyunho's mother quickly tried to comfort him while he cried desperately, trying to explain that he did not know where his mother was. But that boy was a good child, and he was holding a knife in his hand. Seon did not understand what Rachel meant by purpose, and suddenly she tried to strike him again. He managed to dodge, and she ended up hitting another can instead. Both of their movements were extremely fast. She refused to stop trying to hit him, and he asked if she was on a mission. Rachel confirmed it, explaining that this was a mission to free him, but he truly could not understand. Then he noticed something strange and looked to the side. Rachel reminded Seon that he could not get distracted in the middle of a fight, and quickly slashed his face with the knife. He had already expected that, since she never really liked fighting with her bare hands. He threw several cans in her direction while she made it very clear that she would finish off the old woman and take him to the mansion of death, reminding him that he was a product of the mansion. He could not quite understand where she was trying to go with that, as she repeated once again that they would return home together. He threw a bag of flour in her face, and flour flew everywhere when she split the package in half. Suddenly he appeared and tried to strike her with a pair of scissors, but ended up cutting her hair and leaving a small cut on her face. The fight continued in a very intense way. Rachel was thrilled by the fight they were having, because that was the Sean she knew and always always remembered, until there was a clash between her knife and the scissors in his hand. She was caught off guard when the knife got stuck, and Siwon truly did not like her saying that he was a product. He managed to grab her, which surprised even her, and shoved her into a shopping cart. Siwon explained that it made no sense for him to return to a family that saw him as a product. He pushed the cart, and she crashed into several other carts along the way. Siwon quickly blocked her, trapping her between the other carts. He questioned that, if that was how it worked, then she was a product as well. Rachel was obviously furious and screamed his name for him to let her go. Meanwhile, the good child was screaming and the old woman tried to calm him down. When she looked around to better assist the boy, he was already preparing to strike her with the knife. But Siwon arrived and drew the old woman's attention. Hyunho's mother thought he should be at school. She also saw that he was badly injured and wanted to know what had happened to him. The boy saw Siwon and recognized him as the legend of the Mansion of Death, Sean, as they called him. Siwon was worried about the old woman. The child believed that since Siwon was there, it meant he had defeated Rachel. Siwon asked who that boy was, and Hyunho's mother explained that the boy had lost his mother, and she thought it would be best to take him outside while they waited for her to appear. Siwon then asked the boy if he knew his parents' phone number, but the boy pretended not to know. He knew that Siwon was a major variable, so for now he would only focus on his target. He was not foolish, so he went back to the old woman, asking Hyunho's mother to help him find his mother. Obviously, he was using her maternal instinct to get close to his target again, but Siwon grabbed the boy by the shoulder and told him to stop crying and complaining, then placed him on his lap. Siwon had already realized that the kid was a good child, and asked if he had not learned that behaving that way made others hate him, catching the boy off guard. He ordered the boy to stop immediately, saying he should speak directly to the boy's director. He asked if the boy knew he had a direct line to communicate with him, adding that he himself would need that direct line, since he had lost his a long time ago. The boy pretended not to know what Siwon was talking about. Then Siwon attacked him at the neck and made it very clear that he had seen what the boy was holding. In this way, he put the boy to sleep. Hyunho's mother heard the sound of the blow and wanted to know what had happened, but Siwon pretended not to hear anything. She saw the boy like that and thought he had fallen asleep, and Siwon pretended that was the case, as if the boy were truly exhausted. The old woman even wanted to know where the boy's mother was. They then went outside where the fire department was already helping people. The boy had a cell phone, which Siwon took. The scene shifts to the mansion, where the director was sleeping until he heard the phone ring. He was quite irritated, because someone was calling him at such an hour. He had warned them not to contact him through the direct line. The director barely answered and, without knowing who was on the other end, demanded that the person speak quickly, and that it be something very important. Soon he heard Siwon's voice and recognized it immediately. The director believed that the fact the boy had called him could only mean that Siwon had defeated Rachel and the other boy. Siwon thought the director had sent him a gift, making it clear that sending Rachel and a little boy would not be enough to capture him. The director then wanted to know if Rachel and the boy named Eugene were dead. Siwon found that reaction very strange, and believed it wounded the director's pride, but he did not care. He clarified that the director could send as many people as he wanted, because the result would always be the same, and he was free to keep trying. The director believed Siwon would run away, but now he was hearing that Siwon would actually confront the Mansion of Death head-on. Siwon revealed that he would never run away, reminding the director of the third principle. Based on that, he considered the Mansion of Death a threat, and would counterattack accordingly. The director knelt down and began to smile, trying to speak to God. He believed that the gift God had blessed him with was purer and more beautiful than anything he had ever seen, because he had never imagined Siwon would be so faithful to the three principles. In the end, the director wanted to reach an agreement with Siwon, asking him to send Eugene back. In return, he would not touch the old woman. Siwon agreed and told the director to send Rachel within 1 hour. The director was simply loving it and thought Sean was pure, yet he still believed he would reunite with Siwon soon, one way or another. Siwon then woke the boy up, and Eugene immediately awoke in a crack-fueled frenzy, ready to kill. Siwon paid little attention and told him that if he was looking for his weapon, he had left it at the grocery store, so the boy should not worry. Since the boy had not eaten anything up to that point, there was a plate of food for him. Eugene thought it looked so awful that not even a dog would eat it, but in the end he ate everything. Siwon asked if he thought it was good, but Eugene, being pure malice, denied it. Still, Siwon found it strange, because the boy had eaten very quickly. Then Rachel arrived and called Eugene. The boy started going up the stairs, but Siwon had a bag and wanted to give it to him. Siwon explained to Rachel that the boy seemed to have liked the food and that it would be good for him, but Rachel thought he was talking nonsense and made it clear that she had not given up on him yet. They would see each other again soon. Siwon, however, only thought the boy was at an age where he needed to eat well. Each of them went their separate ways, while Rachel thought that if Eugene had dealt with the old woman, things would have been easier. Eugene apologized for having failed, and for the moment he was dismissed because of it. Siwon was listening, even from a distance, and Rachel thought that this was exactly why boys like Eugene, whom she considered useless brats, should have been discarded long ago. Eugene began to tremble and apologized to her again, until Siwon called the boy and made it clear that he was really asking asking for the last time. He wanted to know whether the spicy rice cake had not been good. This time, Eugene decided to admit it. It was delicious. As he said that, his tears began to fall. Seon obviously agreed, because he thought Hyunho's mother's snack bar was quite nice. He wanted the boy to come back and stay with him, inviting him to return to Hyunho's snack bar. Obviously, the rules of the Mansion of Death did not work that way. If the parent of a good child died, the child had to return to the Mansion of Death. The scene shifts to when Eugene lost his father, and in the end he ended up having a mother after that. Thus, adoption was something without end, and these children were always sent to a new family. It was a cycle that truly had no end. The director wanted to know how many times this had happened to Eugene. The boy replied that it was the 4th time, but the director did not really want an answer from Eugene. Either way, he profited by sending him to new families, but Eugene had failed to keep his parents alive 4 times. There had never been a tragedy like this in the history of the Mansion of Death, continuing like that. The director saw no choice but to discard Eugene. Obviously, this deeply affected the boy. The children who were discarded lost their lives, and the director showed the number of gravestones there were, wanting Eugene to become someone useful. So the director gave him one chance, ordering him to go to Korea and help Rachel recover Sean. That was a way for him not to be discarded, if he proved his worth. Back in the present, Rachel warned him that he would be discarded, causing despair in the boy, who wanted to prove his worth at any cost. He begged her for another chance, apologizing again. That was when Seon asked him about whether the food had been good or not. Rachel gave him another chance right there, to make the boy go back with Seon to kill the old woman. Since this was Eugene's last chance, he decided to admit that the food was delicious. In the end, he only wanted to kill the old woman to prove his worth. Seon saw that the boy truly wanted to go back, so he began to prepare himself to fight Rachel, who realized that Seon still saw her as a threat. Therefore, the third principle still applied to her. Rachel reminded Seon that the deal was for him to return Eugene to them in exchange for them not killing the old woman. Seon understood, but the boy had shown something else by admitting that the food was good, and it had been a long time since they had had a regular customer. He felt he could not avoid it. Rachel then told the boy to go, making it clear that this was his last chance. She ended the negotiations and announced that the agreement not to kill the old woman was no longer valid. Seon replied that she could do whatever she wanted, because he would make sure to defeat her as many times as necessary. Eugene watched as this happened. The scene then shifts to Hyunho's mother's house, where Seon wanted to understand why the boy was still there. The old woman asked why he was asking, reminding Seon that he himself had said he would take care of the boy for one day. Seon felt somewhat uncomfortable being in her house, but the old woman saw no problem in it, since that way they could have a proper meal together and she would not be bored alone. She also thought the boy's mother could be friends with Seon's mother. Seon knew something the old woman did not, but he did not disagree, since it was Rachel anyway. Hyunho's mother thought the boy could stay at her house, since there was no one at Seon's house to take care of him. Seon obviously did not want that, but the boy thanked the old woman and agreed to stay under her care, being quite clever about it. He did not want to miss that opportunity. Hyunho's mother asked the boy what his name was, and he introduced himself to her. Hyunho thought he was in a complicated situation, and it was also the first time he had been to Hyunho's house. He noticed Hyunho's wet sneakers outside, then looked at a door and asked if that was Hyunho's room. She confirmed it, and asked why he wanted to know. Hyunho's asked if he could go in, clearly fascinated by the bedroom door. He then entered Hyunho's room and saw that it was just an ordinary bedroom, the kind often seen in movies or soap operas. A typical room, steeped in routine efforts and modest dreams. A room that seemed immersed in the essence of a humble and happy family, something Seon had never had. Perhaps that was why he admired Hyunho so much for having a simple, normal family. He thought Hyunho should be in that room, happy, spending his time in a simple and ordinary way. He looked at a photo of a mother and child, thinking that he should not have remained idle. Meanwhile, Eugene thanked Hyunho's mother for the meal, believing that he now had a chance. He kept telling the old woman that it was the best omelet he had ever eaten. Hyunho's mother found it strange the way he referred to rolled eggs, and Eugene then asked if she would mind answering a few questions. She had no problem satisfying the boy's curiosity. He wanted to know if her son was handsome, whether there were other family members in the house, such as her husband. The old woman did not quite know how to explain it, but Hyunho's father had unfortunately passed away and was now in heaven. She had simply had to let him go, believing he was needed in heaven. Eugene thought that meant Hyunho's father had become part of the family in heaven, and she felt that was a good way to put it. However, Eugene thought her son could not be part of a family anywhere, which left her confused. He explained that Hyunho was a weak loser, a useless child who could not become family anywhere. This obviously frightened the old woman, who tried to understand what he meant. Eugene explained that family was where an individual constantly proved their worth and showed every member that they were a valuable piece. Otherwise, they were just an obstacle that consumed resources. A family member like that was unnecessary, but the woman denied everything he said. In the end, it was all simply what he had learned at the Mansion of Death. The old woman explained that this was not what family meant, and Eugene wanted to understand what family truly was to her. But just as she was about to explain what family meant, Seon grabbed him from behind, trying to play it off as a joke to put an end to it. Seon then asked the woman if they could sleep in the living room, but since her son's room was empty, she invited both of them to sleep there. Seon thanked her but refused, saying the couch was good enough, and that the boy could sleep on the floor. Eugene refused as well, and the scene shifts to Eugene lying on the floor, extremely irritated. He could not believe that Seon had started snoring, and did not care about him at all. Then he saw a glow at the doorway, which caught his attention. He quickly got up and saw the old woman sitting at the table. He thought the old woman was strange for calling a useless child family and for showing that kind of expression to someone she had just met. He remembered the old woman smiling at him and recalled that he had never proven his worth to any family. He also remembered the director telling him that he needed to become someone useful. At the same time, he remembered the old woman explaining what family did not mean. In the end, Eugene did not know what family meant, but either way, he felt he needed to prove himself, so he picked up a pistol. But when he aimed it at the old woman, he began to tremble. Even though he felt he needed to become a necessary member of a family, his hands shook. Then Sion appeared and closed the door, asking whether, in the end, that was truly Eugene's decision. With his hands trembling as he held the pistol, Eugene explained to Sion that he was only following orders. He aimed at Sion, wanting him not to interfere. He pulled the trigger, but the shot didn't go off, which left Eugene confused. Sion already had the bullets in his hand and asked whether that gun belonged to Rachel, clarifying that he had removed the ammunition while Eugene was sleeping and thought the kid had been very careless. After all, 15 bullets in that gun would give it considerable weight, and Eugene should have noticed the magazine was empty when he held the weapon. So he believed the kid was still an amateur. Eugene, obviously furious, lunged at him with a knife, but Sion managed to defend himself easily, grabbing the boy's hand and pinning him against the door. In the process, Eugene opened the door and they ended up entering the bedroom. However, the old woman was sleeping there, and Sion grew worried that she might wake up. He asked the kid to calm down. Eugene looked back and saw the woman, then moved toward her. Sion realized there was no other option and rushed at Eugene, throwing a necktie and tying it around his leg, making the kid take a hard fall to the floor. Suddenly, the tie tore. Eugene quickly got back up, now holding 2 knives. Sion was quite ironic and thought the kid had a frightening look. Eugene climbed onto the bed and leaped towards Sion, who managed to restrain his hands using the remaining piece of the tie he was holding. But the kid found a way to break free, believing that Sion was going easy on him and wanting to be taken seriously. He tried to strike Sion again, but Sion decided to take the knife from his hand and made it clear that now he would take things seriously. But the kid still had another knife, and in a desperate act he threw it toward the old woman. With absurd speed, Sion struck the knife, making it spin through the air. At the same time, he moved and knocked Eugene down. Before the kid could hit the ground, Sion grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and reminded him that they couldn't make much noise. He told Eugene to get up, because they weren't finished with that fight yet. Eugene was now seeing the difference between himself and the legend of the Mansion of Death. Sion urged Eugene to get up quickly and revealed that his attacks were very predictable, but before he could do anything, Hyunho's mother woke up and hit Sion on the head with an umbrella. She was very upset and wanted to know what the two of them were doing, since she had seen them fighting. Sion tried to get out of the situation, explaining that it wasn't quite like that, but Eugene saw that as his chance. However, Sion sensed it and immediately told the boy to stop, explaining to the old woman that they weren't fighting, it was just a morning exercise. Eugene, with a knife in hand, twirled it and clarified that it was just a toy. Eugene acknowledged that he couldn't complete the mission while Sion stayed close to the old woman. Hugh's mother, already traumatized, thought Sion was oppressing the boy, while Sion pretended they were just playing. Since Eugene realized that a direct approach was impossible, he ended up receiving a harsh scolding from the old woman, who didn't want him bothering Sion. She explained that they were a family, and it was then that the kid realized she had brought up that subject again. He wanted to know if he was part of that family. Hyunho's mother explained that they were family, because in the end, they ate together and slept under the same roof, which made them a family. Eugene became a bit downcast and thoughtful, since his values were completely different. Then they heard a noise, and someone outside asked if anyone was home. The old woman went to check, finding it very strange for someone to show up at that hour. At the door stood someone Hyunho's mother didn't know, a girl in a school uniform. She apologized for coming at such a late hour, introduced herself as Mary, and explained that she was Eugene's sister. She smiled and told the old woman that her help had been very important and that she had come to thank her. Sion immediately called the old woman mother and asked who it was. The old woman explained the situation and Sion understood everything. He then asked what had brought Mary there. She was brief and explained that she had come to take Eugene, reminding him that in exchange for Eugene they wouldn't mess with the old woman. But Sion thought that agreement had fallen apart, since Rachel had ordered the boy to kill the old woman. Mary clarified that the order had indeed come from Rachel, and that Sion himself had decided to take Eugene on his own. Still, Sion thought that before they continued, she should drop the knives and weapons she was hiding. Mary was surprised at how quickly he noticed and said she had already expected that from him, explaining that all he had to do was cooperate and nothing bad would happen. Sion didn't feel intimidated in the slightest and asked what she would do if he didn't cooperate. Suddenly, Eugene shouted when he saw her, and obviously pretending very well, asked why she had taken so long. Mary immediately hugged him. Sion and the old woman gave the two of them some space. Mary whispered in the kid's ear that he had failed, and that the director would be disappointed, and because of that he would truly be discarded. The old woman commented that Eugene and Mary were beautiful names. Sion just watched while the kid complained that Mary had ruined his plan and couldn't understand why she would say that to him. She looked confused, and Eugene clarified that he wasn't wasn't an amateur, he had been looking for an opportunity to act. Mary thought the boy was making lame excuses, but Eugene disagreed, saying they weren't excuses because this wasn't just any operation for him. After all, the old woman was protected by the greatest legend of the Mansion of Death. Meanwhile, Sion asked Hanho's mother to go inside so she wouldn't catch a cold. Still, the old woman wanted to say goodbye to Eugene, and Sion heard the boy calling him a dead duck, saying he thought he was extremely strong. Obviously, Sion got stressed. Mary understood Eugene, and Sion became so angry that he asked Hanho's mother to give them some time, because he wanted to talk to the two of them. Mary admitted that she had interfered with Eugene's operation, but told him not to worry, because a new operation was already underway, and asked Eugene to retreat. He then took Mary by the hand. Mary announced that they were saying goodbye, and waved to Sion. As they were walking away, the old woman called out to Eugene, and asked him to visit her someday. She promised to make him an omelet again next time. Eugene immediately formed a faint smile, and promised that he would come back. The old woman then gave Sion a command as well. If he brought Eugene back someday, she would make something delicious for him to eat too. Sion promised that he would make sure to bring the boy back. Soon after, the scene shifted to the school. There, the principal apologized to Hyunho's mother, explaining that they had to go through the school bullying committee to discuss the aggressors and their punishments, so everything would take some time. The aggressors' relatives had promised to compensate for the damages, and every child who had offended her son would be suspended. Hyunho's mother understood, and the principal showed her a photo of the person who had harmed her son. She was surprised to see Hyunho's photo, and wanted to understand why that picture was there, but the principal didn't understand what she meant. She then showed the photo of the young man to the principal, and suddenly the scene shifted to the director of the Mansion of Death. He wanted to understand how everything had happened, directly from Rachel herself. She made it clear that she had no excuses, and admitted that she had ordered Eugene to kill the old woman, but believed that in the end he was nothing more than a useless child, since he couldn't carry out a simple order. They were speaking over the phone, and he hadn't even asked her about that, which Rachel couldn't understand. The director explained that what he had actually ordered her to do was to retrieve Eugene and not bother that lady. Instead, she had ordered the boy to kill the old woman. Rachel was left speechless for a moment, and the director pointed out that in truth, she was the only one who had failed to carry out a simple order. She explained that she had done it to recover Sion. The director of the Mansion of Death took promises seriously, regardless of who made them. The psychopathic director explained that before God there should only be faith and trust, and everything else was heresy, but it was because of the children's lack of faith that they had no choice but to create the three principles as a means of control. He wanted Rachel to remember the consequences of the uncontrollable and unexpected events that had happened in the past. After all, the rules of the Mansion of Death were absolute, and Rachel simply agreed with him. The director wanted to know whether she would give up on retrieving Sion. Meanwhile, Mary was surrounded by several cell phones, using all of them at the same time. Rachel told the director not to worry, because there were many ways to do that, and there was no need to directly bother that lady, informing him that Mary had already begun the operation. The scene then shifted to Sion arriving at school, looking very tired from not having slept well. All his classmates stared at him, and Sion wondered why everyone was acting so strangely. He asked if there was some test he had forgotten about, but he was completely ignored, confused about why no one was responding. A guy finally called Sion over and asked if it was true, showing him the photo everyone was talking about, an image of him oppressing Yusuf. Sion immediately realized that the photo was completely manipulated, and wanted to know where they had gotten it. However, the other boys looked at one another, then quickly bowed to Sion and apologized, saying they had been wrong about him all this time. Sion was obviously confused. They revealed that they had heard Yusuf had been beaten by Sion and had been acting like his lackey ever since. Sion knew nothing about this, and a classmate explained that the rumor had spread throughout the entire school, saying that Yusuf had been so frightened that he bowed to Sion. Sion was shocked that people were believing that. They had also said that Sion had strong ties to some gangsters, and even showed a photo of them together with him. Obviously, he thought things were going too far. The rumor also claimed that he had ordered Yusuf to get rid of Hyunho. That truly worried Sion, and he clarified that he hadn't done any of that. None of what they were saying was true. He immediately thought of Hyunho, although one of the classmates thought Sion looked pretty cool. At that moment, someone pushed a classmate, and the boy who was pushed got annoyed because of his chair. The aggressor immediately demanded to know what the pushed classmate wanted, and threatened to make him end up like Hyunho. Sion grabbed the bully's hand to stop him, and explained that he had tried to hide it. He acted weak, but that wasn't the truth at all. He said he could explain everything properly outside, but in reality, he was just trying to save that classmate from a serious problem. He left with the bullies, unable to ignore the frightened looks of the other classmates. Outside, he asked if they smoked, making it clear that he didn't. They didn't understand why he was asking. Back in the classroom, the students began to discuss whether Park Sion might not be so bad after all, though a large portion still believed they were all the same. The scene then shifted outside again. Se-shun looked at the photo that had been shared in the group that morning. They explained to him that someone had entered the group, sent that photo, and then immediately left. Se-shun began to suspect that it was a trick by the Mansion of Death, but he truly didn't know the purpose behind it. In the end, he pretended in front of those guys that he was worried about being exposed again and just wanted to attend school peacefully. He feared that no school would accept him if he transferred once more. He told them that he wanted to graduate without trouble and didn't want to get involved in childish games. He warned them that the people he was dealing with weren't children. He was already living in an adult world. He wanted everyone there to make sure this didn't spread any further, saying they should all take it to their graves. He even called those guys his partners, which made them blush at being referred to as such. They were willing to cooperate with anything Sion asked. Soon after, Hyunho's mother found him, and the scene abruptly shifted to the principal's office, where she explained to the principal that the boy was her son's friend, and that it must all be a misunderstanding. However, the principal showed that he also had some photos of Sion himself, with Yusef, the same photo the students had seen earlier, explaining that Sion had been associating with a boy named Yusef. The school principal told Hyunho's mother that Si-Swan was the cause of all the problems. Hyunho's mother was shocked and thought that couldn't be possible. The principal explained that it had been difficult to get in touch with Si-Swan's parents, and that it seemed the child hadn't received proper upbringing from his family. He believed that a boy like that could easily go down the wrong path, which was why he thought the old woman shouldn't trust Si-Swan too much. The scene then shifted to Sion walking alone. He believed that everything he had done might have reduced the rumor somewhat, and he remembered the 3 boys he had spoken to earlier, thinking they were extremely naive and seemed to have fallen for his words. Then he felt a presence and wondered if this was serious. He asked if her name was really Mary, and she was surprised to have been discovered so easily. He said that if she had wanted to hide properly, she should have erased the smell of coffee first, since it was the same scent he had noticed when he saw her at Hyunha's house. Mary was surprised that he could distinguish people in that way. Seun then asked what she wanted, and why she was causing trouble and complicating things for him. In the end, she thought he was enjoying it, and even mentioned the moment when he told the 3 boys that he wasn't dealing with children. That obviously made him feel secondhand embarrassment. Mary wanted to know how he felt, since she had made him the #1 oppressor at the school. He said he didn't think that was a good thing, and admitted he wasn't excited about it. He even lied, saying he had already been popular before that. Mary clarified that she wasn't talking about popularity in that sense. She meant the cold, severe stares from the other students. The looks of contempt filled with betrayal. She asked if he hadn't liked that. Sion asked whether she was the one who had made that awful photo, but Mary thought the photo had turned out well. He said she was so bad at it that he was surprised when he saw it, and asked whether she really thought that was enough to fool people. She admitted it wasn't perfect, since she hadn't had much time, and her resources were limited. Sion thought those were just lame excuses, and even started mocking her. At that, Mary quickly opened her bag and fired several shots at him from inside it, which he managed to dodge swiftly. He became furious and asked if she had gone crazy, saying it was extremely cowardly to shoot with the gun hidden inside a bag. He thought their plan was to take him back, so he wanted to know what she had in mind. If she hit him and he died, the operation would fall apart. Mary said she already knew he could easily dodge it, and that was the minimum she expected from him, but she confessed that if he died, it would be even better. Suddenly, Sion hid behind a wall. Mary entered the alley to try to find him, and he managed to grab her gun. She wasn't willing to let go of it, so he quickly threw her against the wall. Mary immediately pulled out a knife she had strapped to her leg and tried to slash him. At that moment, he blocked the attack with the pistol in his hand and thought she wasn't that good after all. It seemed to him that the Mansion of Death had recruited a bunch of inferior teenagers. He then quickly knocked Mary to the ground, certain she hadn't expected that. Mary began to smile, and suddenly Sion heard someone shouting his name, asking what he was doing. It was Hyunho's mother. She was shocked and made it clear that he couldn't be doing that. The old woman thought he was supposed to be her son's friend, not an oppressor. Mary kept smiling, feeling delighted. Hyunho's mother believed this was proof that Sion had hurt her son. Sion tried to explain himself, but Mary immediately began to act. She stood up and ran toward the old woman, asking her for help. The old woman remembered the girl's name very well and wanted to understand what was going on. Mary made up a story, saying she had come to talk to him about a few things. Sion called the old woman mother and begged her not to listen to Mary. However, the old woman called out to Sion and ordered him to stay where he was and not come near them. In the end, Sion obeyed her command, since that was the first principle. Mary explained that on the day she brought Eugene back, his body had been covered in bruises. Eugene hadn't wanted to talk about it, but at some point he revealed that Sion had done it. Hyunho's mother was taken by surprise. She remembered Sion explaining that they weren't fighting, that it was just morning exercise, and Eugene even showing the knife, saying it was a toy. She also remembered the principal saying that Sion had a friend named Yusef. Mary told the old woman that she had wanted to ask what had happened, but Sion started hitting her. Sion insisted that wasn't what happened and kept calling the old woman mother. Mary said she wouldn't touch the woman because of a promise, but she knew very well there were other ways to take him without touching her. Sion begged his adoptive mother to listen to him, explaining that everything was a lie, but when he was about to tell the truth, Hyunho's mother slapped him across the face, and he was completely stunned. In the end, Mary saw exactly what those at the Mansion of Death wanted to happen. Hyunho's mother would give up on Sion of her own accord. She didn't want him to call her mother anymore, and told him never to come back again. Sion's eyes widened. He never wanted to hear those words. Mary was overjoyed, as everything had gone according to plan, and the next step was about to begin. Rachel appeared and immediately asked Sion what had happened, wanting to know what kind of trouble he had caused again. With an ironic tone, Rachel, disguised as a relative, said he was an impossible child, and told him to go home with her right then. The poor boy was left in terrible anguish. The scene then shifted to the director, who had a huge smile on his face. He was very pleased with what Mary had done. He knelt down, calling out to his God, thanking him because what he had wanted had finally happened. He told Mary that the success was entirely thanks to her. As expected, expected from the best strategist of the Mansion of Death. Mary was very happy to have carried out the operation successfully. The director couldn't believe that the legend of the Mansion of Death was returning, so he ordered Mary to come back immediately. Meanwhile, Sion was sitting at the same table as Rachel, and she thought he clearly didn't like it. She was making him eat like a condemned man, and seemed to be mocking him. Rachel believed that she and he had very similar tastes, but he made it clear that she was the one who had ordered him to eat that food, and that he found her taste very strange. Then he drank something he hated, pineapple with mint. Rachel felt relieved that he was finally following orders, and wanted him to eat everything, until there was nothing left. That was the proof that at that moment, his domain had returned to the Mansion of Death. Sion asked her to at least give him some milk. He was practically begging her for it. Kwon, who was badly beaten and wrapped in bandages, saw that she had finally captured him, and asked what she thought of the accommodations they had prepared. Rachel said they weren't that bad, and Kwon was surprised by her answer, since that penthouse was the most expensive one in that part of the city. Sion thought the voice of that bandaged man sounded familiar, though he didn't recognize him at first. Kwon saw that everything was fine now, even though he had spent a lot of money to capture Sion. Suddenly, Sion stood up, unable to believe it, thinking Kwon was doing cosplay, and trying to guess who he was supposed to be. Kwon of course became furious, and started trembling with anger. Before things got out of control, Rachel stepped in to stop them both. She had already warned Kwon that they would take custody of Sion, and in exchange they wouldn't touch his son. That was the deal they had made, and Kwon remembered it well. Even so, Kwon revealed that Sion was the only person he sought revenge against. Rachel said Kwon could deal with the boy however he wanted, but that meant nothing to the Mansion of Death. She also reminded him that the Mansion of Death had promised not to touch Kwonho's mother. She even confirmed this with Sion, who grew suspicious and wanted to know where Rachel was going with this, why she was bringing up Kwonho's mother at all. He immediately thought of the old woman he truly considered his mother, remembering a time when she had piled so much food onto his plate that he was surprised he could eat it all. The scene then shifted to Hyunho's mother, serving a man who wanted a few dishes. She was preparing one of them when she remembered Sion and the principal showing her the photo. To her now, Sion was a bad boy, one of those who had hurt her son. Distracted, she cut her own finger while slicing sushi. The customer was startled when he saw her bleeding and told her she was bleeding a lot. She tried to explain that it was fine, but then she began to cry, telling the customer that it would stop soon. The customer was actually an infiltrator, and he quickly grabbed a knife. The scene abruptly shifted to Kwon, who told Sion not to worry about the cleanup, since his company would handle everything. At that exact moment, the man was about to use the knife on Hyunho's mother, who was holding her phone and speaking to someone. She froze in shock at the news she had just received. She started running, telling the man he could eat as much as he wanted. It was on the house. Confused by her sudden haste, the man wondered where she was going. She ran to where her son was. Hyunho had just woken up in the hospital. The doctor asked if Hyunho could hear him. Hyunho couldn't respond, and the doctor told him not to strain himself, but asked if he knew where he was. He also asked if Hyunho remembered anything from before he was injured. Hyunho said that he did remember. He remembered yelling at his mother, and she had said she was sorry. In the end, he felt it had all been his fault, and that he should apologize to her. Tears began to fall as he asked where his mother was, saying he missed her terribly. Just then, his mother arrived, shouting her son's name. She was overjoyed that he had woken up. The doctors noticed blood on her hands. Hyunho touched his mother and apologized to her, crying hard as he admitted he had been wrong. His mother began to cry with him. Meanwhile, the man sent by Kwon watched everything from behind the door. Speaking on the phone, he said there were now two of them and asked whether they should take care of both together when they had the chance. Kwon immediately ordered him to stop the operation. The plans had changed. Rachel flew into a rage and flipped the table over. With a machine gun in her hands, she demanded to know how Kwon dared to kidnap her lackey. Kwon told his subordinate that he would take care of the two of them personally, and right in front of Sion. The scene then shifted to the White Tiger Central. Rachel was there with Eugene when a woman wearing glasses approached with a tray of tea and another drink, asking if she had made them wait too long. She also asked if they wanted coffee. Rachel complained that things there moved far too slowly and asked if it really should have taken that long. The woman immediately apologized. She explained that there had been the destruction of the market and the headquarters of Kwon's construction company, and with so many accidents there was a lot to deal with. She handed chocolate to the boy, who thanked her. Rachel said the woman needed to be professional, since they were paying a lot of money. The woman asked whether Rachel thought being professional meant recklessly causing accidents like the ones she had caused, making it clear she didn't agree with that at all. Rachel was confused, and the woman remarked that she might have been a little too honest. Watching the two clash, Eugene thought it would have been better to stay home. The woman had compiled some paperwork and asked Rachel to take a look. She also mentioned that Kamon's construction company had said it didn't need to be compensated for the damages, and asked how Rachel had silenced them. Rachel explained that they had something in common, and had reached an agreement. The woman then said that if any issues arose with Byungwoo Construction, it would not be White Tiger Central's responsibility to handle them. Rachel felt embarrassed, but admitted it was true. In any case, the woman warned that they should be careful. Rachel didn't fully understand what she meant. The woman from White Tiger Central said that business should be done by professionals, and questioned whether Byungwoo Construction was a trustworthy partner, or more than that, whether they were even worthy of being business partners. Rachel was taken aback, and the scene quickly shifted shifted to her smashing everything in sight. Koen Byung-woo was inside a truck with Sion. He couldn't believe how harmless Sion was without someone giving him orders. That was when he truly understood what it meant to be a product of the Mansion of Death. He found the matter of the principles fascinating and wondered whether it was some kind of brainwashing. He pulled Sion's hair, making him increasingly angry, and Koen began to come up with ideas he found interesting. He thought he could buy Sion and order him to kill the old woman from the snack shop. Sion immediately went on alert. Koen laughed, saying it would be quite a sight for him. At the same time, he said something wasn't right. Sion shouldn't be making that face yet, since he hadn't even begun. He warned that before the boy's eyes, he would split the old woman in half along with her son. Sion would watch it all and be unable to do anything, because without orders he wouldn't be able to use his powers. In the end, Sion himself would be next to be split in half. Koen reminded Sion that he had said before that the next time he captured all of them, he would kill them all. The scene then shifted to the hospital, where Hyunho's mother was peeling an apple. The boy noticed that his mother had cut herself. She smiled at him and said it was nothing and would heal soon. Hyunho thought she always neglected her own problems, and said he would ask the hospital for a bandage or something, but his mother told him to stay lying down and focus on recovering. Hyunho gets up and explains to his mother that everything was fine, since the doctor had said he could move a little. Even so, she preferred to get the bandages herself and asked him to stay still. She thought her son was stubborn, just like his father. She then leaves the room and finds it strange that it is so dark, immediately asking if there was anyone there. Suddenly, a man appears right behind her in the darkness and strikes her, making her fall to the ground, informing someone over the phone that the first one was done. Inside the truck, I order them to take the woman inside first. Kwon was finding all of it amusing and saw that the boy really couldn't do anything. Soon someone opens the door to Hyunho's ward, and he thinks it is his mother, immediately asking why she took so long. But instead, it was Kwon in his wheelchair. Kwon admits that he had indeed taken quite a while, and that now he could finally look the boy in the face, and wanted to know if he was Hyunho. Obviously, Hyunho didn't know who Kwon was, and wanted to know who he was. Kwon then introduces himself as Yusef's father, and several men enter the poor guy's ward. Kwon confesses that his son had done terrible things to Hyunho. He was quite ironic when saying he was sorry about it. He even touched the poor guy's foot and thought his son hadn't done the job properly. Kwon believed that if things were done poorly, the work had to be done twice, and he hated that kind of thing. Hyunho quickly begins to grow very scared. Then the scene shifts to Rachel, who admits that the woman from the White Tiger Central had told a truth. She had simply been negotiating with scumbags. She had a grappling spear like Batman's, only bigger, and quickly fires it into the hospital wall. One of Kwon's goons even hears a noise and finds it strange. Rachel then bursts into the ward at full force, thinking it was incredibly audacious of all of them. She wants to know if she is really understanding this correctly. They were stabbing the Mansion of Death in the back. Kwon sees that Rachel has finally shown who she really is, and she immediately knocks one of his goons down. It was one woman against many. She uses her knife, slashing several of them, until one of the men grabs her. She doesn't worry and asks if the guy is enjoying holding a woman. She quickly smashes her head into his face, making him bleed instantly. He lets go of her, and she throws several of them out the window. Then a big guy grabs Hyunho, who doesn't understand what they are doing. Kwon orders one of them to take care of Hyunho and continue with the plan. They then run to escape the hospital, and as she leaves, destroying everyone in her path, she makes it clear to Kwon that he won't get away so easily, and asks once again where Hyunho is. The bespectacled goon who had beaten Sion earlier sees that she has finally appeared and snaps his fingers to call the other goons who were waiting. The men start to approach, and Rachel has to go full John Wick. To make things worse, several of them are holding bladed weapons, and she doesn't understand why there are so many of them. It was like they were cockroaches. One of them was even holding a chainsaw. She is surprised that they brought so many little toys and shows that she will deal with them properly. She has several weapons strapped to her body, and she grabs a submachine gun and starts firing at many of them. She sees them as cockroaches she can easily crush. Soon several men are bleeding on the ground, and she is truly dressed to kill. The guy with glasses sees that she has weapons and doesn't seem very worried. Sidion, who is gagged, sees all of this and becomes very concerned, until the guy with glasses quickly shoots Rachel, hitting her in the leg. He had pulled the gun from inside his arm brace, and makes it very clear that next time he will aim for her head. Sidion realizes that this means the guy intends to kill her. He quickly frees himself and strikes several men at once, including the bespectacled man himself. The man with glasses is confused, since Sion received no orders. Sion realizes that the man had simply forgotten that he is now a member of the Mansion of Death, and had just threatened to kill a professor from the Mansion of Death. According to the third principle, Sion classifies everyone there as a threat to the Mansion of Death. Rachel is truly surprised to hear this, and Sion makes it clear that he will resolve the situation. One of Kwon's goons moves toward him, believing he can crush Sion like a rat. Sion quickly grabs his hand and tells him he should have a firmer grip, then swiftly throws a punch and knocks a tooth out of the man. The guy is shocked that he just lost a tooth, and Sion finds it extremely ridiculous that a grown man of that size is crying over a little toothache, and he isn't even done with the fight. He throws another punch at the guy. It's as if he's giving the big man a facial makeover. He knocks the brute to the ground. Rachel, even with a wound in her leg, takes advantage of the opening to shoot the other guys. She thinks that until recently, Sion had no relatives to give him orders, so she imagines imagines that the only reason he is fighting right now is purely for her, and that truly surprises her. She believes Sion cares about her, but she is completely mistaken. Sion fights those men with great ease, until one of them appears behind him and tries to attack. Sion dodges and counters, then looks around to see if there is anything he can use as a weapon, since there are too many enemies to deal with using only his hands. He spots some items and rolls under the counter. Kwan's goons think he is running away and won't let him do that, but they are mistaken. He was just looking for something to use in the fight. He then jams a syringe into one of their faces. He hits the eye perfectly, and grows impatient with the man crying over his injured eye, since he was quite gentle when applying that syringe. He has many syringes in his hands, so he throws them at several goons, thinking it is vaccination time. The men focus on pulling the syringes out of themselves, and he takes advantage of that moment to knock them down. The problem is that while Sion has syringes, those men have knives and other weapons, until one of them shouts for everyone to get out of the way because he has a chainsaw in his hands, promising to split Sion in two as he charges at him. Sion starts running to avoid being hit, thinking that bringing a chainsaw was crossing the line. The guy gets angry that Sion is trying to escape. Suddenly, Sion shoves a hospital gurney toward the man with the chainsaw, causing it to pass very close to him and even rip out some of his hair. Sion only didn't shit himself because the shit wasn't ready yet, and to that guy's misfortune, Sion quickly restrains him on top of the gurney. Since the man wanted to use a chainsaw, Sion positions the chainsaw in front of him and adjusts the man, who has no idea what the hell the boy is doing. Sion then pushes the man toward his comrades, but Sion wants to have a bit more fun, so he goes over to the guy asking if he's okay, while the man's mind is completely scrambled by the sight of all the blood around. Sion then tells the guy to stay there and not pass out. He starts to loosen the goon because he has many questions that need answers. The first thing he wants to know is where Hyunho's mother is, and he obviously threatens the man with a syringe in hand. Then Rachel arrives and sees that Sion has also finished things there. Sion explains that he started playing seriously, and it seems that some of them broke in the process. But the problem is that they took Hyunho's mother, and he is going after them. He tells Rachel to get ready, but she doesn't understand why he wants to go after them. She believes Sion is mistaken and clarifies that they weren't there to rescue that woman. Those guys kidnapped him, who is one of the properties of the Mansion of Death, so she acted solely to save him, and he, as part of the Mansion of Death, ended up using his strength to protect her, so she recovered him and dealt with the kidnappers. That way the situation was resolved, and it was time for them to return to the Mansion of Death. Sion believes she is the one who is mistaken, and Rachel doesn't understand where he is going with this. He explains that he did all of this for her, and she is surprised. He explains that he used his powers to protect her and no one else. Rachel is starting to fall for his smooth talk. He's a player like Cristiano Ronaldo. He explains that they messed with his instructor, and then he starts tending to the wound on her leg, explaining that he couldn't just sit there and watch, and that they can't simply let people do whatever they want, so he thought it was best to finish all of them off, and he believed it was better to let Kwan and the others know what happens when they mess with an instructor of the Mansion of Death. Rachel becomes all soft at his words, and so he asks her to go with him real quick. Deep down she thinks he's the best, while Sion deep down wants to know if it worked, and if she believed him, because he was using the power of smooth talk and was willing to leave all those guys in pieces. Rachel follows him with her micro submachine gun in hand, and the scene shifts to Hyunho's mother waking up and coming face to face with Kwan, who asks if she is awake. She gets a huge scare and wants to know who he is. Kwan apologizes for frightening her, and she wants to know where they are, since she was in the hospital just a short while ago. Kwan makes it very clear that he knows he can be a bit rude, but it was he who brought her to that place. She doesn't understand anything he's saying, so once again she asks where they are. Kwan shows her that they are in their children's classroom. The seat where she is sitting is the very place where her own son sits. The old woman is surprised to see his desk, because there are some bizarre drawings on it, and Kwan explains that kids these days are frightening, and he was surprised as well. Hyunho's mother wants to know why that man is showing her all of this, and once again she asks who he is. Kwan is surprised that she didn't recognize him, but in the end he even understands why, since he is completely bandaged. He then reveals that he is Yusef's father, showing his completely disfigured face. Hyunho's mother is extremely shocked by what she sees, and he knows it looks very ugly. He reveals that all of this is Park Seon's fault. He doesn't know if she was aware of it and lies to her, acting as if both he and his son were victims. Tana's mother is left speechless. Kanan lies to her, saying that Seon left both him and his son like that. He begins to tremble and explains that Seon framed Yusef for what happened to Hyunho. The rumors spread throughout the entire school, and it's a story well known among the students. Tano's mother is in shock, remembering all those photos. Kwan believes that both he and she were negligent with their children. He thinks he has finally understood and quickly gets out of his wheelchair. While the old woman asks if he is alright, Kwan reveals that he is going to take revenge, and she doesn't understand. Kwan wants revenge because he failed to protect his son, and that is basically his burden. As a father, he should take responsibility for his child, and he believes Hyunho's mother should do the same, while she thinks they should inform the school and take legal action instead of seeking revenge. Kun Fawn thinks she is very naive and sees no possibility of doing something like like that. He reveals that the school did nothing, not even when Hyu-ha fell out of the window, and he shows her which one it was. He believes he shouldn't let the oppressors of that school do whatever they want, and if they do nothing about Sion, confers that Sion will never stop. That is the explanation he gives the old woman so she can understand that they need to stop Sion. He then hands a knife to Hyunho's mother and tells her that it is time for them to have their revenge. The scene then shifts to the headmaster of the Mansion of Death, holding a stack of documents. The paperwork shows data from the Byungwoo Construction Company. He doesn't understand how an organization with no base in Korea dared to kidnap Sion without knowing anything, and it makes him furious. The scene shifts to the school, and the headmaster is on a call with Rachel, giving her an order. The headmaster wanted her to make them pay the price for daring to touch a property of the Mansion of Death. He also warned Sion that this would be his first mission, and that he should demonstrate his skills by eradicating everyone he deemed heretical and delivering them to the Hammer of Judgment. Sion called out to Rachel, believing he had left his communicator on the table earlier, and Rachel and the others stared at him oddly, while he didn't understand why they were looking at him that way. In the end, he asked if any of the three of them had a communicator they could lend him. Mary made it very clear that communicators aren't like earbuds. She thought he was acting like a spoiled child, and found it sad how needy he was, especially considering he was regarded as a legend. He apologized for slipping up, and Eugene, who was a complete failure, opened his mouth to say that Sion was an amateur. Sion was at his school, and wasn't sure if Kwon was there, but Mary assured him, saying she had traced the surveillance camera results. Now that Sion was sure that mother and son were there, he felt more confident. Rachel, watching him, reminded Sion that their objective was to annihilate the enemy, and she felt he was trying to do something stupid. She caught him off guard. He made it clear that he knew the objective very well, and that one way or another, all he had to do was go and destroy everything in his path. The scene shifts to a man watching the cameras. When he heard that for the first time, he thought it was impossible. He truly hadn't imagined that their target was the Mansion of Death, and he recognized Rachel. He thought it would be difficult to pull off without extra pay. He was accompanied by another man, and hadn't imagined that children could be assassins. But the big guy corrected him, explaining that the children weren't assassins, they were mercenaries, just like them. The blue-haired man still thought they were just kids, but Kwon warned that he would pay the extra, and more than that, Kwon was willing to give anything to have the job done. However, he had heard there were 3 of them. The man explained that his brother would arrive a little late, and even if he didn't show up, just the 2 of them would be more than enough. Kwon explained to the 2 of them that those weren't normal children, and wanted to know if they were sure they could handle it. The big guy immediately asked if Kwon thought they weren't enough for him, and the blue-haired man asked the other guy, Dimitri, to stop scaring Kwon. Dimitri quickly told Yusuf's father not to worry, saying he didn't touch his clients and that he was very professional, unlike what he thought those children were. The scene then shifts to Sion climbing the stairs with the others. He found it suspicious because everything was far too quiet. He thought they should have seen at least one living soul by now, and Mary assured him that they had entered the building. What she found strange was that none of the cameras inside the school were working. Eugene suggested that they split up and search, since the school was large and he didn't think the enemies were that strong. Rachel thought he had a point, and that it would be much easier to take them out that way. Mary said she would check the security room and might be able to get the cameras working again. Rachel told her to communicate if she ran into any problems. Obviously, Sion didn't have a communicator, and because of that he was judged by the 3 of them. Rachel thought it would be best for Sion to stay with her, while the other 2 should report anything they found. Eugene said he would check the new building, and so the 2 of them left. Rachel then realized she was alone on a mission with Sion, and he immediately got nervous, asking if that was her plan all along. Rachel saw that he still hadn't given up on the old woman and her son. Sion felt a bit awkward, while Rachel wanted to understand why he was going so far and the obsession he had with those 2. Seemed didn't understand why she called it an obsession. Rachel, however, thought he should give up, because if he kept clinging to them they would only be put in even greater danger. Seemed wanted to understand what she meant, and Rachel explained that they were just normal people, but in only a few days they had become targets of the Mansion of Death, and were even kidnapped by third-rate criminals. She believed that if he thought about it for a moment he would quickly find the answer to why all of this happened. She thought they would have continued their normal lives if Sion hadn't appeared, but because of his involvement their lives changed completely, and since the Mansion of Death also got involved by following him there, their lives began to crumble. She blamed Sion for everything that was happening. Sion was shocked as he realized that it really was all his fault. Rachel then tried to convince him to abandon all of this, making him start to think that the only place he truly belonged was the Mansion of Death. Suddenly he sensed something, and quickly told her to be careful, and they split apart. A gunshot passes between them, and Dimitri, pistol in hand, asks how Sion noticed it, making it clear that his reflexes were sharp. Rachel wanted to know what Dimitri was doing there, and Sion was surprised by the fact that she knew him. Rachel explained to Sion that the man was the second in command of a Russian mercenary unit called Bare Feet. Dimitri remarked that it had been a while since they last saw each other. He thought it had been about 2 years. He was carrying Mary, and Dimitri was surprised to know her name. He set her down on the floor and explained that she had been buzzing around like a mosquito, so he crushed her. Dimitri didn't want Rachel staring at him like that, and clarified that his target this time was the Mansion of Death. No matter how much he liked her, a mission was a mission. Rachel quickly aimed her submachine gun at him, and asked if it was the Byungwoo Construction Company that had hired him. Dimitri was surprised, but either way both he and Rachel were professionals, so they shouldn't show emotions. It felt like the old days. He even thought he could let go of what she had done if she went out with him, but Rachel told him to get lost, and immediately opened fire in his direction direction. Dimitri manages to dodge and moves toward her. He seems to be having a lot of fun with the situation and starts firing back at her as well. She is forced to dodge, reloads her weapon, and doesn't even want to imagine that Kwon would hire someone from the bare feet. She realizes things have become complicated and wants Sion to pay close attention because he needs to see the world he dragged the old woman into. But then she realizes he isn't there. Meanwhile, Dimitri also reloads his weapon and remarks that she is a very cold woman and that he would feel sad about killing her. So this mission is very sad for him, but he is also willing to put just a few holes in her so she'll pass out and stay alive. Sion, on the other side, warns Dimitri that he won't be able to defeat Rachel with the skills he has. Dimitri wants to know why the boy thinks that. Suddenly, he charges at Sion and starts shooting, but Sion manages to force Dimitri to aim his gun upward. Sion explains that he thinks this because Dimitri simply doesn't have enough skill for it. He then drives his hand into Dimitri's face and knocks him to the ground. However, Dimitri barely feels it and realizes that Sion is completely different from that girl earlier, and that he's not bad at all. The Russian mercenaries of the bare feet are known for their cruel initiation ritual, going barefoot into the Siberian deserts and returning after having hunted something. Only then are they recognized through that tradition, and that's why the organization is called Bare Feet. In the end, Dimitri thinks Sion's punch shouldn't even be called a punch. Sion is quite surprised that Dimitri isn't even dazed. It's as if he hadn't been hit at all. Then Sion takes a massive punch that sends him flying. Dimitri wants to show him what a real punch is like, and also says that if a bear hit him with its tail, it would hurt much more than the punch he just received. Then Dimitri looks at his gun and doesn't understand what the hell happened. He never would have imagined that Sion could pull the slide off the gun in such a short amount of time. In the end, he realizes that Sion is from the Mansion of Death and finds that very interesting, inviting Sion to continue the fight. Sion thinks the physical difference between them is enormous. Aiming the gun, Dimitri believes it will be very easy, since Sion is still just a kid after all, until he looks to the side and comes face to face with Rachel, who quickly shoots his gun and completely destroys it. She's had enough of him, and they've only just run into each other again. Dimitri tells her that that scared him. Rachel warns that if he shows that head of his again, she'll make sure to put a hole in it. Dimitri simply replies that the way she talks makes his heart race, but he makes it clear that he isn't her only opponent there. She is suddenly surprised by a shot and dodges. It's Kwon's goons who are there, and she's extremely annoyed that there are so many of them again. Mary wakes up and calls out to Rachel, who asks if Mary is okay, but Mary isn't doing very well, and Rachel urges her to say what's going on. Mary explains that Dimitri isn't alone, and that there's another person. Even though it was very quick, she was able to see it on the cameras. The scene suddenly shifts to the blue-haired guy greeting Eugene, saying hello, and believing the two of them are going to have a lot of fun. Then the scene shifts back to Dimitri, who says that his partner is so popular within the organization that they're even competing over his services. Rachel doesn't like hearing that at all, and Sion asks her to go after Eugene, because it would be very dangerous for the boy to deal with more of them alone, so it would be better to help Eugene, and Sion would take care of Dimitri, especially since he really wants to return the punches he took. Rachel is worried because Dimitri isn't someone Sion can defeat. Once again, shots are fired straight at her, but they have a lot of trouble aiming from that distance and end up missing. Rachel fires back and takes down several of them. Sion tells Rachel to grab Mary and get out of there, promising that he'll catch up with them soon. Sion reminds Dimitri that he has forgotten that he is the legend of the Mansion of Death. Rachel simply trusts him and decides to leave, asking Sion to come to her as soon as he finishes everything there. Dimitri sees her leaving and asks where she's going, unable to believe that she's leaving him alone with Sion. At that exact moment, Dimitri takes a heavy punch from Sion. Dimitri quickly returns the punch, which Sion manages to dodge. Dimitri makes it clear that Sion interrupted the conversation he was having with Rachel, and he didn't like that at all, because Dimitri's punches are so heavy, Sion's only option is to dodge as much as possible. He ends up being hit in the arm, and immediately afterward, he's struck again with full force and goes flying once more, without even having time to react. In the end, he doesn't understand it. He was sure he had blocked it and can't comprehend why he's bleeding. His arm is shaking badly, and he then sees that Dimitri is holding the gun he had dismantled a few minutes earlier, now covered in blood. Sion thought that a guy that big shouldn't resort to low blows, but Dimitri clarified that it wasn't a low blow, it was strategy. Sion practically killed Dimitri with his words by explaining that it was precisely because of that strategy of using low blows that Rachel didn't mess around with him, and Dimitri merely thought the boy was trying to provoke him and hoped he wouldn't regret it afterward. Still, Sion wanted to know which part had irritated Dimitri the most, and as he spoke, he grabbed a few pens. Was it the part about the low blows, or the part about Rachel? At that, Dimitri started running toward him, warning that he would break him in half. Sion just wanted to see how he was supposed to do that. Dimitri was not joking. He landed a punch and sent Sion flying once again, but now there were 2 pens embedded in his arm, which obviously left him very irritated. Sion found it strange that Dimitri had become even faster, so he threw his coat away while Dimitri thought the boy wasn't taking what he was saying seriously. Then, clearly irritated after the boy threw his coat, Dimitri wanted to know how long he intended to keep wasting time. However, Sion had disappeared. Dimitri noticed that a door was open and assumed Sion wanted to play hide and seek. The scene shifted to a place that hadn't been destroyed yet. Sion was lying on the ground, and he acknowledged that Rachel had been right. Dimitri wasn't someone who could be defeated easily. He then wanted to understand how someone of Dimitri's level had ended up there, and in the end he remembered Rachel saying that everything was because of him. Everything was happening because of him. That was how their normal lives had begun to crumble. He started started to fix that idea in his head, that he truly was the source of all of this. Obviously, that left him dejected. Suddenly Dmitri arrived by kicking the door down. Dmitri thought they were going to have a bit more fun, but Sion warned him that Rachel had truly been right. If he hadn't been there would be no reason for a mercenary like Dmitri to be in that country, nor any reason for Hyunho's family to be in danger. In the end, he was the reason for everything bad that was happening at that moment. As he tried to apply a makeshift treatment to the wound on his arm, he made up his mind to end this with his own hands, because he refused to stay there sitting and crying just because he was in pain. Dmitri soon sensed that Sion was different from before, and perhaps he should stop playing around with the boy and finish this as quickly as possible. He tried to attack Sion with a knife, but the boy quickly dodged the strike, and countered with a blow that crippled Dmitri's arm, something Dmitri found impossible, since he hadn't even seen what Sion had done. Without wasting any time, Sion stepped on his leg and immediately drove a knee into his face. Sion looked at Dmitri's face and wanted to know if he was surprised by that. Dmitri soon got back up, thinking Sion was nothing more than an annoying brat. He even tried to remember the boy's name and admitted that he wasn't that bad. The scene suddenly shifted to 2 years earlier, in Vladivostok, where Dmitri had first met Rachel. He had been bored and had finally been assigned a mission, but he had been called in only to be the driver, which he didn't like. There was also the issue of being a driver for a bunch of brats. Rachel arrived and overheard him saying that, and she clarified that they weren't just brats, explaining that they were the good children of the Mansion of Death, and that they were perfect products. She immediately recognized Dmitri of the Barefoot, despite never having seen him before, though he was younger than she had imagined. Dmitri thought she was joking by calling him young. At that point, Rachel told everyone to get in, because everything there was about to explode. And before Dmitri could find out what exactly was going to explode, the explosion happened. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on, and Rachel didn't understand why he was taking so long to start driving. Dmitri thought she had put on quite a show, but she revealed that she hadn't done it. She was just the instructor. All the results were the children's hard work. Everyone got into the car and she commented that it had been quite a school trip. The boys agreed with her. She warned a boy named David that he had missed a few shots earlier and asked if he had had trouble with his weapon, reminding him to keep its maintenance in mind. A girl named Amy was muttering and needed to be more firm. Tom had footsteps that could be heard even when he was hidden and needed to step more lightly. Eddie needed to throw away the candy he had taken from the meeting room. He shouldn't leave a single trace behind. Dmitri was shocked to see that brats had done something like that, and Rachel once again tried to warn him that they weren't ordinary brats. He had a cigarette, and Rachel moved her hand closer, making him nervous as she got so close. She took the cigarette and explained that he shouldn't smoke there because it was bad for the children and for the younger brother of the barefoot leader. She thought Dmitri wasn't very smart, which made him furious. Then she quickly let her hair down, and that stirred poor Dmitri's heart. He thought she was prime meat. She noticed him staring at her a little and asked if there was something wrong with her. He quickly tried to compose himself and said it was nothing, but he commented on the scar on her forehead and asked what had happened for her to get something like that. He didn't expect it to be the children's fault as well. She denied it, explaining that she had gotten that scar while training Sion, the legend of the Mansion of Death. She explained to Dmitri that he was their masterpiece. He was the being whom the Mansion of Death had given the title of Genius of the Battlefield, but she also revealed that they had ended up losing him, and she wondered if he was still alive. She believed that if Dmitri ever met Sion, he would understand. Dmitri thought she was talking a lot of nonsense. The scene returned to the present, and he saw that Sion had a Russian word meaning one on his back. Dmitri realized that Rachel had finally found Sion, so he admitted to Sion that he was not just a child. Quickly, he snapped his arm back into place and tore his shirt open, warning that at that moment they would have a man-to-man fight. He brought his blade close to Sion's face, and Sion managed to dodge, but the crazy Russian simply grabbed him by the hair. He then locked both hands tightly around Sion's neck and began driving his knees into him. Sion quickly tried to break free and slammed his head into Dmitri's chin. That finally allowed him to escape, but he was shocked by the damage his body had taken by then. Dmitri had fractured that part of him, and even so, Dmitri was willing to continue what he called playing. He tried to use his knife on Sion, who dodged again. Sion just wanted to understand what was wrong with that crazy Russian, who seemed to have no weaknesses at all, until he was cornered, and Dmitri slammed the knife into a cabinet. Sion even tried to grab the knife, but Dmitri's strength was so brutal that he completely destroyed the cabinet. He wanted to know how long the boy intended to keep dodging, saying that Sion should be aggressive like he had been earlier. At that point, Sion asked whether the crazy Russian had ever at least received a prize when he was younger, because he hadn't. He managed to defend himself with a trophy, stopping the knife from being driven into him, and then kicked the crazy Russian away. Dmitri had no idea what Sion was talking about, and suddenly he was struck hard in the neck. Sion explained that this was the prize he was giving the crazy Russian, who began coughing from whatever was lodged in his throat. Sion told Dmitri to consider it a little souvenir from Korea, then struck his shoulder with a book. Finally, the crazy Russian began to bleed for real, and Sion felt relieved by that. In the end, Dmitri lay on the ground, and Sion thought it was time to go find Rachel. He spotted something on the floor, but as he went to take a look, Dmitri picked up a golf club and prepared to attack Sion from behind. While Sion was looking at a photograph, he managed to block the swing without even turning around. Dmitri was completely furious. Sion climbed on top of him, thinking the crazy Russian was far too persistent, unable to understand how he could still move in that condition. Now he finally understood where all of Rachel's hatred came from. It came from Dimitri's persistence. He put Dimitri in a rear naked choke, and Dimitri quickly gave in and collapsed to the ground. Sion noticed the photo there and wanted to understand what it was. The scene then shifted to Eugene walking alone, where he came across a swimming pool. He thought his enemy wouldn't be in the water, but the blue-haired boy wanted to know what was in the pool and what Eugene was looking for. Obviously, the kid ended up getting the scare of his life. Eugene found it strange that he hadn't sensed the presence of the blue-haired man at all, but he was certain that guy was no ordinary person. The crazy Russian's partner apologized for scaring the boy, and Eugene immediately tried to contact Rachel, but she simply didn't answer. The man standing right in front of him explained that he had set up a signal disruptor, so communication that way was impossible. He thought it would be better if Eugene played with him instead. Eugene quickly realized that the man was a professional and that he should avoid a direct fight, so he simply burst into tears and apologized to him. The man didn't understand why the boy was crying. Eugene cried desperately, saying that he wanted to go home, but at the same time he thought it was good, because the man seemed to be lowering his guard. However, the man was completely insane and swung at him as if he were a baseball, sending Eugene flying. Eugene was shocked that the man could hit a crying child without hesitation. The blue-haired man made it very clear to Eugene that he still hadn't done anything to make him cry, and that he had really enjoyed that strike. That man's name was Yuri Smirnov, and he was a rookie among the barefoot. The Russians called him a bully, and Yuri wanted Eugene to cry like that every single time he hit him. Eugene had in mind that he was a good kid from the Death Mansion. He had received special training from a very young age, and because of that he could complete any mission given to him, regardless of the situation. He often used the tactic of screaming and crying, because the scene shows him crying near two guards, who were armed and didn't understand why a child was there. Eugene pretended not to understand, and the guard wanted to know how he had gotten there. He also wanted to know what the men at the main gate were doing, so he tried to communicate with the main gate. However, the men responsible for the gate were already dead, and obviously, Eugene had done it. So the guard had no choice but to ask the boy how he had gotten there. Eugene explained that he had been with his father and was going to the bathroom. The guards assumed his father was inside, and as adults, thinking children were weak, they lowered their guard. One of them took out his phone to find out the name of Eugene's father and somehow try to contact him. Children are weak and need adult protection, and a child's cry triggers an adult's protective instincts. That was when Eugene took advantage, grabbed a knife, and knocked one of them down. While the other guard was fiddling with his phone and found it very strange that no one had arrived with a child, he suddenly saw his partner on the ground and wanted to understand what had happened. Then he noticed blood on his comrade and became terrified, trying to figure out what had happened. He looked around to see if it was the child who had done it, and wanted to know where Eugene had gone, not realizing Eugene was right behind him, and immediately attacked him with full force. Eugene was completely different. He wasn't a normal child like the others from the Death Mansion, and didn't need adult protection. He had received special training and followed his orders strictly, but now he wanted to understand what was wrong with Yuri, as he hadn't even hesitated to attack a crying child. Yuri pulled a baseball bat from his protector, and Eugene noticed that the man even seemed to enjoy it. Yuri noticed Eugene had stopped crying, and didn't like it one bit. Yuri wanted to see if the kid would cry again if he hit him a little more. Eugene focused on his movements and Yuri quickly got very close. Eugene managed to dodge the blow and the baseball bat smashed into the ground. Eugene was amazed by the incredible force, which was completely different from the previous blow he had attempted. Yuri explained that the bat wasn't ordinary. It had been specially made by him. He wanted to see if the boy found it interesting while Eugene was just trying to dodge his strikes. The problem was that he eventually got hit on the arm. Yuri wanted to see how long the boy could keep dodging. Eugene fell to the ground, and Yuri took advantage of the moment to stab the boy's foot with the tip of the bat. The boy felt intense pain and started screaming. He then grabbed his butterfly knife and tried to strike Yuri, who defended himself with the bat. The boy jumped and landed directly on the stairs. Yuri gave him 10 seconds, warning that he needed to run as far as possible. Yuri seemed to enjoy it and said he would start counting. Eugene began to flee, realizing Yuri wasn't an ordinary opponent, and he had 10 seconds to reach the farthest place he could. But the more he stepped, the more his foot bled, and suddenly Yuri appeared again, trying to strike him with the bat. But Eugene was very good at dodging and couldn't understand because 10 seconds hadn't passed yet. Yuri, seeing the boy's expression, was surprised that Eugene believed what he had said. Again, he tried to strike Eugene, who raised his knife to block it, but Yuri hit with such force that Eugene couldn't block with the knife. The boy flew through the air and landed in the pool. Yuri found it hilarious to harass children, and Eugene felt intense pain in his arms. He began to believe he was a useless child, and remembered Sion acting like a crying baby, as if he were Eugene, saying that he was a useless child who would never be part of a family, and needed to be discarded. Eugene got angry and hit Sion because of that, while Rachel wanted Sion to stop bothering the boy and get ready quickly. Sion then told Eugene he would stop, and the boy asked if he was planning to save Hayano's mother, remembering that she had given up her rights over Sion, and they were no longer a family. Sion pretended not to understand what the boy meant, and Eugene remembered that the woman had spoken. He found Sion strange because he was trying to save her even though they weren't a real family. He also thought it was strange that she treated him like family, when she didn't even know his past. In the end, Eugene felt that family didn't seem like that. Sion didn't know what to say, but preferred to ask the boy what he thought. He asked Eugene if Hyunho's mother was family to him. Eugene began recalling the moments the three of them had spent together, unsure sure of the answer. He grabbed his knife and looked at her, explaining to Sion that her definition of family was completely different from what he knew. He didn't understand it, and Sion explained that Eugene should ask her next time he saw her. She had asked him to take Eugene next time. Eugene hadn't expected that, and Sion explained that was why he would take him next time, so Eugene could ask her. At that moment inside the pool, he questioned what a family really was. Yuri observed and began imagining that the boy didn't know how to swim. Suddenly, Eugene emerged from the water, screaming for help, and Yuri realized Eugene could swim. But Eugene said he didn't know how to swim, which was strange, because a killing machine should know how to swim. Yuri was shocked that the boy didn't know, and found it very entertaining to mess with him. He handed Eugene the baseball bat, so he could hold on and get out of the pool. Eugene knew he was a child who triggered protective instincts in adults, but this man was terrible, and didn't care about children. Yuri warned that Eugene would survive a little longer once he was on solid ground. The boy grabbed the baseball bat, but Yuri quickly pulled it away, teasing him. In the end, he wanted to see Eugene drown. Soon Eugene began to submerge, and Yuri thought his boy could hold on a bit longer. He could even save him because he had had so much fun. But Eugene didn't want to give up. He quickly grabbed Yuri's foot. He used all his strength to throw Yuri into the water and was determined to go all the way to complete his mission. He managed to knock Yuri into the water, and Yuri was furious, thinking the boy had lied to him. Eugene grew confident as he began to act, and soon he executed a chokehold on Yuri. After all, he had been specially trained to be a capable child. Yuri didn't like at all that the boy had lied about not knowing how to swim, which was indeed strange. Eugene thought Yuri had been very naive to believe what he said, and considered him nothing more than an amateur. Yuri, of course, was outraged, and wanted the boy to release him immediately. Eugene noticed that Yuri was more persistent than he had imagined, and realized he just needed to hold on a little longer. Then Yuri grabbed the tip of the bat, and started striking Eugene's arm, causing so much pain that Eugene had to let go. Now Yuri was determined to finish the boy once and for all, swinging his baseball bat again. But Eugene was very fast and managed to get away. He even thought that entering the water had been a good idea since it would have been far more dangerous on solid ground. Yuri was a very strange man, seemingly lacking maternal love, and warned that he would kill Eugene anyway. Eugene was a boy without God in his heart, so he didn't feel scared. What really caught his attention was how Yuri was balancing as if the laws of physics didn't apply to him. Soon Yuri jumped and tried to attack the boy again. Eugene immediately went underwater, and Yuri warned that he couldn't keep this up forever. Eventually, Eugene would have to surface and risk getting hurt. For now, Yuri was more curious to see how long Eugene could stay underwater. Eugene realized Yuri was even more psychopathic than he was, so he tried to escape somehow while Yuri ran along the rope toward him. The problem was that Eugene was running out of air, and wondered if he could put his head above water to breathe a little, but he imagined that Yuri would kill him if he did, so he stayed underwater. Yuri noticed that the boy had been underwater for over 2 minutes. Seeing that Eugene was swimming in the opposite direction, Yuri began to chase him from above the water. Eugene, holding a knife, saw an opening and cut the rope Yuri was standing on, catching him completely by surprise. Yuri fell back into the pool. Finally, Eugene had a chance to breathe. Yuri was furious at the boy's tricks and swung his bat underwater, a completely senseless move, as swinging a large weapon underwater is highly ineffective. Yuri realized he had been foolish, and Eugene slowly approached him. Water is denser than air, providing greater resistance, making large objects a disadvantage, while smaller objects like Eugene's knife gave him an advantage, especially since Eugene himself was smaller. He tried to stab Yuri, but Yuri dodged, and Eugene used the rope he had cut to tie it around Yuri's neck. Yuri was caught off guard by the small boy again. Eugene put all the strength of a killer doll into it, then emerged from the pool gasping for air. In the end, Yuri suffered for underestimating someone just because of their size. The scene then shifts to Rachel, who was shooting at several henchmen from the construction company. The problem was that she felt pain in her leg and still had to assist Mary. She continued firing and took down many of them. Mary asked if Rachel was okay, and Rachel tried not to worry her. Mary thought things had gone too far and suggested retreating, but Rachel made it clear that they were there to eliminate all traitors. She reminded Mary that Sion was dealing with Dimitri and those henchmen, who were no real threat to her. Then she realized that it was the last magazine for her gun. Mary thought the mission was becoming extremely difficult, especially with Yuri and Dimitri from Descalso surpassing their calculations. She tried to call for reinforcements on her phone. Rachel thought Mary was being cowardly for doing that, but Mary reminded Rachel that both of them were injured. Rachel reminded her that earlier Mary herself had said she couldn't see clearly, and asked how she even knew Yuri was there. Mary explained that she had made a small error. Rachel immediately pointed her gun at her, demanding an explanation. How could Mary, under the control of the Death Mansion, betray them? She ordered Mary to answer. Mary explained that they had found a way to break the 3 principles of the Death Mansion. Rachel was concerned, and asked what she meant. Mary revealed that Noel had returned, leaving Rachel extremely shocked. Mary approached Rachel and clarified that this was as far as she would go, especially since it was her last magazine. She grabbed it, and Rachel tried to make a move, but Mary struck her leg with the magazine she had taken from her. Even so, Rachel managed to knock Mary down, and wanted to know how Mary knew that name. Suddenly, a man pointed a gun at Rachel's head and ordered her to stop. She was warned that this was the furthest she could go, but it wasn't just one man. Another was also aiming at her. Rachel was outraged, and one of the men forced her head to hit the ground. Then another man stepped forward, asking what had happened. Mary quickly apologized for making them wait, and in the end, everything was over. She told the men to handle the rest quickly. She wasn't sure if they should capture Sion at that moment. The scene suddenly shifts to Hugh Ha-ho's mother, who was holding a knife with trembling hands. She told Hugh Ha-ho's father that someone like him shouldn't be a parent, and quickly threw his knife to the ground. Kwon saw that he was trying to help her, but she hadn't accepted the gesture. He asked if she really accepted being called family when she was just going to let her son get beaten and cry. However, Hyunho's mother simply slapped him, and he wiped his nose. He had thought it would be easy but ended up feeling disgusted by her. He then called several henchmen into the room and reminded Hyunho's mother that efficiency was important in their line of work. She was shocked, and the scene shifted to Sion, who put on his coat, put the photo away, and decided to set it aside for a moment. He tried to fix his spine, since his whole body was aching. He tried to fix what was left of himself, while thinking about the time he had fought the Russian mercenary in the director's office, knowing no one would believe it. He also considered the Byung-woo construction company unpredictable, and wondered how Kwon knew about those Russian mercenaries after all. Having connections with those guys wasn't simple. While reflecting, he noticed a camera recording him. Quickly he jumped, realizing he hadn't thought of that before. He ran into several men, and one of them shouted that he had found Sion. Sion responded with a knee to the face. The problem was that they called him the blonde-haired boy, which infuriated Sion. He wanted them to remember his name, but it was a waste of time anyway, so he started taking down all of them with sheer brutality. The henchmen were shocked by his strength, and one of them started shooting. Sion used one of the henchmen's accomplices as a human shield. This allowed Sion to reach the shooter, and when he fired, Sion lifted the gun with an elbow strike. His hands were faster than lightning and had the strength of a bear. His punch resembled a medieval weapon called a mace. The scene then shifts to Rachel, who had just woken up. Mary was standing in front of her, and Rachel began scolding the girl, unable to believe Mary had dared to betray them. Rachel then realized she was trapped. Mary explained that she wasn't betraying the Death Mansion, but was showing Rachel who the true masterpiece of the Death Mansion was. Rachel didn't understand at all. Mary explained that the director always said that the greatest masterpiece and legend of the Death Mansion was Sion. She remembered the director always telling stories about what Sion had done when he was young, and that Mary should work hard to become someone like him. Mary, upset at how obsessed everyone was with Sion, wondered just how amazing he must be for people to act that way. But now she thought Sion was just a stupid high school kid. For her, what they called Helena was nothing more than an illusion of the past. The director had just been covering up the mistake of losing Sion, glorifying him, and turning him into a legend. Mary touched Rachel's forehead, where the scar was from training Sion. Rachel tried something with her finger, and Mary realized that instead of dismissing her own mistakes, it was also good to recognize the mistakes of others. She would show that to the director herself. That legend was only in the past, and she would prove that the true masterpiece of the Death Mansion was herself. She revealed a tattoo in Russian on her skin that meant two. Rachel looked at the camera and saw Sion standing, and she started laughing. Mary didn't understand what she was laughing at. Rachel thought Sion was acting recklessly. She realized that Mary only had eyes for Sion, and after all the mistakes and acknowledgments, Rachel clarified that Mary was just spouting words that made no sense. Mary thought Rachel couldn't admit it, but Rachel made it clear that Mary wasn't a match for Sion. Rachel thought Mary, as a returned item, was audacious for making such ridiculous claims. This upset Mary, who quickly grabbed a gun from her bag and fired close to Rachel, making it clear it was just a warning. She could very well hurt Rachel, and if she was called a returned item again, she would make a hole right over Rachel's scar. Rachel, however, continued mocking her, asking if that hurt her feelings. Then Kwon arrived, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. He explained that he was almost done, and Mary seemed ready as well. Kwon asked if he had interrupted Mary at a bad moment, and apologized again, considering the humiliation he had suffered from Rachel. He thought a few holes wouldn't be enough, and that Mary could take all the time she wanted with this. Mary asked what had happened to his face, and he explained there had been some setbacks that were resolved. The scene showed Hyunho's mother with her head on the table, while her son was on the terrace with his father's henchmen. Mary expressed that Kyun had worked hard and thanked him, but he said it was nothing, and was grateful to work with someone who understood him. When he was about to ask Mary for the next plan, the man with glasses simply put a cloth over his face. Kwon tried to understand what his henchman was doing, and suddenly fainted. The man with glasses didn't want Yusuf's father to be upset, as he had only accepted a job offer. In the end, he did everything for money, showing he was like the crab. And while Kwon slept, Mary remarked that he had been useful until the end when he brought Sion to that school. Now she would give him the role of protagonist in that incident. A father consumed by rage tried to avenge his son, which Mary thought was a great story, but at that moment she wanted to know where Sion was. She looked at the cameras, confused why the screens were acting strangely. Rachel explained that among the children of the Death Mansion, there was one with exceptional talents. She was so talented that she was given a nickname along with the title of Masterpiece. In Mary's case, her nickname was 2, and she was the masterpiece of strategy. Mary didn't understand where Rachel was going. Rachel explained that Sion had been the greatest masterpiece of all talents long before Mary. Mary remembered the director talking about Sion and became angry, thinking the true greatest masterpiece was herself. Suddenly, the power went out. The man with glasses checked his phone, and the ceiling broke. Sion, despite Mary's attempt to warn him, struck the man's head with full force. Rachel went all the way to prove that he was the masterpiece of the Death Mansion. The scene shifts to Sion, now quite small, and the director made it clear that he was incredible, explaining that although all the children of the Death Mansion were amazing, only a child like Sion with those top-tier abilities and talents could truly be considered the best of the Death Mansion. He said that Sion was a masterpiece, and even started to say that Sion was the second masterpiece, but he corrected himself and said the boy was the first. Then he congratulated Sion for this, and a tattoo artist was waiting. The director took the boy to the tattoo artist, wanting him to understand that he was the greatest masterpiece of the Death Mansion. Mary watched this and felt a strong sense of envy. Now he was standing right in front of Mary, and Rachel shouted at Sion, warning him to be careful with Mary, but he didn't need to hear anything more. He already had an idea while heading there. He just needed to know the details of what had happened. But first, he preferred to hit Mary and ask questions afterward. Mary was surprised that he wouldn't hesitate to hit a girl. She quickly grabbed a knife and warned Sion that Hyuho's mother wouldn't like that. Sion thought she had no right to say that since she was the main reason all of this had happened. As he expected, Mary attacked him even though he was part of the Death Mansion, and he believed that she could break free from the principles of the Death Mansion. He thought he should have a proper conversation with her later. They began the battle, and he managed to defend against her attack, making it very clear to Mary that she had started it. Mary had already anticipated this from him. She thought it would be a bit difficult to win against him using just strength, so she quickly made a move and ended up flipping him. Sidon didn't understand what technique she had just used, and tried to regain his balance with his hand on the ground. Rachel noticed that this was not something they taught at the Death Mansion. Suddenly Mary started running, and Rachel told him to follow Mary and capture her at all costs, explaining that there must be someone behind her, and they needed to find out who it was. Sion was surprised, and paused to think. While Rachel thought he was an idiot and should move as fast as possible, he immediately ran after Mary. He was indeed thoughtful, and wanted to understand what was really going on, but he was certain that whoever was behind her, or even she herself, knew how to bypass the three principles. He asked her to stop for a moment, because he wanted to clear his doubt with her. She opened a door and went inside. He was annoyed because she was truly trying to escape by any means. However, Mary clarified that she wasn't trying to run away, it was just the beginning. She threw several chemical bombs she had made, causing a strong explosion. Sion smelled it, and from the explosion guessed it was metallic sodium, red phosphorus, and ammonia. He couldn't believe she had taken all that so quickly from the science lab. It would be very dangerous if he inhaled it, and he tried to defend himself. She tried to attack him with a knife again, but he managed to dodge. She ended up stabbing the knife into the wall, and he coughed from the chemical smoke. While the girl tried to hit him in any way, she hit his arm. He started bleeding, and she managed to make another cut. She even asked if this was where Dimitri had hurt him. Sion was in shock, and wondered to himself if she had seen everything. He realized he needed something he could use as a weapon. He dodged another attack from her, but Mary explained that she had already analyzed everything about him. She kicked the table he was about to grab something from, explaining that when he was at a disadvantage, he tended to look for something useful, but she declared that he wasn't the only one who could make use of the objects around him. Again, she made another cut on his arm. Things had gotten serious now, as his wound had reopened. The bleeding seemed severe, and she tried to cause another explosion. He threw his coat, which caught fire, in her direction. Mary managed to dodge the coat easily, and by the time she realized it, Sion was already gone. She saw the door he had exited through. Sion's arm was badly injured, and he had lost more blood than he had expected. Mary had struck the same spot multiple times, and it had been genuinely dangerous for him. He began to lament that if it weren't for the crazy Russian earlier, he wouldn't be so hurt. He glanced at the library, wanting to know who had been assigned to clean the place. In the end, he was sure that anyone who saw it would be shocked. He remembered Rachel and put it in his mind again that all of this was his fault. Meanwhile, Mary walked on, wanting to find Sion. Then she saw a trail of blood down the stairs, and thought it would be difficult not to find him that way. But she hoped at least to find him alive. She knew he was listening and told Sion that the title of greatest had been given to him. However, she found it a bit strange because titles were usually given based on a child's unique talent, but the director had simply named him the greatest masterpiece. She believed the director had made a mistake, calling him the first masterpiece so casually, with many more exceptional children expected in the future. She thought it was absurd to call Sion the greatest masterpiece. The girl was genuinely envious and wanted in every way to be called the greatest masterpiece. In the end, she thought the director had acted without thinking, as Sion didn't seem to meet her basic standards yet was called that. She entered the room, but only found a lot of blood on the floor and a stapler. Sion was right behind her, thinking she talked too much, and wanting to know why she talked so much. He made a move, but she managed to defend herself. He had used a book for that, and she stabbed the book with her knife. She saw his left arm and swore it was bleeding. Sinon was smart and sutured the cut with the stapler. He explained that before she thought about being the greatest masterpiece, she should learn the basics. Then he punched her in the face, sending her flying, but he simply didn't accept the laws of physics and pulled her by her clothes, explaining, for example, that she shouldn't be silent in the library, and showing her the sign that requested no noise, which was one of the basic principles, so he wanted her to answer his questions very calmly. He wanted to know if she knew a way to get around the 3 principles. Mary hadn't imagined he was at that level, and regarding the 3 principles, she thought they were just rules that some idiots were brainwashed by. Dawn was surprised to learn that there was a way, and Mary found it amusing. She wanted to know if he was curious about it. The scene then shifts to a house where a couple, Mary's adoptive parents, live. Mary told them that she had finished, and explained that there was an error in her thesis that she had to correct, but she needed deeper knowledge in the field and had to look for it. Her mother pinched her cheek and thanked her for it. Mary smiled and seemed happy. The scene then shifts to the parents sitting down while Mary went downstairs. She had brought a bit of coffee for her mother, and told her that she was writing a thesis that contained an error. She also showed how it should have been done. Her mother thanked her for that, but thought it would be better to take a short break and get some sleep. She didn't want the 2 of them to stay awake for too long. She even complained that if her husband stayed there, he should sleep in another room. Mary's father told her to let her mother go because she seemed stressed and said he would step out for a moment. Afterwards, Mary's mother woke up. Mary told her mother that she had organized her materials while she slept. Her mother was surprised and looked at the paperwork, but at the same time, she wanted to know where her father was. Mary explained that her father hadn't said where he had gone, so her mother told her to make sure she knows where he is next time. Then the scene shifts to Mary showing a photo of her father with a blonde woman. She explained that she had found him, just as her own mother had asked, noting that the woman next to him was 28 years old. Mary explained that she had followed him and that they stopped at the entrance of Hotel 307 at the edge of the city. Her mother suddenly shouted for her to stop talking, saying she didn't want to hear anything more about it. Mary was confused. Her mother grabbed the coffee, and Mary warned that the coffee wasn't good for her body and was making her stressed. She also thought that if things continued like this, her mother could end up with a menstrual imbalance. Her mother suddenly slapped her in the face. Mary was completely baffled. Her mother wanted to know if Mary considered herself the smartest person in the world. She also wanted to know if Mary thought she was superior to her. She made it clear that no one could replace her. The scene shifts to the director, who had understood everything that had happened, but thought it was very strange for the woman to send her back. Mary immediately apologized to the director. The director patted her head and told her she didn't need to apologize, explaining that people usually feel uncomfortable around someone better than themselves, so it was understandable. He reminded Mary that she was the smartest child in the death mansion. Mary hadn't even realized this, but the director made it clear that she was, and she shouldn't feel sad. He thought he should have considered it more carefully, and shouldn't have allowed her to be adopted so easily. He said he would use her talents for the death mansion from that moment on, and wanted to know what Mary thought about it. She was very excited. The scene then returns to the present, where she sees that Sion had really returned. The director shouldn't have been distracted by someone like Sion. Sion didn't understand why she was changing the subject. He didn't care, and wanted her to get straight to the point, but Mary bit his hand and thought he was wrong. Sion saw that she wanted to keep trying, and quickly tried to attack her, but she blocked him with her own foot and said she had regained her breath. She used her knife, forcing him to back off to avoid another cut. He was obviously furious because she was only buying time. Mary quickly released her hair, and Sion thought that wasn't all. She seemed different from before. Mary said she was going to fight seriously from that moment on. She tried to punch him quickly, but he dodged and even blocked her attacks. He thought she was fast, and Mary had anticipated this. He didn't understand how she knew what he was thinking, and Mary didn't understand why he was surprised, saying she could easily understand what was going on in his mind. She knocked Sion down and holding her mini knife planned to cut him. Sion quickly grabbed a book, defending against her attack. He quickly removed the book along with the mini knife, and she noticed that his strength and speed were on a completely different level now. She wondered if he had thought about that. Both of them leapt into the air. Although he had been trained since childhood, she wondered how he could face adults, let alone trained professionals. She wondered if he had ever felt like something was wrong before. Sion wanted to know if she would keep talking nonsense. Mary realized it was useless to talk, because he didn't understand. Suddenly he realized it. Mary prepared another move, wondering why he was considered the legendary masterpiece. She grabbed a book. Sion wanted to know if she was obsessed with that. She managed to land a few hits on him with the book. She explained that he was wrong, and that it was all just a strategy. He glanced to the side and saw a chair. She clarified that the same applied to that, believing he hadn't expected it, and thinking he was very stupid because it was all over for him there. She struck him hard, and the book practically shattered. She declared herself the best in the death mansion. Sion thought she was completely mistaken and asked her if she thought that was enough, saying this as his blood flew everywhere. He quickly grabbed the chair and tried to hit Mary with it. Seeing that he failed, he smashed the glass. He recalled his childhood training, explaining that this martial art was based on the premise that both hands hold weapons. He had been trained by a woman who looked like a two-door refrigerator, modified with horse blood. She explained that this martial art was so dangerous and lethal that it guaranteed the opponent's death. At that moment, Sion had a piece of glass wrapped in paper in one hand and a piece of the chair in the other. The technique he used was called Kali Arnis, Alexander style. He rushed at Mary with all his fury, and she immediately recognized it as Kali. He hit her with full force, sending her flying. She thought she should be the best, and immediately remembered the director. She fell to the ground, bleeding heavily. Sion pointed the piece of glass at her neck, and began to lament. He gave up on what he was going to do, and placed Mary on his shoulder, deciding that this would be the last time. All the talk about breaking the 3 principles was just lies to him. Mary warned the director that next time, he really wouldn't let it slide, as if she were speaking directly to him. The scene then shifts to the death mansion, where several bodies lay on the ground ground. A person held a katana while the director had a huge cut across his back. Then the scene shifts to two of Kwan's henchmen, who looked up at the sky. They thought it was about to rain, and wondered how long they would have to wait there. In the end, they were just waiting for the signal to continue. When it started to rain, they knew they would have to throw Hyunho from above as soon as they received the signal, by any means necessary. Obviously, all those men were irritated, thinking it would have been much easier to just throw the boy and leave the rain behind. However, they knew what they had to do in front of Sion, and obviously they couldn't fail their mission. But one of the henchmen noticed that Huo was awake and had heard everything. Surprised, they were clearly unhappy about this. The man began dragging him while Huo begged to be left alone. The poor kid at least understood his current situation. One of the men asked if it was true that he hadn't died even after falling from the 4th floor. Although Hyunho didn't understand much, fear and terror leave an unforgettable mark. The henchmen didn't want him to be a nuisance, so they wanted to make sure he would die this time. The memories hit him instantly, shocking him to the point that he began to vomit. The henchmen were bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening. They were already annoyed from getting soaked in the rain, and now seeing him vomit only made them angrier. Suddenly Eugene appeared and approached the boy, asking if he was Hyunho. In any case, he believed it really was him. The henchmen were impressed to see the child. Eugene was sure it was Hyunho because it matched the description he had been given, a useless, pathetic-looking kid who was clearly a total loser. Hyunho wanted to understand who this boy was. Eugene immediately grabbed his knife. If he had to explain, he would say he was a regular customer at Hyunho's diner. The henchmen also drew their weapons, thinking the boy must have come from the death mansion or something similar. But before they could act, Eugene cut down several of them at once. They were stunned, and some even fell to the ground, unable to comprehend what had happened because the boy was so fast. Hyunho, of course, didn't understand any of it and wanted to figure out what kind of child Eugene was. One of the henchmen saw no choice but to draw his gun. Hyunho was terrified and didn't know what to do. It was exactly how he had felt before, like a total failure, and he was furious about it. Eugene moved toward the armed man. Before Eugene could do anything, Hyunho felt pain in his foot from the injury Yuri had caused earlier. He lost his balance, and Hyunho rushed toward the man, pushing him with his shoulder. He made it clear to the man that he wasn't pathetic, but at the same time he bit the man's ear, showing that the man was a bit pathetic and delicate. He warned Hyunho's henchman not to point a gun at a child. The man screamed, not wanting the human dog to rip off his ear. The man aimed his gun at Hyunho's head to resolve the standoff. Before things could spiral out of control, Eugene kicked the henchman's head like Neymar kicking a ball, telling Hyunho that he was retracting what he had said before, and even admitting that Hyunho might have some use after all. The scene then shifts to Mary waking up, this time tied up, while Rachel was free. Rachel was glad Mary was alive, as it would prevent further problems. Mary hadn't realized she had lost. She wanted to know where Sion was. Rachel explained that he had said he forgot his clothes, but she knew it was just a flimsy excuse. He was probably searching for the old woman and her son. Rachel decided to stop talking and get straight to the questions. She injected Mary with a substance, warning her that it was a kind of truth serum, which could be fatal if administered in high doses. She demanded complete honesty from Mary. Rachel grabbed Mary by the hair and asked what the girl had been doing behind her back. Mary immediately explained that if it had to be like that, the truth serum wasn't necessary. She presented a hypothetical situation in which she was trying to take down the current death mansion alongside Noel. Rachel asked if this was some kind of joke at her expense, wanting to know if Noel was alive. Mary thought Rachel seemed to care about him and explained that Noel had left a large scar on his forehead and had been unable to apologize properly. The true legend of the death mansion, whom Rachel had been hiding, was alive. His name was Noel, leaving Rachel extremely surprised. The scene then shifts to Sion, who was running until he realized he had reached Hyun's classroom. He was taken by surprise. He found Hyun's mother with her head resting on the desk. He panicked and called out to her. Hyun's mother immediately called for her son. Sion was overjoyed that she wasn't hurt. When he tried to open the door, he remembered her telling him not to return, and also recalled Rachel saying that it was all his fault. He hung his head in shame. Eugene then encountered him and asked if something had happened, as Sion didn't seem to be doing well. Sichuan was surprised by the kid and wanted to know if he was hurt, but Hyunho appeared along with the boy and immediately wanted to understand why Park Siwon was there. Eugene explained to Hyunho that Siwon was the guy he called Sean, and he seemed like a dumb guy, but he was also the one who completely destroyed the idiots who were after Hyunho. Hyunho was shocked and wanted to understand what Siwon had done. He really didn't understand anything they were talking about. Things like Russian mercenaries and the death mansion were all new to him, and he couldn't see how it had anything to do with him. In the end, he wanted to understand why all this had happened to him, and whether it was because he got involved with Sion. So he wanted Sion to explain the whole situation to him. But before Sion could explain everything, Eugene saw Hyunho's mother, immediately shouted and called her mom. Hyunho also shouted when he saw his mother, and wanted to understand why she was there, completely ignoring what Sihon had said. Sihon was quite startled at that moment, and Hyunho tried to wake his mother. He then asked Eugene to get Hyunho and his mother out of there. Afterwards, he was supposed to go to the parking lot and meet up with Rachel. Eugene didn't understand all of this sudden chaos, and wanted to know if something was wrong, but Sihon didn't want the boy to worry, so Sidon called Hyunho over and explained that he would explain everything later. That was all he could say at the moment. He also apologized, saying he couldn't protect them the way he should have, and so the the three of them left. Hyunho really wanted a proper explanation from Sidian, wanting all the details about what Sidian was trying to protect and what he was worried about. Sidian promised he would do so and wanted anyone hiding there to appear immediately. Suddenly a man appeared out of the darkness and told Sion that he was very clever. He noticed his blonde hair and blue eyes and identified him that way, but he called him Sean, just like the people from the Death Mansion. He explained that he had been a little nervous because he had heard Sion was a legend, but admitted that the guy was completely different from what he had heard, and that he thought Sion would be a terrifying man. Sion immediately wanted to know who this guy was, and the black-haired man revealed that his name was Jung Hyun. Next, the scene shifts to a village in the snowy fields of Siberia, at the headquarters of the Barefoot Group, in a place called the Bear Cave. A man was drinking from a bottle, and his mouth bore some scars. He immediately asked why the visitor was there. The man with the scarred mouth was Beluga Koshlov, part of the strategic planning team, hoping the visit wasn't just for them to pray together in harmony. However, the young man there thought it was obvious just by looking at Beluga's expression that the Death Mansion was in a very serious situation at the moment. His name was Vincent. He was affiliated with the Death Mansion and was their writer. Vincent explained that the director was furious with the Barefoot Group and that there is something called courtesy between business partners, but it seemed that the Barefoot people did not know their own limits. Beluga didn't like hearing that at all. Meanwhile, a big man believed that if something happened in Korea, it couldn't have been avoided and that it was only a small accident caused by a mission. That big man was Sasha Denisov, affiliated with the Barefoot Group, acting as a tactical training instructor. He explained to Vincent that they were trying to prevent any conflict with the Death Mansion, which Vincent found extremely ridiculous. Now he understood why they had sent Dmitri, the second in command of the organization. Not satisfied, Vincent wanted to be sure they even sent the best of the Barefoot Group, Igor Medvedev, who was the #1 in the group. Sasha tried to explain, but a large white-bearded man didn't want to hear it and thought Sasha talked too much for a small man. He got up and got very close to him. Sasha didn't like being called a small man, but he quickly ended up with a cut on his face. Vincent pretended to be surprised, sarcastically asking when the kids had entered, noting that the cut on Sasha's face was thanks to how well trained those kids were. Beluga clarified that they shouldn't do such things to the children, and immediately drew his weapon, wanting to resolve things on the spot. But before he could do anything, a boy simply stood on his sofa, shocking Beluga. Vincent looked at the boy confused, noting that he hadn't told them to come down. The boy explained to Vincent that something was wrong, and Vincent asked what it was. The boy explained that the director and the others left behind at the Death Mansion weren't able to make contact. Soon a henchman arrived and wanted to tell Beluga something. Beluga, not very patient, listened as the henchman whispered in his ear. Beluga couldn't believe it and wanted to know what happened to Chief Igor. Then the scene shifts to Sion, who had just heard the name Jang Hyun and thought it sounded somehow familiar. Sion still didn't know if the pressure he felt earlier in the corridor came from this guy, as he didn't seem so dangerous at first glance. Suddenly, Jang Hyun tried to kick him. Sion only had time to try to block it with his arms and couldn't understand what had just happened. It felt more like being hit by a hammer. Jang Hyun was surprised that Sion managed to block it and had hoped to defeat him with just one strike. Suddenly, Sion tried to strike Jang Hyun, who quickly grabbed his arm and twisted him completely like a toy, warning that resisting would make it hurt even more. He also said he had expected more from the masterpiece of the Death Mansion, then compared Sion to the old man and tried to kick him again. Sion managed to block it, but he felt an incredible impact. Jang Hyun wanted Sion to stop and just fall, so he tried another kick. This time, Sion grabbed his leg, trying to understand what Jang Hyun was attempting by appearing so suddenly, and clarified that he was still a legend of the Death Mansion. If Jang Hyun kept comparing him to the so-called old man or whatever, he would really be offended, so he threw Jang Hyun hard against the wall, breaking the glass. Jang Hyun was caught by surprise, as it seemed he hadn't done anything to this mysterious guy. Jang Hyun was surprised that his opponent tried to throw him out the window, saying that he had been told Jang Hyun was a good kid, but now he saw there was nothing good about him. Sichon thought that guy was grumbling a lot, and suddenly Jung Hyun grabbed him by the face and gave him a huge shove. Jung Hyun wasn't happy at that moment because he wanted to kill Sichon, and in the end he would have to take Sichon to Null. He almost killed his opponent unintentionally. The scene then shifts to Mary, who was smiling and wanted to know why Rachel was so nervous, inviting Rachel to cooperate with them. Rachel thought it was ridiculous, and maybe Mary didn't understand the situation she was in, but Mary thought that the one not understanding was actually Rachel herself. Explaining that he would be there soon, she was referring to the leader of the Barefoot Group, and even she wouldn't stand a chance against Igor, the strongest of the Barefoot Group. But she ended up hearing over the communicator that Igor wouldn't be arriving after all, because the private jet he was taking toward Korea had simply exploded. Igor was probably at the bottom of the sea at that moment. Rachel was shocked and apologized to Mary for raising her hopes. Rachel's voice soon became choked with emotion as she recognized the voice on the other end of the communicator. The person greeted her, noting it had been a long time, and asked how she had been. Obviously, he was being ironic. He said he wanted to see Rachel in person, but it wasn't possible at that moment. He had to do a lot to get to where he was. Rachel wanted to know how Null was using the director's line, and Null didn't understand why she was asking. He explained that he had been with the director at that moment, but unfortunately, the director was not in a position to speak. Mary didn't understand what Null meant by this, and remembered that Null had said the director would be safe. Null explained to Mary that he had lied about that, that and apologized. He had actually killed the director and explained that his goal from the beginning had been to destroy the Death Mansion, so naturally the director had to disappear as well. He also clarified to Mary that all of this happened because of her. Mary was shocked. He considered dividing attention by initiating a conflict with the Barefoot group an unimaginable strategy. He thought she was truly a masterpiece of strategy, and thanks to her, most of the priests were sent to the Barefoot group, allowing them to easily destroy the Death Mansion. As a bonus, now the leaders of both organizations were out of contact, and at that exact moment, they were probably suspicious of each other. As Noel had anticipated, Vincent and Beluga had already come into conflict in the frozen snowfields of Russia. Vincent wanted to know if Belagua wanted to settle this once and for all. The sparks of conflict were about to ignite, and Belagua was indeed willing to do it. He would make sure to send Vincent directly to his god. However, all of that was just a spark, and suddenly a two-door refrigerator woman arrived, demanding that the two stop. After all, she was the pinnacle of Russia, and would not allow this. She wanted to know if the two had forgotten the directives of the Alexander house. Beluga was surprised and did not expect her to come personally. The name of the refrigerator woman was Sophia Alexander. She thought it was better Beluga didn't know, as the problems could become even greater. Since they were in front of a lady, at least that's what she believed, because she could simply split Chuck Norris in half. She wanted the two to act like knights and lower their weapons. Sophia Alexander was also known as a war hero. Beluga hadn't imagined that the Death Mansion had the courage to bring Sophia, and Vincent also hoped that was the case. Sophia explained that although she had helped the Death Mansion in the past, saying they had brought her there was extremely unpleasant for her. The boy was impressed that with her presence, the two couldn't move. He saw the power Sophia Alexander possessed, and was amazed at seeing that two-door Brastemp refrigerator. Alexander immediately stated that she hadn't come to take sides with anyone. She was only trying to warn them of the seriousness of the situation. Sasha wanted to understand what she meant. Sophia explained that the situation was not just a problem for the Barefoot group in the Death Mansion. She revealed that the long-awaited discarded masterpiece, the one the Death Mansion had kept hidden, was Noel. The scene then shifts to Sion, who clarified that he wasn't an Amazon package for Jang Hyun to decide whether to take him or not, but Jang Hyun wanted Sion to figure out for himself who he was, and would say no more, explaining that he would only try to take Sion back. Suddenly Sion bit Jang Hyun's hand, which enraged him. Sion had simply bitten Jang Hyun's bandage, and tasted something terrible. Jang Hyun looked at his hand in disbelief. The bandage was in Sion's hand. Sion wanted to understand why he was carrying such a disgusting thing. Jang Hyun became furious, and demanded that Sion return it. He immediately tried to punch him, but Sion dodged. Jang Hyun became extremely agitated, and wanted his opponent to return it immediately. Seeing that the guy was acting strangely, Sion threw the bandage back at him, causing him some pain. At that moment, Jang Hyun's phone started ringing, and he decided to check it. It was Noel calling, wanting to know how things were going. Jang Hyun explained it was nothing serious. Noel hoped he wasn't getting too excited during the fight again, believing that even with his warning, Jang Hyun had done it. Noel reminded him that if Jang Hyun helped him, he could help him find the person he was looking for, but if he ended up killing Sion, he would be in big trouble. Jang Hyun apologized to Noel, explaining that Sion was extremely different from what he had been told. Noel had high expectations but thought Sion was just a noisy guy with terrible fashion sense, and also hated his hair. Sion really hated it when people commented on his appearance. Noel wanted to know if Sion was really that weak. He found it strange because things shouldn't be like that. Noel also wanted to know if Sion had been chosen by a relative or something like that. Jang Hyun thought Noel was complicating things, and Noel wanted to know if Jang Hyun was testing Sion. Jang Hyun grew a little impatient but still wanted to know what he should do. Noel explained that maybe Sion's relative was nearby, and Jang Hyun should go and kill that person. But while the two were talking, Sion suddenly delivered a huge punch to Jang Hyun's face. Jang Hyun really didn't expect it, and wanted to understand what was happening, as he hadn't seen Sion approaching. Sion then tried to kick him, but Jang Hyun dodged, and the kick hit the ground, causing destruction to the floor. Sion himself was surprised, and wanted to understand what had happened at that moment. Jang Hyun wondered if this was Sion's true strength, and began to think that Noel might be right. Noel announced that the legendary Shan of the Death Mansion would be useful for his plans. At that moment, Jang Hyun saw the sunrise and thought time had passed quickly. Noel said that since it was morning, it was time to leave. Jang Hyun wanted to be sure he could really leave at that moment. Noel explained that Si-hun was tied to a relative, so he wouldn't be useful even if Jang Hyun took him. They would leave him under observation a little longer, because from that moment on, things were really going to start. Then Eugene arrived and told Sion that they had problems. When he was about to mention the director, he noticed that Sion had lost focus and didn't understand why. Sion looked to the side and went into shock, wanting to know where Jang Hyun was. Eugene had no idea what he was talking about. Sion explained that there was a guy named Jang Hyun there, whom Eugene didn't know. Suddenly, Sion felt something and fell to the ground, leaving Eugene very scared. Sion explained to Eugene that he had to find Jang Hyun because he knew something. Suddenly, he began to squint, realizing he couldn't chase Jang Hyun because his body was badly injured. Eugene, in the end, just wanted to understand what had happened. A month passed since then, and it was said that the White Tiger Central team had cleaned up the damage left behind. Meanwhile, the school temporarily closed. Sion heard that during times like that, the school deducts from students' vacations. Though he wasn't sure if it was true, it was also revealed that the culprit behind these incidents was Yusef's father. A headline reported that the owner of the Byungwoo construction company was taking revenge for his son. The article explained that he had done all of this after his own son was accused of being one of the main main perpetrators of school oppression. He had developed a grudge against the school and carried out his plan. Soin believed that Hyunho and his mother were shocked by everything. He went to the cafeteria, which was temporarily closed, and the note posted said it was due to health problems. Soin realized he wouldn't be able to visit them for a while. He opened the cafeteria gate and Dmitri immediately pointed a gun at his head, seeing that he had finally appeared and wanting to know how long Sion had planned to keep him waiting. Sion was surprised and couldn't believe the crazy Russian had really come. Dmitri explained that he couldn't avoid it due to the circumstances and urged Sion to hurry, as everyone was already there. They wanted to speak to the people from the death mansion. Sion looked at everyone present and thought they got along very well. It was hard to believe that a month ago they were itching to kill each other. Mary had handcuffs on, and the crazy Russian thought that, in any case, business is business. Moreover, the person who was supposed to pay had disappeared. The most important thing was that Igor, his brother, had been eliminated. They couldn't let Noel go unpunished. He pressed a knife near Mary, and hearing that Noel came from the death mansion, demanded that Mary tell him anything she knew at that very moment. Rachel explained that they were all in the same boat because the director had been captured by Noel. Rachel also thought that if it weren't for the Barefoot group, they wouldn't have been easily defeated. Yuri thought she was mocking him because he believed the death mansion people had attacked first. He pointed his baseball bat at Mary, blaming her for everything, and insisting she should be dealt with first. Mary thought they were very simplistic, while Yuri threatened to hit her, even if she was just a little girl. Sijon just observed, and Eugene thought everyone should calm down. In the end, everyone had been tricked by Noel. The boy thought they should resolve things one step at a time. Dmitri believed Mary should reveal everything she knew about Noel. Sion thought that for them, the leader of the death mansion had been kidnapped. Most of the orphanage's forces were decimated, and the leader of the Barefoot group was missing. He thought it would be best to consider him dead, but Sion was also certain that everyone there already knew who their common enemy was. His idea was for everyone to form a temporary alliance. Rachel didn't fully understand, so Sion explained that they had the same enemy and should join forces for a moment. Yuri saw no reason to unite, but Dmitri thought forming a group would be interesting and wanted to know what the group's name would be. Sion hadn't thought about it. The crazy Russian thought Sion was an idiot for not considering that. Sion thought that since the organizations joining were the Barefoot group and the Death Mansion, they could take the first letters of each organization in English, forming BAD. And since they were the good kids of the Death Mansion, if they translated that to English and changed good to bad, it would become Bad Kid. He wanted to know what everyone thought of this. He also declared that the group's mission was to take down Novel. Dmitri explains that he just liked the group's name because it starts with the first letter of his own group. Yuri is surprised that his comrade was actually planning to join the group, and the crazy Russian explains that he liked the name and didn't think it was wrong for them to organize themselves. After all, he believed that in just 1 month, Sion had become a completely different person. Dmitri wanted to know from Rachel what had happened to Sion, and she truly didn't know what to say. The scene shifts back to a month ago in the hospital, and Vincent calls Rachel to check on Sion. She says he is still recovering, and that he had definitely overdone it. Vincent feels relieved to hear that and thinks they'll be able to help Sion recover without any issues. Meanwhile, the other children are doing chores, and one of them asks Vincent where they should put the books. Vincent thinks he can take care of the books himself. Rachel wants to know the situation with the Mansion of Death, and Vincent explains that they returned after hearing Sophia's warning, but the director had already disappeared. Vincent has one more thing to make clear to her. Noel had taken the record of the good children. Rachel is surprised because if he took the record, things were really going bad. The situation the director had worried about had indeed happened. Noel intends to personally retrieve the good children who were sold, and he was already in action. The scene shifts to Noel killing the parents of a child, and telling the child not to be afraid because he was not an enemy. He explains that he is there to save the child, and asks the child to join them. The scene then shifts to Vincent, explaining to Rachel that they are checking the locations and personal information of the buyers in the reserved records, but they have too few people to investigate all the buyers. Vincent is doing something he doesn't want to. He borrowed help from the members of the Barefoot group. Noelle also thinks it's part of Noel's plan. Rachel is worried because with the parents dying, control of those children could go to Noel. Vincent thinks that would normally be the case, but Mary said it wouldn't happen that way, explaining that he had found a way to break the third principle. If he really found a way to do that, it was concerning because the director had always feared the children ignoring the 3 absolute principles of a good child. Rachel thinks that's why the first thing the director asked her to do was check whether Sion was still under the control of the 3 principles. Vincent agrees with her and wants to know if Sion hasn't realized it yet. Rachel says he hasn't noticed so far. Vincent suspects that Na will want to contact Sion first, which is why they have to bring Sion back no matter what. Na and Sion must not meet. The scene shifts to the Mansion of Death, moving back slightly in time, where a woman is yelling at a child in a car, wanting her to get out immediately. The director wonders what would bring a woman like that at such an hour. The woman already knew the kind of place it was, and she shows the boy to the director, wanting him to raise the boy, who is very downcast. It's Sion. The director explains that they are an orphanage that only takes in lost lambs, so he cannot take in a child who has a mother. But the woman is willing to pay however much money the director wants, and throws Sion on the ground like garbage, just wanting to leave him there. She cannot raise a child like him, and the boy just listens to everything. The woman wants the director to do whatever he wants with the boy, even selling him if necessary. The scene shifts to Sion, in his current state, just waking up. He doesn't realize he is in a hospital, and wants to understand what happened. He soon remembers Mary and Jang Hyun, and is surprised because he clearly remembers remembers Null telling Jang Hyun and even Sion's relative to kill him. He immediately leaves the hospital in a panic, worried about Hyunho's mother, still shouting and calling her mother. He reaches the elevator but it isn't working, which frustrates him at that precise moment. He starts climbing the stairs and sees a sword in the middle of the elevator doors, not understanding what's happening. Novel is happy that Sion finally arrived, admitting he had been waiting a long time. He also says he missed him, and obviously Sion doesn't know who he is. Null is surprised that Sion doesn't remember him and is not pleased at all. He grabs Sion's hands, expressing that it's not cool, and explains that he missed Sion so much that he traveled all this way to see him again. Sion is a bit shocked and doesn't understand how Null got so close so quickly. He couldn't see his movements. Null clearly remembers telling Sion to go and kill that person. Sezone tries to punch Null and recognizes the voice from Jang Hyun's phone. Null confirms it but also thinks the whole situation is a bit problematic because Sezone is still trying to act like a good child and chooses his parents by himself again. Sezone doesn't understand what Null is getting at, and Null sees that Sezone truly remembers nothing. He grabs his sword and explains that he's talking about the kind of person Sezone was. Sion is very frightened. Null tries to strike him with his sword and Sion just tries to defend himself. Null explains to Sion that from the start he was not like the other children. In the end, he believes Sion should know this because he is a good child. Suddenly, he thrusts the sword very close to Sion's body. Sion doesn't understand if he is truly a good child or not. He then remembers the woman telling the director that he could do whatever he wanted with him. He thinks there is some misunderstanding and asks his mother if he did something wrong, noting that she had said that the woman was annoying because she talked too much. But now, the woman can no longer bother his mother. Sion also feels sad about the woman's dog because he liked watching its tail wag when it saw him, but now it can no longer bark. He doesn't understand if his mother didn't like that. The director begins to understand a little of what's happening, and Sion's mother, very frightened, wants him to stay away from her because she doesn't consider him human. The director makes it clear to Sion's mother that he will take care of him and then takes him in with the director, who is also a priest. The boy finds it all very strange, explaining to the director that he has always been a good child who listens to his mother. Noel is also there. The scene returns to the present, where Noel expresses that it was a very strange feeling because Sion had never been taught to obey his relatives like the other children, so he wasn't supposed to act like a good child. Sion soon began to wonder if he really wasn't a good child. He was genuinely frightened by the thought, and Noel confirmed it, explaining that if Sion insisted on continuing to choose his parents and act like a good child, he would keep killing his relatives repeatedly until Sion finally gave up. Sion then remembered being on the floor with his mother looking frightened. In a surge of determination, he grabbed Noel's sword and broke it using his elbow. Noel was shocked, seeing the sharp edge of the blade so close to his eyes, yet at the same time he was strangely pleased with what he saw. He then told Sion that he could never be a good child, because this was his true self. The scene shifts to Beluga, who was searching for a bottle of liquor in the Mansion of Death. He admired that the people there had good taste in fine things, and managed to find a vintage bottle. Vincent appears and asks if stealing had become part of Beluga's profession, which catches him off guard. This is why he thought he couldn't let just anyone into his home. But Beluga, being brazen, thought he should receive a proper welcome since he entered their house. Vincent glanced at the papers on the table, curious about what they were. Beluga, a notorious troublemaker, arrived with 4 bottles, proclaiming himself the ultimate enemy, and explained to Vincent that the documents contained the security details for the Mansion of Death's clients. Vincent didn't understand Beluga's point, but Beluga explained that he had heard Noel was hunting the mansion's clients, and the children alone wouldn't be enough to protect them, so he sent his barefoot mercenaries to monitor the clients, ensuring that even if Noel or anyone else tried to harm them, it wouldn't be easy. He also assigned guards based on the client's wealth, explaining that protecting VIPs was the key to the business. Vincent saw that Beluga was a strategist, not lucky, and his position was well deserved. Beluga jokingly said that for this reason, they shouldn't make a huge fuss over a few bottles of liquor, asking Vincent if that wasn't a fair deal. Vincent thought Beluga didn't know the real value of the bottles, and that the director would be furious if he found out. But Beluga, being brazen, was drinking precisely because of that. He wanted to taste it. He even asked Vincent if he wanted a glass with him. The scene shifts to a table covered in wine splashes. Beluga, completely delighted, said the drink was amazing and made it clear to Vincent that they were accomplices in this crime. Vincent immediately felt guilty. Beluga revealed that he was still curious about one thing, and Vincent asked what it was. Beluga wanted to know how they had brainwashed the children, making them strictly follow what they called the 3 principles, so obedient that he even considered adopting one as his sister. Vincent didn't seem keen on discussing it, and Beluga realized he might have sounded inappropriate, clarifying that he was just curious. Vincent didn't like the term brainwashing, but explained that most of the children brought there had been abandoned by their families. These children had a stronger sense of deficiency than others, and that's exactly what the mansion used. They told these children they had been abandoned for being imperfect, so they needed to become good children. A good child must prove their worth, surpass all others, and only then could they become part of a family. Otherwise, they would be abandoned again. Beluga wanted to know if the Mansion of Death controlled the children only through this system, and Vincent explained that a sense of deficiency has a strong binding power. Beluga thought the Mansion of Death's methods were terrible, and wondered if the director had invented it all. Vincent explained that it was inspired by someone not exactly a good child, but a child who wanted to be good and would do anything for their relatives' approval. The director created the system based on him. The law of the 3 absolute principles came from Sion. The scene shifts to Sion threatening Noel, who warns him that this is his true self. himself, and Sion ends up taking a kick to the face. However, Sion clarifies that he means if he kills Noel, who wanted to kill his mother. He doesn't understand why he can't be a good child. He remembers his mother wanting distance from him because she didn't see him as human. He also recalls being slapped by Hinho's mother, who never wanted to hear him call her mother again. In the end, he thinks Noel is right. He truly isn't a good child. Noel smiles upon hearing this. Sion realizes the pain and feels that his strength has returned. He could return to being a good child. Noel finds it amusing that Sion wants so badly to become a good child and reveals that this is exactly the problem. Because of Sion's actions, the Mansion of Death has the absolute principles. They start fighting again. The children are now controlled because of Sion himself. Noel cuts Sion's hand and his blood splashes on Noel's face. Yet Sion still attacks Noel with force. Noel wants to see how far Sion will go, acting pathetically, and quickly makes Sion drop the sword tip in his hand. Noel prepares another move, but Sion dodges and jumps to grab the piece of sword stuck in the ceiling, attempting to strike Noel again. Noel dodges, but Sion manages to cut part of his clothing. Sion grabs a pot of soil and throws it at Noel, who slices it with the remaining sword piece. But Noel is surprised by the sword tip Sion is holding near his face. Noel acts quickly, forcing Sion to drop the tip, thinking he had the upper hand, and Sion delivers a massive punch to Noel's face. Noel quickly tries to attack him with the remaining sword. Sion, clever, dodges. He finds the sword extremely annoying and attempts another punch. Noel, enjoying the fight, clashes his hand with the sword, breaking what remains. Noel is surprised Sion managed that, but still thinks Sion isn't as capable as he imagined, delivering a kick to Sion's face. Sion immediately returns the kick, but Noel blocks it with his hand, holding a knife in the other. The scene shifts to Beluga, who asks Vincent who he is talking about. Vincent explains that the boy's name is Sion, and that he is the one Beluga tried to kill. Vincent asks if Sion had any personal security, and Beluga reveals he assigned no one to Sion. Vincent emphasizes that Sion is the most important. The scene shifts back to Noel and Sion fighting. Sophia arrives, asking if they were playing house. Noel is surprised to see her, and Sophia notices Noel's arrogance and troublemaking. She hasn't seen Sion in a while, and wonders what kind of look he has. She explains that she did a little cleaning, and will greet Sion properly later. For now, she will deal with Noel. Sophia punches Noel so hard that he flies away. She had forgotten Noel was still young and not a fully grown man, so she realizes she might have hit a bit too hard. Sion is surprised at how Sophia managed to do that to Noel. When Sophia sees that Noel has disappeared, she expected him to be fast. She tells Noel that they'll stop there, as her job isn't to catch Noel. Sion doesn't understand, and Sophia wants to talk to him first, even calling him her disciple. She says it doesn't matter how long he's been absent. She wants to understand why he's become so weak, and thinks some adjustments are necessary. She carries Sion as if he were nothing, and thinking about it, he really is nothing to a woman who's like a two-door refrigerator. Obviously, he was quite worried, and she explained that she had forgotten to tell him earlier. The old lady who used to live in that house was no longer there, and every member of the Mansion of Death was being targeted by Noel. Sion, of course, was no exception. Sophia wanted him to trust her, promising that she would protect his relatives in the name of the Alexanders, even though they were the parents he had chosen of his own free will. She also wanted him not to worry and to focus solely on his training, asking if he wanted to start with squats and deadlifts. He was visibly startled. She then realized that he might remember, and if he failed, he could die. The scene shifts to a month later, with a car driven by the crazy Russian. Sion explained that he was doing squats with TNT tied to his lower body, and asked if the crazy Russian understood the situation, as it could explode the moment he relaxed. Dmitri admitted he thought it was just a rumor, and observed that Sophia was tough. Dmitri noted that the Alexander family was different, and that Sion had a strong reaction just hearing the name. The crazy Russian asked how much Sion had improved. Sion didn't understand what he meant, but Dmitri clarified that he was asking about Sion's skills, since he was learning directly from Sophia and wanted to know how far he had come. Sion found it odd that the Russian was curious, and asked Dmitri if he wanted another fight. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, and Sion asked Dmitri where to go. Sion opened the door and said goodbye. Dmitri questioned whether it was really safe for Sion to go to school, given that people were after him. It could be very dangerous. Sion found it strange that the crazy Russian was worried about him. Dmitri didn't understand why, and asked Sion to alert him if anything unusual happened, telling him not to be foolish and try to handle things alone. But Dmitri talked a lot, so Sion decided to close the door. He had barely entered the school when some classmates started talking about him. To make matters worse, the other students assumed the crazy Russian was his father. They thought he was far too young to be Sion's parent, and even looked like a model. Seeing the car model too, they concluded that Sion might live a good life in a large house. Sion became pensive, while Dmitri, frustrated, sat in the car, having only tried to help. The scene shifts to a different location. Jong-hyun lay on the ground, staring at a bandage, until Noel arrived and complained that the place was extremely dusty. He told Jong-hyun that living in such conditions was hazardous to his health, and asked how he was doing. Hyun explained that he had been waiting for him, and wanted to know why Noel was only appearing now, as he had many questions. Noel apologized, saying he had many tasks to complete. Noel noticed that some things had changed in the place, and Hyun confirmed, explaining that he had decorated a bit of the space he called home. He remembered he should offer something to drink to Noel. Quickly, he grabbed a pair of scissors. Noel thought it was fine and didn't want to bother him. Hyun moved toward the drink machine, used the scissors to grab a drink, and dragged Noel by the hand so they could sit and drink. He told Noel that he had been told those chairs were magical, and that whoever sat in them would only speak the truth. He wanted them both to sit, and also wanted an honest answer from Noel. Noel couldn't help but notice that Hyun was talking a lot, and wondered if he was in a good mood. But Hyun wasn't feeling well, and demanded honesty from Noel. After all, Noel had promised to find a certain person, and Hyun wanted to know if Noel was really searching for them, and why it was taking so long. Noel confirmed he was looking for that person, but he had something to do first. He wasn't alone in this. Hyun also had a role. Their mission was to rescue Seon. Hyun needed to bring Seon so that Noel could keep the promise he had made. But Jang Hyun thought Seon had nothing to do with finding that person. He told Noel that this was the chair of truth, and that he shouldn't lie, otherwise he would kill him. Noel assured Hyun that he was telling the truth, and asked him to trust him, though he also thought Hyun was just a strange guy with great abilities. Noel thought it would be easy to manipulate and use him, but Hyun was more perceptive than he expected. One wrong move and everything would go to waste. Hyun reminded Noel that he should reconsider if he planned to unsheath his sword. The conversation was getting dangerous. As Jang Hyun held a pair of scissors, Noel tried to lighten the mood by giving him a pat on the shoulder, saying he would continue searching for that person from now on. Hyun then stood and told Noel he had something to say, asking if he was willing to go somewhere interesting with him. Hyun was curious for a moment. Suddenly the scene shifts to the classroom, where Seon enters and comments begin immediately. Some students thought he had been suspended, but others knew that all the photos were fake. Seon had invented the whole story to protect his reputation. He sighed, feeling relieved that everything was false. He remembered Mary using her phone and saying that it might cancel his suspension. She had also threatened the director. Seon had a photo and wondered if he could use it to threaten the director and return everything to normal. He almost vomited looking at it, thinking there should be limits to image manipulation. But Mary said the image wasn't manipulated. It was simply the director in a maid outfit. It was truly a hellish sight. Sitting at his desk in the classroom, Seon nearly collapsed. He hadn't forgotten that photo. Suddenly, the three guys Seon had previously called his accomplices appeared. One of them asked how Seon was doing and immediately cursed at him. Seon was embarrassed and explained that the images were fake. He returned to school, but the guy wasn't interested in talking and made it clear that Seon should follow him. Outside, the guy admitted he felt ridiculous for believing Seon was close to gangsters and realized the photos were just a joke. Seon looked around, checking if anyone was there. The guy made it clear that Seon needed to pay attention while he spoke, then tried to strike him. Seon simply flicked him and quickly dismantled the big guy, signaling to the other two that he really wanted to try it but wouldn't be harsh, as they were all in the same class. The scene shifts to Sophia explaining to Seon that his problem was his obsession. It was because of this obsession that he was controlled by the three principles. Seon explained that his brain could accept it, but his body didn't fully understand. Sophia thought the boy was an idiot and saw that she had no choice but to use another method, leaving him completely confused. She explained that since he could only use part of his strength due to the restriction of the three principles, she just had to increase his total power. The scene shifts to him knocking down another one from the trio. The one who remained standing was shocked, wondering if this was some kind of joke. He quickly grabbed a mop, not wanting to show weakness in front of Seon. Sidoln immediately moved toward the guy trying to hit him with the mop. He broke the mop effortlessly, catching the guy by surprise. The bell rang, and Sidoln decided it was better to go inside, telling the three that he would go ahead. Inside the classroom, Seon reflected that Sophia's training had worked, but he still couldn't fully control it. He hadn't expected the effect to be so powerful, even while using only part of his strength. Suddenly, a boy arrived, asking if this was Class 2, Room 1. He spotted Seon and apologized to the others as he passed. Seon, meanwhile, was trying to figure out how to unleash his full strength so he could defeat Noel and Jang Hyun. Then Jang Hyun appeared in the classroom, saying it had been a while since he last saw Seon. He kicked him in the face, sending Seon crashing into some desks, and commented that Seon had changed a lot since the last time he saw him. He noticed Seon's abilities had improved and questioned whether Seon had stopped pretending to be a good child. The scene shifts to Seon explaining that he would act as bait. Since Jang Hyun's target was him, it would be much easier if he let Jang Hyun find him. Seon then noticed Rachel getting ready and wondered where she was going and also what those clothes were for. Rachel explained that she couldn't just sit and watch him act as bait. She wanted to stay close. Remembering that he was an important asset of the Mansion of Death, an asset she must protect with everything she had, she asked him one thing: what was his goal in this operation? Seon thought it was obvious when he said it was to capture Noel. Rachel, however, didn't want to talk about it and clarified that he was different from the children controlled by the three principles. No one gave orders to him or controlled him. She wanted to understand why he wanted to fight Noel. She asked if he was still under the illusion that the old woman was his relative. Seon couldn't answer, and Rachel didn't want him to ignore the question. He admitted he didn't know. Regarding everything they were talking about, he explained that he didn't remember the day he was abandoned. His fight with Noel made him vaguely recall that day, but when he tried to think about it, his body and head started hurting intensely again. Rachel couldn't understand why he didn't remember, and wondered if Seon couldn't consciously use his abilities. Seon explained that even without the three principles controlling him, he still couldn't fully comprehend his abilities. Rachel thought he had even less reason to take such a risk, and tried to understand why he would want to do something like that. Seon admitted she was right, they weren't family, nor even friends. But if he could truly choose something to believe in without the influence of the three principles, it would be that if anyone messed with that family, he could crush them into pieces. That was his choice, not a command or a principle. The scene returns to him taking Jung Hyun's kick. Since he was supposed to be the bait, he volunteered without hesitation. In the end, Jung Hyun took the bait. Ultimately, the one being trapped was Jung Hyun. The scene shifts to the three boys from Seyun's class returning. Bad luck struck their leader. The door Seyun had pushed after receiving a flying kick fell on him. Seyun grabbed Jung Hyun's leg and threw him out the window. Jung Hyun broke the window but managed to hold on, acknowledging Seon's improvement. He tried to kick Seon, warning that they were just getting started, but he noticed many eyes watching and realized he should choose a spot with fewer people. Nevertheless, Jung Hyun wanted Seon's full attention. He grabbed Seon's uniform, and Seon quickly grabbed Jung Hyun's arm and replicated what he had done in their first fight. Jung Hyun was surprised, because the technique belonged to one of his uncles. He took a powerful kick to the face and went flying. He eventually recovered, and Seon had expected him to come after him at school but hadn't anticipated it would happen on the first day. Students commented endlessly on the fight until a woman passed by, asking why all the commotion. One student explained the situation and said the two had been in the bathroom. The woman instructed everyone to return to class so she could check things. Jung Hyun noticed that Seon was really different since the last time and thought he shouldn't hold back. Seon was annoyed, realizing that Jung Hyun had been going easy on him. He grabbed Hyun and threw him to the ground, making it clear that he wasn't interested in him. He just wanted to know where Null was. Instead of answering, Hyun kicked Seon in the face, testing whether he would continue. Hyun got up quickly and moved towards Seon, dodging his attack and kicking him with full force. He said that Noel had asked him to keep Seon alive but doubted it would be possible if Seon continued like that. He sought Seon's cooperation so he could take him gently. Hyun was eager to find the person he had been talking about. Seon could see that Hyun didn't intend to kill him but wanted information about the old woman and her son. Hyun was no longer entirely certain. Hyun had a cut on his face and wanted to understand what was happening, as Park Seon was completely different. Seon used a tool he found in the bathroom to attack Jang Hyun. Hatana tried to dodge in every way. He gained momentum from the wall and delivered a powerful punch to Seon's face. The woman began banging on the door, calling for them. Hatana realized they had made too much noise and thought the fight should end in a draw, but Seon, wielding his tool, made it clear he wouldn't let him escape. Hyun managed to grab Seon and saw that, since Seon wasn't going to let him go, he had no choice and jumped out the window while holding Seon. He wanted to know what Seon thought about it, as that free fall would certainly hurt a lot. Seon immediately remembered Hyun Hao and thought it must have hurt him a lot, so he drove the tool into the wall, and in the process they both ended up crashing to the ground, causing massive destruction. Seon quickly got up. Hyun was willing to continue, but the difference now was that his leg was injured from the broken tool being stuck in it. Then a woman arrived and stopped the fight, wanting to know if both of them were okay and also trying to understand what was happening. The two young men quickly tried to compose themselves and pretend everything was fine for her. Seon began feeling the same pain as before, a reaction in his body that he didn't understand. Jang Hyun explained to the woman that the clothes were new and that if he sewed them, everything would be fine. But the woman clarified that the clothes were the least of the problem. She wanted him to hold on because he was injured. Jang Hyun was confused, since she wasn't worried about his clothes, and wondered if she was concerned about him. He again told her he was fine, and suddenly the woman injected something into his arm. He was confused and wanted to know what it was. She explained it was something like an anesthetic. He didn't understand why she did it, and suddenly he fell asleep. The woman just wanted him to take a good nap, and she had many questions she wanted to ask him. She was satisfied that at least one of them had been caught, and of course that woman was Rachel. The scene then shifts to Rachel explaining to Seon that it was the same everywhere, and no matter where he went in the world, abandoned and neglected children existed everywhere. That's why they take these children as materials to create the ultimate weapon and send them up for adoption at an absurdly high price to any country that needs them. This is the Good Child Project of the Death Mansion. As Rachel had said earlier, children treated as products are abundant wherever you go in the world. They weren't the only ones who had the idea of taking abandoned children and turning them into emotionless monsters, so she wanted Seon to think of it as a death mansion in Korea. Seon saw that Jang Hyun was also a good child, and he hadn't imagined that a good child would come from the Korean death mansion. Rachel wanted him to leave the rest to her and return at that moment, as interrogations were her specialty. Seon was confused when she spoke about interrogations, and also when she told him to return because he had no idea where he was supposed to go. She made it clear that he should go back to his room. After all, he was the only one who had said he wanted to return to school. She then started pushing him outside, but Seon wanted her not to be too harsh with Hyun. While Hyun was asleep, thanks to the injection Rachel had given him, he remembered when he was a child. A man was cutting his hair and told him to stay still so he wouldn't end up bald, explaining that a man's hair is everything, and if he looks bad for no reason, he won't be sold easily. Hyun wanted to know if he could get the same haircut as that man, whom he called Mr. Carpenter, because he thought the man's haircut was very cool. The carpenter noticed that Jang Hyun had a sense of style after all. The carpenter told the boy that he would add it to his record as an artistic talent, explaining that next time he was put up for adoption, they would charge 200 times more. However, he explained to the boy that he couldn't have that haircut. Han didn't understand why, because if it looked good, they could charge more. The carpenter explained to Han that they were different people, so something might suit him or not. He told Hyun he was handsome and should remain that way. He didn't just think the boy was handsome, but also very strong, and he should remain that way. The carpenter also told Hyun that he should be solitary because having something like a family would only make him weak. He wanted the boy to remember everything he had said. Suddenly, Hyun woke up groggy. Rachel saw that he was finally awake, and of course he didn't understand anything. He felt pain and looked at his leg, wanting to know what she had done. Rachel explained that she had given first aid and that the clothes he was wearing were Sion's gym clothes. He didn't understand why she was doing that for him, because in his mind, she should have been his enemy. Rachel thought that just because they were enemies didn't mean she had to be harsh with him. She only wanted him to cooperate willingly, so they wouldn't have to be enemies. Rachel reminded Sion that she had said it would be an interrogation, but for children like Hyun, she thought this method would work better since he had never experienced being loved and could be manipulated more easily. She approached him and asked if he could answer some questions. He felt a bit awkward, and someone was watching them from a distance with binoculars. He thought it wasn't right because Jong Hyun shouldn't be interested in Rachel. Null wouldn't like it at all, but he understood the boy because he found Rachel quite gelatinous. The man was a bit weird and thought watching from afar wasn't enough. He wanted a closer look. The scene shifts again to Jang Hyun, who refused to tell her anything, making it clear that no matter how nice she was, he wouldn't say a word. Rachel then asked if he was on Noel's side, but Hyun explained that he wasn't on anyone's side because he should be solitary. Rachel didn't understand how he could attack Sion and yet not be on Noel's side. He explained that he had his own goals and was cooperating with Noel temporarily. Noel just needed to get the information he needed to find someone. Rachel thought this was unlikely since Noel was the same age as Hyun and suspected Hyun was being deceived by him. Hyun got irritated and explained that Noel's information was real and that he had eyes and ears everywhere, even finding him while he was fleeing from the real Mr. Carpenter. Rachel didn't understand what he meant by the real Mr. Carpenter and also wanted to know why he was running away. Hyun explained that the real Mr. Carpenter had taught him many strange things, and it was very difficult. He ran away after being trained by the carpenter for a few months, until a man with glasses started chasing him persistently. So he began living on the streets, and Noel eventually found him. Rachel wanted him to calm down and explain everything to her. She wanted to understand why Noel had sought him out, and Hyun explained that Noel had said he had a goal and asked for his help. Noel told him that he wanted to free all the good children from the death mansion, who had been sold all over the world. He said that they could all become one family. Just as Jang Hyun was finishing his explanation, the man who had been spying on them arrived and warned Hyun not to talk so much. He sat beside Hyun and started eating his snack, thinking the boy would fall for any little charm. Rachel quickly stepped back. The man with glasses said it was the first time he had met Rachel face to face and introduced himself. His name was Miguel, and he explained to the boy not to be nervous, as he was on the same side and only wanted to take him back to Null. Rachel couldn't believe that this was the Miguel she knew existed. Miguel wanted to know if she recognized him. He felt honored, mentioning a saying from the world of Spanish mercenaries. If an individual sees a killer waving his red muleta, he explained, referring to the bullfighter holding the red cloth to attract the bull, he should not stomp or attack recklessly, because the killer is always after his prey. That man was known as the Black Killer, the famous Antonio Miguel. Rachel wanted to know why he was with Null, but Miguel didn't like being called a killer and said he loved animals. Besides that, bullfighting was illegal at the time, so he didn't participate. The only thing he hunted was humans. Suddenly, he attacked her from behind. Although she tried to dodge, he explained that it had been a long time since someone had avoided his attacks, and at that moment he got excited. Hyun stepped in front of Miguel and wanted the mercenary to wait. The boy wanted to understand why he was there, since he was supposed to be after Sion. Miguel thought Hyun was very bold and might have fallen for Rachel's tricks. He reassured the boy not to worry, telling him he was handsome and would meet beautiful women in his life. That alone, he said, was enough to make him an adult. Then he thrust his weapon at the boy. Jong Hyun wanted to understand what the hell was going on. Miguel had a message from Noel for the boy. If Miguel sensed even a hint of betrayal from Hyun, he could kill him without mercy. Noel was also a bit wary of Hyun, which was another reason for this precaution. Miguel bid farewell to the boy, who fell to the ground, but Rachel appeared behind him and aimed a gun at his head. She fired, but he was very fast and managed to dodge the shot. His speed was so brutal that he quickly disarmed her and even tried to attack her, but she dodged, admitting it was a close call. The fight was intense. He tore a piece of her clothing, and she quickly grabbed her gun and fired several times. He wasn't intimidated at all, and thought it was all perfect. Eventually, her ammunition ran out, and Miguel quickly advanced on her, saying luck wasn't on her side. He pulled off her disguise and thought she was the best opponent he had ever faced. Of course, she was furious and held his weapon to prevent him from stabbing her, but he wanted to end it. Hyun hadn't died. He was just unconscious, remembering that the carpenter had thought he truly needed this, though it was something he couldn't teach. The boy didn't know what it was, and the carpenter explained that it was a skill only the real carpenter could teach. Perhaps Hyun would meet him someday and be able to learn it. Hyun got up, still weak. Miguel noticed, and when he looked in the boy's direction, he was gone. Hyun used his unique technique, drawing a lot of blood from Miguel with his bare hands. Hyun's unique technique is called the Wild Instinct. The scene shifts to outside the school. Hill, where a battered van is parked. A man tells the others that by Noel's orders, if Jang Hyun got in their way, they should get rid of him. One of them thought Hyun was just a brat and that Miguel could handle it easily. But some inside the van didn't trust Miguel's skills, even though they had heard he was famous in Spain and called the killer. While one man tinkered with a gun, another checked it and saw that it was poorly maintained and shouldn't have broken so easily. They asked which organization the man belonged to, as his face looked familiar. In the end, it was Sion in disguise, who quickly revealed his identity to them, showing he wasn't on their side. The scene shifts back to Miguel, who dodges another attack from Hyun. Now he realizes that the boy has changed completely. Hyun's movements were no longer human. He was like a beast. Miguel grabbed his red cloth, thinking it impossible to lose against a beast. Rachel saw Miguel holding a crutch, telling her to stay where she was, as this was a battle between the pride of a man and a beast. Hyun prepared to charge at Miguel, who waited, opening his red cloth to attract the boy's attention, who looked like a devil. But Hyun simply tore the red cloth, and Miguel disappeared from his sight. Suddenly, he reappeared, grabbing the boy's shoulder and throwing him to the ground in one move. It didn't matter. Jang Hyun quickly kicked him with full force. Miguel had anticipated this and threw his weapon at the boy, continuing to attack. He threw several spears on the ground. Rachel, watching, didn't realize Miguel was so skilled. Miguel explained to her that he was a bullfighter. Suddenly, he got a knee to the face. He didn't even blink at the attack, only staring at the beast attacking him fiercely. Somehow, this excitement made him more energized. He kicked the boy, who hit one of the spears. Hyun realized he had been cornered for a moment, and Miguel even made the sign of the cross in Spanish to God. But he couldn't pierce his weapon through Hyun, because Hyun made an incredible leap and delivered a brutal kick to Miguel's face. Miguel immediately started spitting blood and fell hard to the ground, yet he was still willing to do much more. He was a killer, waving the red cloth, having taken countless beasts and given them their final breath. But this was not something any human could tame. He realized that Jang Hyun wasn't just a beast, he was a monster. Miguel was no longer motivated by honor or pride. Then he glanced to the side and saw a fire extinguisher. Quickly he threw his spear at it, and the chemical powder began to spread. Rachel just watched everything. At that moment Miguel fled, not expecting to encounter something like this in Korea. Outside, a man observed the commotion. Miguel headed toward the van, realizing he couldn't tame Jang Hyun. He planned to hunt the boy and informed the people inside the van that plans had changed. What they were facing was a monster. He wanted the men to use dynamite and blow up all the brats he referred to. But Sion was alone inside. When Miguel asked who he was, Sion simply grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head into the floor, making it clear that Miguel's words were terrifying. Sion was shocked to see a man planning to kill school children, questioning his limits. Regardless, Sion warned that he had many questions to ask. He showed Miguel that the other men didn't know much. He had put them all to sleep and then pulled Miguel into the van. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun picked up his bandage from the ground. He realized Rachel had been right, and that he had been deceived by Null, but he suddenly felt the pain in his wound. Rachel quickly approached to prevent his body from collapsing, noting that he had exerted himself despite his injuries. She thought Jang Hyun needed to be more careful, as he hadn't even considered the person treating his wounds. She asked him to follow her, so she could treat his injuries again. Hyun insisted he was fine, and that he needed to remain solitary. The scene then shifts to a mysterious man outside, named Eden, who receives a call giving him his next order to take out all of them. He immediately sees Rachel with Hyun and aims his gun at her head. Without hesitation, he fired, and Rachel fell to the ground. Hyun saw this happening right before him and was visibly shocked. Rage began to consume him. Rachel was furious at Eden and tried to attack him, demanding to know who he was to shoot at others like that. Eden noticed that the shot had only scratched her, which disappointed him. Suddenly, Eden looked back and saw Sion about to stomp him. He aimed a nail gun at Sion's head, recognizing him as the young man known as the Legend of the Death Mansion. He fired nails at the helmet on Sion's head. Sion was surprised to see the helmet being pierced. It wasn't an ordinary nail gun. Eden got up and kicked him, but Sion blocked it. Eden realized that they knew how to push people to their limits, and even began to sweat. Rachel told Sion that Eden was also a good child. Sion found it strange because Eden was too old to be called a child. Rachel explained that it made sense, as Eden had been created before all the others. He was the first version. The scene then shifts to Mary, still handcuffed, drinking from a mug. Eugene was with her. She offered him a drink and asked if he was afraid it might be poisoned. Eugene explained he was just being cautious, as she was a shameless traitor. He didn't want her to forget that he was only accommodating her to get information about Null. He couldn't lower his guard until her cooperative behavior was proven. Mary thought Eugene acted like an old man and reflected for a moment. She asked if he knew that even children had versions. Eugene didn't understand. Mary explained that there had been a generation of good children before Sion and Null, called version 1. Eugene had never heard of it. Only a select few knew of their existence. Eugene asked if it was really important. Mary said he should view it as a cooperative gesture on her part. She explained that version 1 was created differently from their training. They were made to be customizable, trained to match their buyer's preferences, race, gender, age, and of course skills. Based on the training method, version 2 emerged to cultivate many children efficiently, which included Mary, Eugene, and the others. Eugene asked if version 1 was stronger. Mary liked to think version 2 had broader training and was superior, but version 1 had intensely specialized abilities, making them impossible to underestimate. The scene shifts back to Eden, still using his nail guns to attack Sion, who dodged all attacks. Sion then leaped and kicked Eden in the torso. Eden became furious, wondering what kind of monster Sion was. He realized Sion's speed and destructive power surpassed him. Eden tried to grab something from his pocket but was kicked again. He managed to pull out a tape measure and holding Sion's foot, measured roughly 84 centimeters. Randomly, he measured Sion's legs and noted how long they were compared to his height. He even felt a little envious. Sion thought the man was crazy for saying nonsense at that moment. Sion then delivered a powerful punch to Eden's face. Eden, obsessed with measurements, measured Sion's arm at 64 centimeters. Soon he would measure something requiring blood to change size. Eden flew backward from the punch, in great pain, fearing he would die if hit again, but he had completed the measurements he wanted. Sion approached where Eden had fallen. He saw that Eden hadn't fainted yet, realizing he wasn't old enough to be treated as an elder. Eden became furious, feeling provoked by the boy. He declared that he was nearly finished with preparations, and again fired his nail gun at Sion. Remembering the leg measurements, he calculated the stride and speed. Managing to hit Sion's foot with a nail, Sion was surprised. He tried to punch, but Eden, now knowing the arm length, dodged easily. Thus Sion was forced to dodge Eden's nail machine, while his opponent warned him that running away wouldn't help at all, as hunting fugitives was one of his specialties. Using the wrench to defend the hammer, he pursued Sion, aiming to give the boy a facial harmonization. He tried to hit Sion, but something happened that left him confused. At the last moment, Sion grabbed 2 pipes and blocked the attack. Eden hadn't expected that, and Sion wondered if the guy was a construction worker for carrying such things. But Eden didn't care. He had already calculated Sion's measurements, and was confident he would win. So all he had to do was calculate and always attack as he had done before. But Sion used the Kali Arlis technique. Eden managed to dodge, but he was terrified by that move, and Sion caused a massive explosion. Eden was confused and wondered if Sion had gotten stronger just by grabbing a few pipes, while Sipon thought Eden was taking things way too far. Suddenly, Eden's phone rang, and he asked his opponent to wait a moment while he answered his father. His father wanted him to stop and return immediately. Eden understood and said that the workday was over, so he started running. Sion, of course, didn't understand what the hell was happening. Eden explained that he had finished his task and now had orders to return. Sion became curious to know if it was a command from Null, but Eden saw no reason to listen to the white-haired guy he found annoying, clarifying to Sion that he had received orders from his father. Sion asked Eden to wait a moment and inquired if he knew where Null was. Eden jumped over the wall and said he couldn't reveal anything about that. Sion was obviously furious and wanted him to stop immediately, until he felt a pain and looked at his foot, which was bleeding. He worried that he had overexerted himself and didn't want to imagine using his abilities twice in one day. The side effects were starting to hit his body, and he didn't want to faint again. Eden got into a small truck, thinking that Sion was a difficult kid to deal with. Eden never wanted to fight him again. He thought Null was a bastard for involving him in such a big mess, until suddenly a rebar pierces the roof and hits the steering wheel. Sion was on top of the car, and very angry. He wanted to know if Eden had heard him say to wait. The kid had a psychopathic look, and Eden thought the boy was very persistent. He grabbed a grinder, cut the rebar, and simultaneously accelerated the car. This forced Sion off the car. Eden thought the kids from the death mansion were crazy and looked like monsters. He felt he should have killed Sion long ago and left immediately, until he was hit on the shoulder from behind. Sion heard Eden say he would kill him, and wanted to understand why Eden hadn't done it, because someone who shoots nails at people's heads shouldn't have given up. Eden hadn't expected the kid to manage to hold on and stay there. He looked in the car mirror and managed to dodge the next attack Sion made from behind. He grabbed his Makita, thinking things were about to get more dangerous. By then, he didn't care anymore. It was all or nothing. He shot a nail into the bottom of the car so it would accelerate, quickly got out and told Sion that he had won. He wanted the kid to go ahead and try his best. Sion saw that the accelerator was nailed down and realized he would crash into the container. Dust rose from the impact, and Eden, who was on the ground, got up. He wasn't too weakened by his injury and wondered where Sion had come from. He thought he should go to the hospital because he was in a lot of pain. The truck was full of debris from the impact. The scene shifts to sunset, and Eden looked at it, thinking things were pretty bad, but he had no choice. And the big concern was the car. He didn't know what explanation he would give his father. He was in big trouble, and then Sion appeared. Eden couldn't believe the kid had followed him there. Sion wasn't in good shape and looked quite weakened. Then Eden's father heard a noise, looked to the side and was confused. He went outside and saw Sion on top of his son. Eden screamed in desperation at the sight of his father, who was shocked and wanted to know what the hell Sion was doing to Eden. Sion remembered the time he had been hitting Mary, when Hyun-ho's mother appeared and slapped him. Suddenly, he grabbed the rebar while Eden wanted his father to get inside because of the danger. Sion really seemed possessed. Eden's father panicked, wanting him to stop, and Sion simply struck the rebar against his own head, surprising both of them. He stood up and Eden wanted to understand what Sion was doing. With his head bleeding, Sion began lamenting, explaining that he had just remembered something useless. He told Eden he would ask only one more time. Eden would answer everything, and then Sion would leave him alone. Sion wanted to know where Null was. The scene shifts to the place where Eden stayed with his father. After all that terrible ordeal was over and they had organized themselves a little better, Eden first wanted to explain something to Sion while they were sitting at a table. He didn't want to apologize apologize, but his father did it for him, which Eden didn't like one bit. The old man explained that Noel had come looking for them a month ago and had tried to kill him, saying he would take Eden back. Eden had fought Noel, but in the end, Eden was no match for him. Even though Noel was injured, Sion wondered if Noel's injuries had been caused by Sophia, since it had all happened a month ago. The old man explained that they had only survived on the condition of cooperating with Noel. Eden stood up and began lamenting, while Sion watched. The old man said he hadn't expected Noel's target to be a new guy, and felt there was no way to apologize. Sion thought it was fine, and only wanted them to tell everything they knew about Noel. The old man explained that he hadn't seen Noel since that day. He only gave orders via phone. Sion then said he would take the phone for a moment to check calls or location history, which Noel hadn't expected him to do. Gradually, the old man began to believe Sion was some kind of specialist. Sion was surprised and explained to him that this was normal for a child. He wondered if the people around there couldn't do the same. The old man denied it, saying he hadn't requested such details when he commissioned Eden. Sion thought about what he had just heard from the old man and asked if he could inquire a bit further. The old man said he could answer everything within his knowledge, and Sion wanted to understand why an old man like him would commission Eden in the first place. Eden sat outside while Sion complained that his whole body hurt. Eden noticed the boy hadn't gone home yet. Sion sat next to him, and Eden wondered why he acted as if he were at home. Finally, he also asked about the woman from earlier, and Sion didn't want Eden to mention Rachel. He explained that he had barely stopped her from bringing a tank there and destroying the entire place. Eden pretended to be scared, but Sion clarified he wasn't joking. In the end, Sion wanted to know what Eden planned to do at that moment. Eden didn't understand where he was going with it. Sion reminded him that he had agreed to cooperate with Noel, so Eden should fight him. Eden realized he was in a tough spot, and knew Noel was dangerous. He didn't want to fight Sion again, but if he had to choose between Sion and Noel, he would obviously choose to fight the weaker one. Sion immediately challenged him to a fist fight. In the end, Eden only wanted to protect his father. That was the reason he had been created. The old man looked at a photo of Eden as a child. He kept many pictures of the two of them. His father had bought him for that very reason. Eden only didn't want his father to get hurt. Sion didn't know what to say in a situation like that, and wondered why Eden didn't open up more to his father. Eden didn't see the point. Sion thought the old man had his reasons for not wanting Eden to get hurt, but Eden found that unlikely. After all, to his father, he was just an item. Sion thought Eden was stubborn, and said that his father didn't think that way. Eden should have a proper conversation with him. Just as Eden was beginning to change his mind, a massive explosion occurred inside the house where they lived. The fire quickly spread, and both Eden and Sion were shocked by what had just. Then the scene shifts to 20 years ago, when the old man who was Eden's father was much younger and had just finished building a new chair. A boy comes running in shouting for his dad, wanting to know what had happened, because his father hadn't come. The man doesn't understand at first, and ends up looking at the clock. The boy is extremely upset because his father had said he would pick him up that day. Everyone else's father had come to get their children, except his. In the end, the father apologizes to the boy, whose name is Jinsol, and explains that he'll pick him up as soon as he finishes his work, but he promises that he will definitely pick him up the next day. He asks if the boy wants chicken for dinner. Jinsol doesn't really believe him, and quite irritated, makes it very clear that his father must come the next day. The man hugs his son and promises he will be there. The scene changes to the next day. He arrives with the truck and the boy is happy and radiant when he sees his father coming. He runs toward him. The man calls out to his son, and suddenly while the boy is crossing the road, a car throws him into the air like he's a doll. The boy's father can only watch as his son is turned into minced meat. Then the scene shifts to the Mansion of Death, where he explains the whole situation to a priest, who doesn't understand why the man traveled all that way, since Korea has many orphanages. The man explains that he heard rumors that in Russia there were orphanages capable of creating a child exactly as requested. The priest immediately understands, and the man clarifies that he searched all over Russia for 3 years, so he believed the Mansion of Death was the only place that could create the child for him. The priest assures him of that, showing him a form and revealing that this is something only they can do. He tells the man he came to the right place, but asks how they should give life to the man's product. The product would be ready in about 2 to 3 years, and would be delivered to his house, and so the boy arrives. The man cannot believe that something like that is possible. He sees Eden there, and thinks it is some kind of miracle. He truly thought his child had come back to life, so he calls Eden Jinsol and tells him that he is his father, but obviously it isn't the same child. And Eden immediately responds in the most formal way possible, completely different from Jinsol. He immediately asks what his father wants him to do first. At that moment, the man realizes that a dead person cannot come back to life. That was not the child who had died. Then the scene changes to him still making his chairs. Eden arrives and tells his father he is back. The man treats him with some coldness, welcomes him back, but asks him to go to his room and get some rest. Eden of course says he will do what his father asked, but also reveals that his father can call him at any time, whenever he needs help. The man soon remembers how Jinsol used to act, so he calls the boy, who immediately gives him attention. He asks if Eden would like chicken for dinner, and smiling, Eden says yes. The man is surprised, and in the end they eat fried chicken. Eden says it is very tasty, and his father wants him to eat a lot, while he drinks a can of soda. On the shelf there is a picture of Jinsol, someone whom the man always made clear would be his first and only child, putting it in his mind that Eden would never take his place. Jinsol's place was impossible to take, and yet he was sure he needed to love Eden. In the end, Eden tells his father that it's okay, and he knows he was created to replace the son he had. That was the day the man understood how controlling, greedy, and even obsessive he had been. Eden makes it clear that for that very reason, he would do anything to make his father happy. In the end, the man realizes he practically forced that boy to live that way, and a deep sense of shame begins to rise from the pit of his stomach. So he explains to the boy that he doesn't need to, and has no reason to do that, leaving Eden confused. The man then makes it clear that he is not his son, and never will be. Outside, it begins to snow. The scene changes to the boy taking out the trash. While the man is asleep after drinking a few cans, Eden takes care of the rest. Passing by the dresser, he sees a photo of Eden and focuses on the boy's warts. Then he suddenly screams, and the man wakes up in fright. He wants to know what happened, and the boy is on the floor. Eden tells the man that he solved the problem. He simply pierced his own face with his father's machine, explaining that he didn't have the warts anymore. With that, he must be as close to perfect as possible. Then the scene shifts to the old man looking at his son's photo. He always thinks about Eden, and he also sees the chair he used to make. A little girl appears and asks if he also wants to play with the sparkler she has in her hands. She asks if he doesn't think it's cute, and tells him not to worry, because there are only 2 grams of gunpowder in it. Obviously, the old man doesn't understand anything, and beside him there is a whole package of those sparklers. The girl points out that of course a whole pack together would make a big explosion, and that's how the explosion happens. Meanwhile, Eden is outside talking to Sion. Eden quickly runs into the house, which is now in flames. The old man is on the floor, and he sees the little girl waving at him. Eden becomes desperate seeing his father on the ground, and Sion wants him to wait a bit. Suddenly, a man appears and hits Eden hard in the face. The guy is very strange, and makes it clear that Eden can't do that. He then scolds the little girl whose name is Sparky, because he had told her she needed to hide. Sion immediately jumps to strike the man, whose face is completely burned, but the faceless man quickly dodges. He already imagined that it would be Sion. Eden points his nail gun at the man's head, but he is extremely fast and dodges again. Eden tells Sion that in this fight he will be the assistant. Sion doesn't understand anything, and thinks Eden is joking, but Eden says he'll make it better, clarifying that Sion will be the helper. The faceless guy doesn't understand what the hell they are talking about, and Sparky calls out to him, revealing that his name is Slandy. She shows the special product she made. Slandy is surprised, and wants to know when she made that, but in the end he wants her to stay hidden so she won't get caught. With a box cutter, Eden tries to perform surgery on Slandy so he can have a mouth, but Slandy doesn't want that, and just dodges. Slandy says he has a message from Noel for Eden. Noel said that Eden is a guy who worked hard for an old man with no ability. He then points his gun at Eden's face and fires, but the gun simply shoots fireworks. Eden doesn't understand anything, and to make matters worse, Slandy is doing this at someone else's workplace. Slandy looks at the girl confused, but she really likes the effect, and thinks it's cute. Sion appears behind Slandy and tries to attack him with a screwdriver and a hammer. He was temporarily borrowing Eden's tools. Slandy quickly puts his gun in front of him and manages to block. However, since Season used the screwdriver, he simply smashes it with the hammer, causing a huge impact. Eden likes that, but suddenly bombs head towards Season. Sparky had done that. A lot of smoke spreads between them. The bombs are accompanied by knives, and they end up cutting Season, who is surprised. Slandy soon stands up, acknowledging that Sion is not just anyone. Sparky knew that Sion was called a legend in the Mansion of Death, and Noel had warned them not to let their guard down. Slandy pulls at his mask and reveals that he is kind of like Deadpool, admitting that maybe he should fight seriously. But suddenly a car crashes into the place, completely breaking the wall. It's Rachel, holding a submachine gun. She makes it clear that she is willing to run over everything and starts shooting. Slandy quickly hugs Sparky to try to protect her from the bullets. Eden thinks she is aiming at him, and he is beside Sion. He finds it very strange, and Sion just tells him to lower his head, because maybe she really is aiming at him. The crazy Russian tells Sion that he shouldn't be stupid enough to think he can handle everything by himself. He thinks his comrade should stop being stubborn. Yuri is also with them, and Dmitri says they'll have a serious talk once they get home. Sion is happy that his comrades are there. Slandy soon tells the little girl that the number of enemies has increased, and Sparky is excited to make a huge explosion there, so she throws a bomb toward them. The explosion is massive, and after that they realize the two of them have escaped. Eden immediately goes to check on his father, shouting desperately. The old man is hugging the chair he made. Sometime later, the scene changes. Eden thanks Sion for the help, but the old man is completely furious and wants to smash everyone with a hammer, since his shop has been completely destroyed and he doesn't know what he can do. Sion explains that it was the child sent by Noel who did all of this, but the old man wants to know about the wall, since the crazy Russian had just rammed a car straight into his house, which was already burned. Dmitri is about to argue with the old man, but Sion quickly cuts in and tries to explain that the crazy Russian isn't used to driving there, saying Dmitri had only recently come from Russia. The old man then starts speaking in Russian, saying that Russians are all stupid. Dmitri is surprised that the old man is speaking Russian, and the old man explains that he lived there for a while. Meanwhile, Eden looks for things that can still be saved. Sigrun soon starts helping him. Dmitri thinks Eden looks extremely similar to the old man, and the old man says a Russian proverb: a father's love is carried to the grave, but a mother's love is eternal. Rachel doesn't understand, so she points her submachine gun at the old man's neck. Eden is looking at Jinsol's picture, and Sion wants to know what he plans to do, since Noel is already targeting him and he's in danger. Eden tells Sion that he's going to hide his father somewhere. He also admits he isn't that confident about going to war with Null like the others seem to be, so he thinks it's better to run away before things get worse. He knows everyone there might think that's stupid. When Sion hears that, he starts imitating Eden in a ridiculous way, which obviously makes Eden angry. Sion explains that Eden keeps acting like a loser and wants to understand why he's still wearing that shirt. As far as Sion knows, Eden wants to protect his father. Unlike Eden, the version 2s are bound by something called the 3 absolute principles. In the third principle, if a relative's safety is at risk, they must ignore the first 2 principles and resolve the situation. And at that moment, Eden fits the third principle. Sion explains that until recently, he thought those principles were what motivated him, but that wasn't the case. He was able to confirm that after meeting Eden, he shows a photo of Eden with his father and says that his motivation comes from family. So if Eden and his father only want to protect each other, then in the end, nothing else matters. They get ready to leave. As Sion gets into the car, he reminds Eden that he can always call him whenever he needs help. He can even ask Sophia if necessary. Eden is surprised and asks if he means Sophia Alexander. Sion confirms it and asks why. Eden thinks he must be joking to call her so casually. Sion remembers her and her perfectly harmonious face and grows thoughtful, but anyway he tells Eden not to forget what they talked about before and hopes he has a good conversation with his father. He calls Eden Sir, which irritates Eden since he isn't that old. He wants Sion to call him Hyung next time they meet, and they greet each other, but Sion doesn't understand why he should call him Hyung. The scene changes to the old man cleaning his chair. Eden arrives remembering how his father had fallen to the ground holding that chair. He calls his father. The old man is hiding their photo behind his back and is holding a cell phone. He asks if Eden knows how to use it because he wants to take a picture of the 2 of them together and wonders if there's a way to set a timer. Eden takes the phone and sets it up so they can take the picture. The old man asks Eden to sit in the chair. He knows it's a little small for him, but says he has always been late with things and should have asked Eden to sit in that chair a long time ago. That's why he's always apologizing for being late. Then he calls Eden his son. They hold hands and take the picture. The scene shifts to the car. The crazy Russian notices that Sion is in a good mood, and Sion doesn't deny it. He explains that it's the first time he has someone to call Hyung, which in Korea means an older brother. He thinks it's hard to explain, but he also sees Eden as family. The problem is that the group had just left, and Eden ended up nailed up like Christ, while his father was lying on the ground. The one responsible for it was completely camouflaged. The scene changes to a week later at the hospital. Sion is furious walking down the corridor, and the crazy Russian is trying to convince him to listen for just 1 second. He says he understands how Sion feels, but they should come back another time. He even grabs the boy's shoulder, since it hadn't been long since the person he wanted to see had regained consciousness. But Sion grabs his hand and just wants him out of the way. Dmitri tries to explain that the person Sion wants to see still isn't in stable condition, but he is surprised by the strength Sion applies to his wrist. Sion walks right past him. He sees the person and is completely shocked. It's Eden, in a wheelchair. Sion approaches him and tries to talk, but Eden isn't the same anymore. He thinks it's his father talking to him. Sion doesn't understand, and the crazy Russian explains that the one Eden calls father died a little before reaching the hospital. Dmitri says Eden managed to regain consciousness, but he's out of his mind because of the shock. Sion is devastated. He even calls Eden Hyung to see if he'll respond, but Eden only drools and asks Sion for help. Tears start falling. He just wants to know how his father is. Sion is completely shattered. He runs out of the room, holding back vomit. He goes to the toilet. If it were just a fight, he would be ready to protect everyone. He thought he could handle everything, but a fight isn't something simple. He promises himself that he will destroy whoever tries to mess with that family. After seeing the possibility of losing everything he swore to protect, Sion realizes he wasn't prepared to lose anything. He was just a naive brat. Then he leaves the bathroom, and the crazy Russian is waiting for him. Sion simply turns his back and walks away. Dmitri wants to know where he's going, and Rachel arrives too. She asks if Sion is heartbroken, but he tells her he's fine right now. He just remembered what she once told him. He remembers her saying that slitting throats with blades and piercing hearts with bullets, all the skills he and the others learned were meant to take lives. It doesn't mean he has to be fair or feel responsible. It means it's an ideal practice. Everything is the result of the power he wields. Those who take must be prepared to be taken from. That's why he had to be strong and become a sharp blade or a precise bullet, become a weapon that destroys the enemy before he can lose everything. The scene then shifts to a church, where Sparky is having a lot of fun holding sparklers. She shows one to Slandy and wants to give it to him. He thanks her. Sparky also plans to give one to Null. She goes to a guy named Damien to hand him a sparkler too, but he simply slaps her hand away, thinking she's an idiot. He asks if she thinks they're on some kind of field trip because she's just playing with fire in a situation like this. He says she should blow herself up together with her fireworks. Sparky, still cheerful, asks if she can really do that, but Damien just gets more irritated, realizing it's useless to talk to her. He says he's had enough and raises his hand, about to slap the girl. Slandy arrives and grabs his wrist, telling Damien that isn't necessary. He makes it clear that Damien was the one who set that place on fire and killed Eden's family, so he shouldn't be surprised if this kind of commotion happens. After insulting Damien, things escalate. Damien pulls a knife from his leg, throwing the insult back at Slandy. But Slandy isn't stupid. He quickly draws his gun and points it at Damien. Before anything happens, an old man rushes in and restrains both of them. He wants them to stop fighting and says they got carried away. He explains that his body won't last long at this rate. Silence fills the place. Then Null arrives. He asks if they're fighting again and tells Damien not to be like that, since it's been a while since they've had the family gathered together like this. He's accompanied by a black-haired woman. Null hopes Slandy understands Damien's rude side. After all, Null believes nobody there wants to fight Slandy, and Slandy hopes so too. He asks Sparky to come with him. Sparky looks at the black-haired woman and doesn't like her very much. Null assumes everyone already knows that Jang Hyung and Eden betrayed them. He pretends to be sad about it, saying it's hard to trust family. Because of that, the rest of them shouldn't be aggressive toward one another. Damien thinks Slandy and Sparky can't understand that, so he suggests they should have some kind of restrictions. In other words, rules. Null says that's exactly why he created the 3 principles, just like in the Mansion of Death. The first, they must use all their strength for their family and no one else, and they should not have individual activities. The second, they must not use their strength against anyone from the family. Dungeon says the most important is the third, they must kill everyone except their family. He makes these the principles of the family he calls Iscariot. Then he says he has a request for Slandy. He asks Sika, the black-haired woman, to hand the document to him. Noel explains there is a child Slandy needs to retrieve. The scene changes to Sion closing a bag. Eugene asks what he's doing, but Sion doesn't answer. Eugene wants to know where he's going with all that stuff. Sion explains he's going to meet the guy whose phone number Eden gave him, because he managed to find his location. Eugene says he'll go with him, but Sion asks what he would even be able to do and whether he wants to be a burden again. He also says he doesn't know what those people could do, since they can't act without orders, so they'd just get in the way. Jang Hyun, who is there, also thinks Sion has gotten stronger, but his personality has gone off the rails. Jong Hyun is lying down comfortably and says it's none of his problem, but he also points out that it's useless to follow the phone's coordinates. Sion is shocked by that. Jong Hyun reminds him that Sion himself said the person had learned the same skills he had, so he believes the opponent wouldn't leave obvious traces like that. Sion immediately sticks a knife right next to Jang Hyun's head. Jang Hyun wonders if Sion used to do this kind of thing before. Sion asks what Jang Hyun wants him to do, because he thinks there's no other way. Jang Hyun says he'll help him. He knows what Nal is going to do, and he also has a debt to pay, so he asks if Sion wants to go somewhere fun with him. Jong Hyun explains that Noel asked him to retrieve 2 children. Si-don knows he is one of them. The other is a kid named Morgan, and he shows Sion a photo. Apparently Morgan is about 19 years old at that moment. Sion thinks Morgan might be version 1. Jang Hyun doesn't know what that means, and Sion tells him not to worry about it. Anyway, Sion wants to know why they're there. There are some people around them, and Jong Hyun explains they don't have much information about Morgan's whereabouts. What he does know is that the president of that entertainment company is the buyer, so it would be better to approach the president first. Sion realizes Jung Hyun's plan is simply to participate in an idol audition. Jang Hyun thinks that since he's handsome, the audition will be a piece of cake, and they'll be able to meet the president soon. Sijeon asks if he really came there knowing what kind of company it is. Jang Hyun thinks it's just an entertainment management company. Sion is about to talk about the rumors, but ends up calling Jang Hyun by his number, 100, and himself, 101. The staff there think the year has been a failure because no one with real potential has appeared. Then Jang Hyun shows up and immediately surprises one of the recruiters. He introduces himself and says his name. They already see talent in him just from the way he expresses himself. However, they think something is wrong with 101. Sion doesn't say anything, and they assume he's just shy. Sion sits down, and one of the recruiters says they should take a closer look. He might match Jang Hyun perfectly, because he looks like a delinquent. Sion asks Jang Hyun if he really has to participate in that audition. Jang Hyun explains that he'll look much more attractive with Sion there. It's all part of the strategy. The recruiter confirms Jang Hyun's name and asks what makes him believe he's good at this. Jang Hyun simply says he has a very handsome face. The recruiter doesn't deny it, but asks if that's all. Jang Hyun says he's good at fighting, one of the things the carpenter taught him. Sin starts laughing, telling his comrade that the recruiter asked what he was good at. Sin thinks Jang Hyun isn't good at fighting at all, since he lost to him. Not to mention Miguel, who hit Jang Hyun in the stomach and made him extremely weak. Soon the two of them started arguing in front of the recruiters, and Sion immediately called Jang Hyun out to fight again. One of the recruiters was worried about the situation, while the other loved that energy. He thought the two of them would go viral. They worked as a pair, and would be perfect as male idols. The two kept fighting in front of the recruiters, and at one point one of them even spat blood. One of the recruiters then revealed that they were not supposed to bleed, no matter what they did, and they quickly called the security guards so Sion wouldn't ruin Jang Hyun's face. The guards soon appeared and restrained Sion, who couldn't understand what was going on, since Jang Hyun had hit him too. Sion pointed that out, but the recruiters showed great concern only for Jang Hyun. Jang Hyun said that his face was just itching a little, and hearing that made Sion completely furious. Then he noticed that one of the guards had a tattoo hidden under his suit. Sion told the two big guys to let him go, but the guards only wanted him to stay quiet and follow them. Sion sensed their ill intent and knocked one of them down, saying saying that was exactly why he had told them to release him. One of the guards thought the brat needed to learn some manners and decided he would teach him with his fists. Suddenly the scene shifted to an elevator opening and Sion being thrown out. Sion realized the rumors seemed to be true. The dark secret of that entertainment company called SGT. They looked like an agency that debuted huge idols who would reach the top, but in reality they forced people to sign unfair contracts. There were rumors that the company was run by one of the biggest organized crime syndicates in the Korean capital. One of the guards took the boy to a completely tattooed man who wanted to know what Sion had done. He even thought Sion was a trainee who had caused trouble at the audition. A guard explained that Sion wasn't a trainee. He had come to audition, but since he lacked manners, they brought the brat there so he could learn something. Sion quickly pulled out his knife and slashed the man, saying he was surprised to see so many guys hiding around there. He started beating several men at the same time. He wondered if their boss had bought a good kid, because if that was the case, it would be simple. Buying a weapon meant it should be used like one, so Sion believed there had to be a good kid among those muscleheads. He began spinning his knife, waiting for someone to come first. Suddenly a man with a baseball bat approached, and Sion swiftly cut him like a butcher. The kid was so skilled that he had sliced one of the man's main arteries, and all the guy had to do was stay still and apply pressure if he wanted to live. Obviously the others wouldn't let that slide, and one by one they headed towards Sion. A long-haired man, extremely strong, heard the shouting as they tried to catch him. Sion handled them all as if it were nothing. He wondered if that was all those huge men had, until suddenly a door flew toward him and knocked him to the ground. The one who attacked him was the long-haired man who had just been listening to the commotion. He tried to punch Sion, and the boy barely managed to dodge. Otherwise the damage would have been brutal given the force behind it. Sion realized that man was different and incredibly strong. He began to think he had finally found the good kid. The giant asked who Sion was, and even questioned whether he was the good kid. Sion started to believe he had found the one he was looking for, and mentioned the name Morgan. Looking at the photo, he realized Morgan hadn't changed much. Anyway, he explained to Morgan that he had come looking for him. Morgan asked why. Sion said he wanted Morgan's cooperation, and revealed that perhaps Morgan and his family might be in danger. Morgan started to think the boy was threatening him, but Sion clarified it wasn't a threat. One of the men approached and told Morgan, calling him Pilju, that he could easily kill Sihun, but at that moment Morgan wanted silence. Morgan warned them not to call him that, and said he preferred to be called Morgan. The giant then moved towards Sion, who was shocked that no one listened when he spoke nicely, but he wasn't there to be diplomatic, so he dodged Morgan's blow and struck him hard in the chest, saying maybe he could talk to Morgan after beating him up. Morgan couldn't understand how a kid like that could be so strong. Sion made it clear he wasn't done yet. Morgan noticed Sion's hands were fast as lightning and strong as a bear. Sion then used a technique called Iron Fist, and quickly put Morgan to sleep. Morgan started coughing up blood, and Sion explained that was why Morgan should have gone with him peacefully while they were talking. Suddenly someone shouted for Morgan, calling him Pilju. Sion found it strange to hear a girl's voice, and looked to the side, seeing a pink-haired girl running toward Morgan. She struck Sion with the Iron Fist, and he couldn't understand how she knew that technique. He asked who she was, and she turned out to be an idol, which shocked him. He thought her name was Moa, but she revealed that she was actually the one Sion had been looking for. She was Morgan. The scene then shifted to Jang Hyun, being put in makeup. Confused, he asked what all of that was. He wanted to know if it was part of the audition, and the recruiter, who was the manager, said yes. They would take advantage of the fact that he was already there and do a camera test. Jang Hyun got excited and asked if he would pass if he did it. The recruiter told him passing wasn't the problem. All he had to do was sign the contract first. But Jang Hyun said that wasn't necessary, and looked at his phone. The recruiter became worried that another company might have already snatched him up, but Jang Hyun said he wanted to meet the president of the place because he needed to find Morgan, and he showed them the photo. He showed the picture to the women doing his makeup. They thought the person looked familiar and asked the manager if he knew who it was. The manager took a look and said they weren't exactly the same, but he thought it looked just like Moa when she was younger. He asked where Jang Hyun had gotten that photo. Jang Hyun said it was a secret, and at the same time he wanted to know who Moa was. The manager was surprised that he didn't know, and pointed to a poster so he could see, explaining that she was their #1 star. Jang Hyun asked if he was really talking about the boy in the picture. The manager explained that Moa was definitely a girl, and had always been a bit strange. Jang Hyun didn't quite understand what he meant, so the manager added that what he was about to say might be bad for an idol's image, but she was a bit rough for a girl. The scene then shifted back to Moa, telling Sion that she was Morgan, and she wanted Pilgyu, whom she called Uncle, to wake up. Some injured men went to help Pilgyu. Morgan grew furious and prepared another blow, striking Sion with all her strength while cursing him, dragging him across the floor. She slapped the man she called Uncle, telling him to wake up, until Pilgyu finally came to. Morgan thought her uncle was really getting old, since he had been knocked out by a child's punch. Since Sion had been looking for her by her real name, for a girl, Morgan didn't have a light punch. Still, he admitted it was far from the punch of a woman he knew. Morgan immediately got irritated hearing what he said, and Pilgyu called out to her, explaining that Sikon was like her. Morgan replied that she had already noticed. Sion got back up and was quite surprised, but she couldn't understand why Sion had mistaken Pilgyu for her. She wondered if her face was really that ugly. Pilgyu didn't care about what she was saying, and pointed out that they needed to do something about the way she talked, since she was an idol and couldn't speak like that. Morgan didn't see a problem with discussing that later. Right now, she wanted to understand how Sion dared to lay hands on her uncle. She tried to strike him again, making it clear that he was a dead kid now. Sion dodged, but he couldn't help noticing how fast she was. He also thought her movements were very good, and she managed to hit him somehow. In the end, every version 1 had their specialties, and he wondered if she had been trained in combat, so he threw a very fast punch at her and found it a bit disappointing. She started bleeding and demanded to know what was wrong with him. Socheon looked confused and said he had gone easy on her, thinking she could probably take another one like that. But Pilju jumped at the boy and stopped him, telling Morgan he wouldn't let Socheon touch her. Sion immediately pushed back against Pilgyu's strength, and the uncle shouted for Morgan. She leaped forward and told Sion to remember this, then kicked him in the face with all her might, making it clear she would always protect her uncles. Sion took the kick as if his head were a soccer ball. When she talked about protecting someone, he immediately remembered Eden and the state he had been in. He said that with her skills she looked more like a child throwing a tantrum. Then he hit Pilgyu hard and caught the girl off guard. He grabbed Pilgyu by the hair and started slapping his face as if he were nothing. Then he drove a knee into Morgan's uncle, leaving him in shock. Pilgyu began to spit a lot of blood, and Morgan started to worry. Sion thought it was a joke for her to talk about protecting anyone. Already on the ground, Morgan grabbed his leg and screamed for him to stop. She apologized for both herself and her uncle, saying she would do whatever Sion asked. She just didn't want her uncle to get hurt, any more than he already was. Since Sion needed her, she begged him to leave her uncles alone. The rest of the men were shocked to hear her say that, especially since they were badly injured themselves. Sion was completely incredulous, and asked if this was some kind of joke. He felt like she was making him look like the bad guy, and that upset him a little. Suddenly the scene shifted to a luxury car, and the man inside was listening to a song he thought would be perfect for Moa. Then he received a call from Manager Kim and answered, saying he was on his way right now. Manager Kim sounded desperate and wanted to know where he was. The man asked why the rush. Kim explained that their new talents had disappeared, specifically Jang Hyun, who had wanted to talk to the president, the very man in the car, and had suddenly vanished. The president didn't understand and asked him to slow down, but in the end he said he was arriving. However, there was someone standing right in the middle of the road. The man was armed and spun his gun as if it were nothing. It was Slandy, and he was accompanied by Sparky, who was holding a bomb. The company president couldn't understand what was wrong with those two standing in the street. He tried to swerve and managed to, but Slandy shot at his car, making it spin, and Sparky threw her bomb toward it. An explosion sent the car flying. She looked surprised, while Slandy told her to step back a little. The car bounced a few times on the ground, and Slandy said Sparky had done a good job and should leave the rest to him. The president was badly hurt, trapped in the overturned vehicle. Slandy asked if he was the president of GGT, Shin Gyute, while the man just begged for help. Slandy pulled him out from under the car and said he would only say this once, so he should listen carefully. Slandy asked where Morgan was, pointing the gun at his head. The president wanted to know how he knew her name, but Slandy kicked him in the head, making it clear he was the one asking the questions. Desperate, the president screamed for someone to help him. Slandy grew irritated and thought it would be fine if he blew one of the president's legs off, but just as he was about to shoot, Jang Hyun appeared and kicked his hand, making Slandy fire into the air. Sparky enjoyed the explosion. Slandy looked at the traitor and wanted to confirm if his name was Jang Hyun. SGT Entertainment was an agency that had nurtured many idols at the top of the rankings. For some, it was a dream job. For others, it was a place that created people for them to idolize. However, darkness always follows the light. An idol fan suddenly headbutted a security guard in the face. The guard made it clear he wouldn't let that slide. The dark side of SGT Entertainment was that it was a company ruled by a criminal organization. The scene shifted back to Pilgyu, sitting with Morgan and Sion as they explained the whole situation. Pilgyu thought Sion should realize who he was messing with, but Morgan didn't think that was something to brag about and asked her uncle not to cross the line. She also found it strange that her uncle was talking like that after joining others to beat up a kid. She told him to stop with that and become an idol with her instead. Pilgyu once again just wanted her to speak more properly, since she was an idol. Sion simply watched, then lowered his head because he found all that talk ridiculous. Morgan wanted to know how Sion expected them to cooperate. Sion explained there was a guy named Noel who was after good kids like them, and Morgan was obviously on the list too. Noel was planning to gather them so they would join his side. Morgan got furious and said that was absurd, making it clear she would never follow any of his orders. Sion replied that if she refused, Noel would end up killing her, and not just her, but everyone around her. Morgan truly couldn't believe it. She made it clear that her uncles and her family would always be under her protection. She declared she would split Noel in half, and was already waiting for him to come. Sion asked if she was sure she wanted to deal with Noel alone, because those people he called a bunch of idiots couldn't even defeat him, and he had been by himself. Morgan tried to defend her people, saying they hadn't been prepared for that fight. Sigon thought she was clinging to too many excuses, and that whether it was to protect her family, or for any other reason, she shouldn't talk nonsense. Her hands were full of precious things she needed to protect, and if she couldn't close her her fists, she would end up losing everything. The scene then shifted to the president of SGT Entertainment, Shin Gyutae, who was badly injured and on the verge of death. But with Jong Hyun's arrival, Shin Gyutae saw a light at the end of the tunnel. He wanted to know if the boy in front of him was really Jong Hyun, and the kid confirmed it. In turn, he asked if Shin Gyutae was the president of SGT Entertainment, explaining that he had come to find him because he had business with him. Shin Gyutae was delighted by what Jang Hyun had said and wondered if that meant he wanted to sign a contract with them. The boy immediately refused. Slandy then moved toward Jang Hyun, making it clear that wouldn't happen, because he also had business with the president. Jang Hyun dodged the attack and proposed a deal. Whoever won the fight would get to do business with the president of SGT. Slandy thought the kid was pretty confident and immediately pointed his gun at him and fired straight at his face. Jang Hyun fell to the ground, but he quickly got back up and made it clear he was confident because he was Jang Hyun. He struck Slandy in the face. Slandy was surprised. Jang Hyun tried to follow up with a kick, but Slandy grabbed his leg and slammed him to the floor. He aimed his gun at Jang Hyun again, but Jang Hyun kicked him in the face and avoided the shot. Because of that, Jang Hyun's mask slipped a little, and he asked if Slandy was enjoying the hits he was taking. Suddenly, several knives flew toward Jang Hyun. He managed to dodge, but not completely. Some of them hit him. Sparky got scared and wanted to know if Slandy was okay. Jang Hyun noticed that it was just a kid playing with fireworks and knives, so he concluded there was a bad child there, and ran toward the little girl. Sparky cried as she watched her comrade getting beaten, while Slandy warned Jang Hyun not to dare lay a hand on her. Sparky easily dodged. When Jang Hyun looked back, Slandy was gone, leaving behind his overcoat and wig. Suddenly he appeared behind Jang Hyun, saying he was right there, and caught him off guard. Hyun tried to move, but Slandy grabbed his arm and said it was shameful. He explained he hadn't wanted to go that far against him, but before he could do anything, Hyun kicked him and forced Slandy to step back. Jang Hyun saw that his arm was injured and couldn't understand what had happened. Since Slandy had only touched him, he quickly grabbed the bandage he kept with him. Slandy had a bizarre appearance and was completely different from everyone else. Jang Hyun activated his beast mode, but Slandy dodged easily, though he admitted the kid's movements had improved. Still, Hyun managed to hit his arm, then grabbed him and drove a knee into his ear. Slandy commented on how flexible Hyun was, and grabbed both his arm and leg, deciding he should break them first. He did exactly that, and Jang Hyun felt unbearable pain. He kicked Slandy and fell to the ground. Slandy wasn't too worried, and thought the kid could keep resisting. In the end, he would be a good child and fall asleep. Still, he didn't think Jang Hyun really looked like a good child after all. Yuri heard that, and since Jang Hyun wasn't a good child, he raised his baseball bat and prepared to strike Slandy from behind. He wanted to know what that weird-faced guy thought about a bad kid. He hit Slandy hard and felt pretty happy about it. Slandy asked who he was while crushing Yuri's bat with ease. Yuri was shocked at how effortlessly he had done it. Meanwhile, Sparky had prepared 2 bombs and threw them toward Yuri, doing it all to protect Slandy. The bomb flew right over Yuri's head and exploded. Sparky, worried, ran toward Slandy, but he told her to stay quiet because the fight wasn't over yet. The crazy Russian thought it was a bit much for a welcome party. Dmitri wanted to know what kind of mess this was, when all he had wanted was to stop some kids from running away. He also made it clear to Jang Hyun that they would talk when they got home. Slandy recognized that they were from Barefoot. The crazy Russian was surprised that such a weird guy knew them, but in the end he wanted to talk a little with Slandy. He had brought his toolbox and figured that since Slandy had messed with someone else's kid, he should be ready for the consequences. The scene shifted back to after Sion had scolded Morgan. She thought he was heartless and was very irritated. Then the manager appeared, visibly desperate, asking Pilju to gather everyone because something terrible had happened to the president. Tension quickly filled the place. The scene changed again, showing the barefoot symbol. Yuri was shocked that the crazy Russian had brought the weapon Igor Hyun always used. He called that weapon the Bear Hunter. Sparky was furious when she saw that the shield, which was also a weapons case, had blocked all of her fireworks. Slandy noticed it was made of bulletproof material, so he rushed toward the shield and struck it with all his strength, thinking the only thing he could do at that moment was split it in half. The crazy Russian made it clear that wouldn't be possible. It had been very expensive, and he didn't want anyone touching it. He quickly grabbed a gun and started firing at Slandy, who dodged in an extremely strange way, dropping to the ground as if he had fallen apart. He began moving in a bizarre manner, avoiding every shot. The crazy Russian thought Slandy was completely insane, because cutting through that with bare hands was very difficult. He told Yuri he would cover him, and Yuri should grab Jang Hyun first. Yuri ran toward the boy, but Sparky was there. She asked where he thought he was going, and launched one of her fireworks at him. Yuri didn't pay much attention, thinking she was just an annoying brat, but the explosion she caused was enormous. Slandy explained that Sparky's fireworks were not normal, and sooner or later they would burn him to death. Yuri screamed because it really was hot, but he still thought fire was better than water. Remembering his fight with Eugene, seeing that Yuri preferred fire, Slandy prepared an attack, but the crazy Russian wouldn't make it easy. He used the shield and slammed Slandy hard, sending him crashing into a wall. Sparky was very worried about him. Yuri shouted that he had grabbed Jang Hyun, while Jang Hyun got angry and told Yuri to let him go, insisting he could still fight. Suddenly, several fireworks flew again toward Dmitri. A huge explosion followed, and Yuri became very worried about his comrade. Sparky cried because she didn't want anyone hurting Slandy. Dmitri, however, had had enough. He pulled out a weapon that instantly turned the girl's bombs into dust. He asked if the child was okay, and she collapsed to the ground in fear. The crazy Russian began to lament, realizing he had grown sentimental after spending so much time around around kids. At that moment, Slandy moved so fast that he suddenly appeared beside Dmitri and knocked his gun into the air. He asked whether Barefoot didn't know its own limits, but the crazy Russian replied that it was the opposite. He knew his limits very well. He grabbed a small axe and tried to slice Slandy, who looked like living minced meat, but Slandy caught the weapon. Dmitri then told Yuri to get out of there and slammed Slandy with the shield. Yuri was worried about his comrade, but Dmitri insisted he had to finish the hunt. The little girl ran to Slandy and asked if he was okay. The weirdo was fine and told her to back away and protect herself as best she could. He was getting angry at the Barefoot members and clearly remembered that their leader Igor had died. Now he wanted to know who he was dealing with. The Mad Russian soon revealed his name and how he shared Igor's last name. Slandy wanted to know if they were brothers, and he slammed with all his strength into the Mad Russian's shield. Dmitri looked quite irritated, since several people simply wouldn't stop taking his brother's name out of their filthy mouths. Then he threw a few smoke bombs towards Slandy, and the smoke quickly began to rise. Slandy thought it was a very dirty trick, and Dmitri was already behind him with his hatchet. But somehow Slandy kicked and managed to knock the hatchet out of the Mad Russian's hand, showing it was very easy to predict what Dmitri was going to do. Soon the Mad Russian grabbed a pistol and started firing at Slandy, who quickly moved and dodged every shot. The Mad Russian couldn't understand how a human could move like that, until Slandy grabbed him by the foot and asked if the big guy had any more tricks. He squeezed Dmitri's foot hard, and Dmitri aimed at his hand and tried to shoot, but Slandy simply rushed toward the Mad Russian to attack him. Dmitri managed to dodge for a moment and quickly grabbed a hammer, striking Slandy with it. The weirdo revealed that wouldn't be enough to stop him, but Dmitri thought he could now do something that would be enough using another weapon. Unfortunately, Slandy dodged again. Everything had been planned, because the Mad Russian had placed a bear trap on the ground, and Slandy got caught in it like a fish. Slandy realized the cloud of smoke had only been to hide the traps. Now he was stuck, and the Mad Russian believed he had finally caught that lunatic. Unless he wanted to lose his foot, he would have to stay still. Dmitri thought he was going to put an end to it. Noel soon appeared and told Slandy he hadn't expected him to drag the fight out so long. He saw that bare feet were better than he had thought. The Mad Russian was caught off guard and quickly tried to attack Noel, but his weapon completely broke after hitting Noel's back. He was shocked, and Noel said it was a pleasure to meet him, but also bade the Mad Russian farewell and asked Dmitri to say hi to Igor for him before striking him with everything he had. The Mad Russian was bleeding all over and began to believe that man was Noel. In the end, Noel saw that the Mad Russian was still talking and realized Dmitri was tougher than he had thought because he had cut him with the intent to kill. Suddenly Sion appeared, shouting for Noel and trying to hit him with a kick. Noel managed to block it, finding it very inconvenient that Sion had shown up at that moment. Seeing Sion's face, he wanted to know if something had happened. He thought Sion's expression looked much better, and with that he sent Sion flying, which surprised him as well. Using his ironic tone, Noel thought Sion was really truly ready for a real fight, and saw that Sion had even brought toys. Dmitri was worried about Sion, whose demeanor was completely different. Seeing how Sion was, Noel thought it best to respond in kind, and grabbed his sword. He quickly drew it and launched a strike. He believed that would be enough, but Siwon appeared behind him. Noel admitted Siwon was better than he had thought, yet even with his back turned, he managed to block the attack. While Siwon moved incredibly fast, Noel was almost standing still and blocked again, though he was surprised by the movements. He realized Siwon had become much faster, and the fight between them was intense. Slandy saw that Siwon was completely different from the last time, and couldn't understand how it was possible for him to have grown so much in so little time. He just wanted to understand what made Sion evolve so much. Noel thought Sion had to be strong, since he was the legend of the Mansion of Death. Then Sion tried to attack from above, and Noel had already noticed, but some lines began to wrap around Noel's body, and he was surprised by that, since he hadn't expected it. Sion reached the ground while Sparky cried, very worried about Noel. The long-haired man revealed that it had been very dangerous, but he wanted to understand why Sion was so fired up. He wanted to know if all of this was because of Eden, and whether he had simply broken free. Sion immediately became furious after hearing Noel's question, and began to scream his enemy's name. Noel wanted him to stop shouting that name, and soon made several cuts on Sion, asking if there was anything else Sion wanted to shout at him, like the reason Noel had done that with Eden. Noel said it with a smile on his face. Sion was completely enraged, and a car arrived. It was Pilgyu, who went to the president of SGTT Entertainment. Shun Gyute revealed they should take care of the big guy in the giant tree, and Pilgyu had no idea what his president was talking about. Gyute explained that they had suddenly appeared to help him, and he couldn't just leave it at that. He needed to nurture them for the future. Pilgyu really wanted to understand what Gyute meant. Noel soon appeared beside them, and he recognized the company president, certain that he was the one who had bought Morgan. Noel grabbed the photo and looking at it wanted to know if Pilgyu was a Morgan. At that moment Sion tried to move, and Slandy rushed toward him, catching the young man by surprise. The Mad Russian didn't want to let his comrade be hit again, and quickly protected him with the shield. Then Dmitri told Sion to run. Sparky threw a bomb towards Sion, who was heading for Noel. She was very angry about Sion hurting Noel, and the bomb landed right in front of him. The explosion was so big it even affected the girl's eyes. Sion managed to escape the blast and headed toward where Null had been, but the president was alone there and was even afraid of being hit by mistake. Sion was confused and wanted to know where Null was, and Gute didn't know. He explained that Null had simply grabbed Pilgyu and disappeared. The scene then changed to the SGT entertainment building. Morgan shouted angrily, saying that was why she should have gone along. Sion thought she was joking, because it wouldn't have made any difference if she had gone. Morgan insisted it would have been different, and that she would have been taken instead of her uncle, since he had nothing to do with it. Sion explained that was exactly why they had left her there, and he didn't change his opinion that a gangster being taken in her place had been much better. Morgan was completely outraged and thought he was making fun of her. Suddenly Yuri called Morgan, referring to her as Pinky, and asked her to calm down a bit. He wanted to know if she couldn't see that there were injured people there, and whether she realized whose fault it was. They were like that. Dimitri said it was fine, and showed everyone it was just a scratch. But he also said what Sion had said was true, because if Morgan had been the target, it was better the way things had turned out. Morgan just wanted the mad Russian to shut up. Dimitri also told Sion that at the same time he had said something wrong, and Sion didn't understand what his comrade meant. Dimitri explained that the Russian who had been captured might be nothing to Sion, but to Morgan he was family, and the last thing Sion should have said was that it was good he had been taken. Sion understood his point, and suddenly the company president appeared and apologized to everyone, explaining that maybe he had misunderstood the situation, but he really wanted to know what they could do about Pilgyu, and showed concern for him. Savern clarified to Gute that Null had mistaken Pilgyu for Morgan, so it was only a matter of time before he discovered Pilgyu's true identity. That meant Null would end up coming after them again. Yuri told Savern it wasn't as if they were idiots, but he wanted to know how they could use what they had, referring to the hostage they had. They had managed to capture Sparky. Seeing that, Morgan became very scared and wanted to know what was wrong with that child, and since when she had been there. Yuri explained the child had been there since they arrived. Very worried, Morgan quickly tried to free her, asking what kind of psychopaths they were. Yuri didn't want Morgan to do that, because Sparky was very loud, and after Morgan removed the tape from Sparky's mouth, Yuri immediately covered his ears so he wouldn't get irritated, and Sparky's tears began to fall onto her own clothes. She did nothing but cry for a moment, and Morgan asked the little girl if she was okay, and whether everything that had happened had scared her. Sparky just wanted to know what she was supposed to do, because Slandy had really gotten hurt, and she thought it was all her fault. She believed that because of that Null wouldn't come back for her. She was afraid she was no longer part of his family. The scene then shifted to Slandy, completely furious, unable to understand why Null had left Sparky behind. With a gun pointed at him, Null tried to explain to Slandy that it had been a misunderstanding, and if Slandy wanted to blame someone, Null believed the fault was entirely his. After all, Slandy was close to the little girl, and he had been the one who left her there. Very irritated, Slandy made it clear that the only reason he had followed Null's orders was because of Sparky, and he wanted to know if Null had forgotten that. Null, once again very ironic, thought Slandy was being too harsh on him. He also pointed out that with Slandy's leg in that condition, it wouldn't be a fair fight. Slandy lifted his mask and wanted to know if Null was serious, making it very clear that Null should try his luck. He showed his face, which looked like Nemesis, but Null explained that, in any case, it had just been a joke. He thought Slandy was very dull, since he had no sense of humor and was just a scary monster. He also believed there was no reason for Slandy to worry about Sparky, because they would get her back soon. But first, Null wanted to know what they could do with the fake Morgan, and he passed the sword very close to Pilgyu. Pilgyu realized that Null truly wanted a proper child from the Mansion of Death, but Null didn't want to hear what he had to say, and soon cut him, tearing off his ear. He wanted Pilgyu to stop talking nonsense, and asked if he knew why he was still alive. Pilgyu believed that Null planned to keep him as a hostage and trade him for the child, or for Morgan herself. Null replied that he had never considered any hostage exchange plan. Now then touched Pilgyu's other ear with the sword, curious about something. If Pilgyu, who had sacrificed himself for Morgan, were to fall, how would the real Morgan react when she came looking for him? And still at the church, that super strong old man with glasses kept watching Pilgyu tied up there, acting quite ironic. He said he felt very sorry for Pilgyu. After all, he was treating a rare guest in such a way. He also thought it wasn't very polite of him to drag this out, so he would soon choose which tool he should start with. The old man made it clear he would be very happy if Pilgyu gave him any information he had about Morgan. Pilgyu quickly explained to the old man that he had already said he was Morgan. The old man opened his mouth and made it very clear that those kinds of lies wouldn't work, because in the end he couldn't see Morgan's ability in that big guy. He then grabbed one of Pilgyu's teeth with the pliers. Pilgyu realized those men were aware of Morgan's abilities, and Slandy arrived right at the moment he was about to lose the tooth. Slandy warned the old man that things like that wouldn't work on Pilgyu. He explained that people like him are always the same. Oppression or bribery would never work. After all, people like that big guy don't put themselves above others, so it wouldn't matter to him if he had an ear, fingers, or tendons cut off. The old man admitted that made things a bit harder, and he didn't know what he could do. Slandy told him he could handle it, that he knew exactly how to deal with someone like Pilgyu. It wasn't about where the person aims, but about the target they are aiming at. The scene then shifts to SGT Entertainment, and Morgan was closing the door. Shin wanted to know how the little girl was doing, and Morgan explained that Sparky cried until she calmed down. She continued talking about someone named Slandy, because in the end Morgan didn't know who he was, and Sion thought it could only be some kind of joke. Sion was furious because instead of worrying about the brat, Morgan should have asked about Null's location. In his view, that child shouldn't have calmed down, so he wanted Morgan to get out of his way because he himself was going to question the girl. But Morgan basically put her foot in front of the door and declared that he wouldn't do whatever he wanted. Sion didn't understand what she meant, and Morgan explained that Sparky wouldn't be able to escape anyway, so they should let her rest a little. He could question her when she was calmer. Sion thought she was mocking him and wanted her to move. Morgan clarified that she also wanted to do everything she could to find Pilgu, but threatening a little girl wasn't the right way. She also wanted to know what Sion would do if he knew Null's location. Sion really didn't understand why she asked that, and Morgan stated that either way he had lost to him, so it wouldn't make any difference if he fought again. She grew very irritated and told Sion to look at himself and the others around him, because he was acting completely irrationally, and that wouldn't be enough to deal with his enemy. But Sion simply interrupted her, shouting that he wanted to do everything he could. He showed a lot of anger, and Morgan slammed her head into his face, saying that if he thought that way, he should at least show he had a plan. To her, he was just acting like an emo bully who never left high school. Shin quickly held Morgan and asked her to watch her language, reminding her they had talked about it several times. Morgan kept telling Shine that he wasn't the only one frustrated there, nor the only one angry, reminding him that it was her family that had been captured, not his. Her eyes soon filled with tears. Sion was very surprised to hear that, and he remembered Eden and the touch of hands they had. In the end, he turned his back, asking the two of them to keep an eye on the girl and to get some information as quickly as possible. He asked if there was any unused training room, and Shin revealed there was one in basement B5, the one Morgan used before. Sion said he would warm up a little and wanted to be informed as soon as they discovered anything. Morgan was deeply hurt by that argument. Meanwhile, Sion played back a memory on his phone. He remembered Morgan's words saying he had lost to Noel, and it would be useless to fight again, and that made him furious. He remembered the hidden camera Dimitri had used, and that camera, in that huge dark place that also worked as a weapons storage, must have recorded something from Dimitri's fight against Noel. Sion had thought he had become stronger, but there was still a gap in skill between them. He reached the training room and was surprised to see it filled with weapons. He picked up a sword and realized it wasn't real, so he didn't understand what kind of training the girl had been doing there. Morgan arrived and said she was also an actress, so practicing with those kinds of things had been useful at some point. Sion saw she was there and wanted to know why she had followed him, since he had told her to watch the girl. Morgan then looked at his smartphone screen, saw Null, and thought he was very handsome. She took Sion's phone, which irritated him, and he demanded it back immediately, but Morgan let her hair down and told him to be quiet because she needed to focus. He didn't understand what she meant. The scene shifts to Gyutai, confused about what was happening with the world. He thought they had ended their involvement with the Mansion of Death, and Yuri wanted to know where Morgan had gone. Shine was shocked because he was alone, and Yuri had suddenly appeared. He asked what was wrong, and the young man told the company president they had only asked him to keep an eye on Shine, but he also wanted to know if Morgan came from the Mansion of Death. Gyutai confirmed it, explaining he had adopted her when she was young. Yuri said the last child he saw from the mansion used a screwdriver, and he wanted to know what Morgan's specialty was. Gyutai asked if Yuri didn't know Moa, since she was an idol with a good reputation. Yuri kept calling her Pink, and the president didn't really understand why. Gyutai also explained he had planned to make her an actress first, and that was why he brought someone talented in that aspect. What Morgan was truly good at was acting methods. The scene shifts back to Morgan, now with her hair down. She asked Sion how she looked, holding a scabbard and wondering if it was similar. Sion thought she was joking and wanted to know what she was doing. Her acting method synchronization had reached 65%. She chose to play the role of Noel and launched an attack towards Sion, who was surprised. Morgan got very close to him and asked where he was looking. Sion quickly grabbed his knife and blocked her strike. Morgan started laughing and asked why he was getting so irritated, if it was because of Noel. Sion's eyes widened as he remembered Noel, which stressed him out. Morgan said his expression was very good, and the battle between them continued. Morgan admitted she hadn't been able to synchronize efficiently since she didn't have enough information about Noel, but now that she was moving, she could tell he was a monster. Sion said it wasn't because of Noel. He quickly disarmed her, making her sword hit the ceiling, then kicked her leg, knocking her down, and with a screwdriver he threatened Morgan. She froze for a moment, and so did he. Then she asked them to stop and wanted him to get off her. Sion soon explained to Morgan that it was because of Eden, saying things no one could really understand. Sion thought he truly was a strange guy, but Eden kept telling him to call him Hyun, and soon tears began to fall from Sion's eyes. Morgan gently touched his face and wiped away his tears, saying it was okay, and that he didn't have to hold them back. She wanted to know why he kept acting like that, reminding him that in the end, he was still just a kid, and had the privilege of crying whenever he wanted. It was practically an exclusive privilege. Sion simply accepted it, and started crying a lot. The scene suddenly shifted to Rachel, who was about to open the door. Dimitri asked her to wait a bit, and leave Sion alone. Rachel wanted to know what that crazy Russian thought he was doing and told him to get out of her way, but he said he couldn't. He wanted her to try to understand. He thought it was better to give Sion a moment of peace. The scene changed again to Null telling Sparky that they were family. She didn't understand what he meant. Null explained that he was also from the Mansion of Death. He had received an upbringing similar to hers, and they had been brainwashed since they were young, taught to use their strength for their relatives, or for the families. Sparky then said Null had killed her family. He knelt down and explained that people who simply use them are neither relatives nor family. A real family doesn't let one another get hurt. Nuller told the little girl that they were what the world calls buyers, and they used the children from the Mansion of Death as tools. He took a matchbox and lit a match, saying that from now on he would be her real family. family, not a buyer who ordered her around to do whatever he wanted. He said she would have a real family, and he gave her a little star. Then he introduced himself, saying his name was Null and that he was pleased to meet her. The girl became very happy. Suddenly Slandy arrived. He wasted no time and headed straight toward Null because he didn't know the man who had come exactly when he wasn't there. Null realized Slandy had arrived earlier than expected. Null thought his name was Slender Roman, but Sparky revealed Slandy's name when she shouted, worried about him, begging him not to fight Null, explaining that Null was now her family. Slandy didn't understand what the girl meant. Sparky explained that Null had told her everything, that her father was only a computer and not her real family. She also said Null had told her that family doesn't let one another get hurt. Slandy grew very worried about her. Then the girl told Null that Slandy was part of their family too, so they should go together. Null didn't disagree, but Slandy wanted Sparky to wake up and warned her that Null was lying. Null then told Slandy that from that moment on she would be under his care. The scene shifted to the sword stuck in the ceiling. Morgan thought she was going to die, and that all of that had been very hard, but she also understood it had been a long time since she had done this. The place was completely destroyed, and Sion hadn't expected something like that to be possible. He thought she had really become similar to Null, not only in movements, but also in personality. Morgan explained that it was called method acting, where she could grasp what she saw and act exactly like it. Sion wanted to know if she could imitate anyone. She said not exactly. Her synchronization depended on how much information she had, and the duration varied based on the difficulty. Her body also wasn't capable of maintaining techniques that were too hard to copy. Sion was truly surprised by her ability, and he asked if she could do it just a little longer. Morgan was surprised by the request, since it was really difficult for her, but Sion begged, saying maybe he could understand better after 1 or 2 more tries. He took her hands and she became embarrassed. At that moment Shin appeared, started yelling at Sion after seeing him holding Morgan's hands, and wanted to know what the hell the kid was trying to do. He asked what Sion meant by trying 1 or 2 more times. He had thought it was something else. Morgan quickly explained to the president that he had it all wrong, and Sion told Gyute that Morgan was truly the best. Gyute grew furious and showed his tattoos. Sion said it wasn't what Shin Gyute was thinking. Suddenly a subordinate arrived and called for the president. Gyute didn't want to listen and thought the employee had come at the right time. He even asked for a knife to finish a problem, but the subordinate explained that a package had arrived for Morgan and showed it to them. Gyute found it strange that it had arrived under her name instead of Moa. Sejeon immediately sensed something evil and shouted for them not to open it and to give it to him, but Gyute opened it. He was completely shocked. It was Pilgyu's ear, along with a note asking where Morgan was. The girl saw it and was horrified. The scene changed to them sitting together, with Rachel present. She thought everything was obvious, and wanted Morgan to bring Sparky. Morgan didn't understand why the conversation had gone in that direction, and Rachel explained that if they were going to use hostages, they should do the same. First of all, she wanted to know why they had left the child they captured alone. She believed they should make the kid talk, no matter what it took. Morgan felt Rachel wanted to act like Noel. Rachel said that wouldn't be so difficult for her, and asked if Morgan knew what her specialty was. Morgan became very upset, and thought the people from the Mansion of Death were all irritating. Rachel reminded her that she had come from the same place as all of them. Gyute just wanted Morgan to calm down and said maybe it really was the time for them to do something. Morgan didn't understand what the company president meant, but Gyute thought Rachel was right. They shouldn't have left the child alone. Morgan couldn't understand why Gyute was acting like that. He explained that what was written on the card meant they knew Pilgyu wasn't her. Morgan became worried and called him uncle, reminding him that he had promised he wouldn't do bad things anymore, and she hoped he hadn't forgotten. But he didn't care. He just wanted to bring Pilgyu back. He even felt bad for the child, but it was a necessary evil, and he asked Morgan to let it go, at least this once. He quickly opened the door, tears falling from his face. He remembered a rainy day when he had laughed a lot with Pilgyu. Then he walked toward Sparky while Morgan begged him not to do anything bad. Gyutai apologized to Sparky and said he was in a hurry. He wanted the girl to tell him where Nal was. Holding a knife, he asked if she could tell them, but Sparky only said she had let Slandy get hurt, and family doesn't let one another get hurt. Gyutai grabbed her clothes and lifted her up, shouting for her to listen and asking where Pilgyu was, but the girl kept repeating that she wasn't family. Gyutai couldn't understand anything. Once again he shouted, asking where Pilgyu was, threatening her with the knife. Then Morgan grabbed him from behind and pulled him away, making him release the girl, who remained on the floor with tears streaming from her eyes. The scene shifted to the airport. Noel told Damien he would leave the rest to him. Damien promised he would return with Morgan. He believed the people at the company must have received the present by now, and if that wasn't enough, he was willing to send them a little more. Noel thought Damien was being too harsh, and should remember they had Sparky, pretending to be concerned, while at the same time imitating her. Damien started laughing, and Noel didn't understand why. In the end, Noel headed toward the jet, thinking Damien really wasn't a good kid, and Damien thought that was the best compliment he could receive. As he walked, Damien suddenly received a call. It was the old man Dominic, who was badly injured. He told Damien that things had gone wrong, and that Slandy had taken the hostage and disappeared. The scene shifted back to SGT Entertainment. Pilgyu appeared there, leaving one of the employees extremely surprised. Pilgyu simply told the man to get out of the way. Slandy immediately threw several bombs toward him, causing massive destruction, but the employee managed to survive. Pilju asked if he was okay and told him to run as fast as he could. Slandy, looking like a psychopath, had a match in his mouth as if he had mistaken it for a cigarette. He said they had tried to take everything from him, and now they would have to pay the price. He was covered in bombs and declared that he would destroy the entire place. If they wanted to save even a single person, they should bring Sparky to him right away. He kept walking with Pilju, lighting more fuses, telling them to bring the girl or get out of the way. He threw a few bombs on the ground, and then Sion appeared, already holding his knife. He asked if Pilju was okay. The big guy said he was, and asked about Moa. Sion explained that she had evacuated with the others, because Slandy was after the good child. Slandy didn't understand. Sion had said it as if he himself wasn't a good child. He immediately tried to strike him. Sion attempted to block, but the impact was huge and sent him flying. Slandy thought Sion should join Null to fight against the Mansion of Death, and couldn't understand why he had kidnapped Sparky. He tried to grab him, but Sion dodged and made it clear that he and his comrades were not like the people from the mansion. They weren't good children, they were bad ones. He attacked Slandy, who dodged and mocked him for being slow, but Sion had already prepared a kick and hit him with everything he had, sending Slandy flying. Slandy quickly got up and said it didn't matter whether he was good or bad. He didn't care about that. He just wanted Sion to return Sparky. The scene then shifted to 10 years earlier. An Italian mafia organization had raised a dog who wouldn't hesitate to cover himself in blood and mud. He was loyal only to the organization, but one day that dog left his master because he had found a new owner, someone who loved him more than anyone else. That dog was Slandy. He returned home with a bouquet of flowers. Confused, he saw the silhouette of his wife in front of him and thought she must have forgotten to turn on the lights. When he switched them on, he found both his wife and his daughter riddled with bullets. A man behind him knocked him out. The bouquet fell, stained with all that blood. He woke up to the smell of gasoline and realized the house had been set on fire. He was in shock when he saw his wife Anya in that state. He couldn't believe she was dead. He was so out of his mind that he thought she was still warm, but in fact, it was only because her body was burning. After that, he returned to that same Italian mafia, already holding his gun. He carried with him the pendant with the picture of the two people he loved the most. The scene shifted again to Gute, who heard an explosion and wanted to know what was happening to his company. He thought it might be Noel, and Sparky was surprised to hear that name from someone else. One of the subordinates told Gute they still hadn't identified who was there, but Pilgu was. Sparky asked if Noel was around, and Morgan didn't understand what the girl meant. Sparky untied her hair and began talking about Noel, happy that he had come to pick her up. She threw a bomb upward. The scene returned to Slandy fighting Sion. Slandy was hit. Pilgu said he wanted to help, but Slandy fired toward him. Sion thought that wouldn't be good, because Pilgu would only get in the way. Pilgu was surprised by the kid. Sion was completely different from the time they had fought before. Sion slashed Slandy's stomach. He remembered Slandy's injured leg and attacked the same spot. Furious, Slandy tried to punch him but hit the ground instead, admitting Sion was very fast. Sion said it was all thanks to Dmitri. Slandy was surprised and said the crazy Russian must be proud. He attacked again, but Sion dodged and struck Slandy's shoulder. However, he didn't expect Slandy's next move and had to dodge quickly. Slandy asked how long he intended to keep dodging and managed to cut Sion's face. Sion was shocked that Slandy had become faster, and Slandy confirmed it. Slandy began to toy with him, telling him to endure a little longer, breathing heavily. He grabbed Sion's face and slammed him into the wall, cracking it. Then he grabbed his head and threw him onto the ground, shattering the floor. He told Sion to give up before it was too late and smashed his head again. Sion started bleeding, but then Sion smiled. He said the real fun was just beginning. In that instant, he had understood everything. He broke Slandy's arm as if it were nothing, revealing he had discovered Slandy's weakness. The man with the ruined face backed away, confused by what Sion meant. He noticed Sion's eyes had changed. Sion stood up, and Slandy forced his arm back into place. Meanwhile, Pilgu had found Gute. The company president appeared, cursing Slandy. He asked if this was the girl he wanted. Gute held her with a knife at her neck, asking what Slandy could do now. Slandy became furious and demanded he take his dirty hands off her, but Gute said he wouldn't. He made it clear Slandy wasn't the only one who could use dirty tricks. Gute had lost his mind. He said he would show Slandy. No one is born a villain. When someone is pushed to their limit, that's when a villain is born. Slandy was shocked as Sparky began to cry. Gute warned him not to move a muscle. The slightest movement would take the girl's life. Slandy dropped to his knees, begging Gute to let her go, promising to do anything he wanted. He was truly pleading. Gute, still upset, asked why that girl meant so much to him that he would even cut off his ear for her. Slandy replied he wouldn't give an ear, he would give his throat. He begged, bleeding because he couldn't lose his world again. Gute released the girl. He explained that he had bought Moa from the Mansion of Death because he had lived a lonely life trying to be a gangster. He had no talent, no special ability. Day after day he wandered through nightclubs and karaoke bars, trapped in the world he had chosen. But one day he looked up and saw a world completely different from his. Bright. He thought it would be nice to live in a world like that, so he gathered all the money he had and bought Moa. He believed they would easily become famous, but raising a child wasn't simple. Still, it brought joy to him, and to Pilju, who was like his brother. Thanks to Slandy, Gute was certain of it at that moment. Living happily with the people in that company was the world he had truly been searching for. Slandy asked if his name was Shine Gute. The president confirmed it. Slandy said they would meet again soon, because Iscariot would never give up on good children. Slandy wondered what Iscariot was. Slandy made them a promise. Just once, he would also protect Gutai's world. The scene shifted to Damien, who was furious, kicking things around. He said Slandy was like a zombie straight from hell, and he had never liked him. He told the men with him that plans had changed. They would go to where Morgan was immediately. He considered it a test for the rookies. The scene changed to Rachel, shocked at everything that had happened in the short time she had been away. She couldn't believe they had handed Sparky over so easily. One of the subordinates got angry at the company president, but Gutai apologized to everyone, saying he had no excuses. Sion thought they shouldn't be too hard on him. If it weren't for Gutai, things might have been much worse. He felt that this time they had barely made it. He then asked Pilgyu if he agreed. The big man confirmed it had truly been very dangerous, but at the same time he found himself wondering whether Sion was planning to stand on their side. But Sion pointed at Mari and demanded to know why Rachel had brought the girl there. Mari genuinely wanted to understand what he meant by that, reminding him that she had come all the way intending to cooperate, but now she was starting to lose the will to do so. Sion couldn't believe she was there to help, and made it very clear that they had been doing just fine without her, so in his opinion she should just leave. Mari, on the other hand, believed they had been working really well together, and that losing their hostage would be a serious blow. Eugene soon stepped in and asked the two of them to calm down. He thought they should at least hear what Mari had to say first. Mari then explained that their goal was to recruit the good children. If threats didn't work, they wouldn't hesitate to use force. Sion argued that everyone there already knew that, but Mari continued, saying that because of that, Rachel and she had decided to first identify the children who would attract Null's attention. Rachel added that they compared the abilities of the children Vincent remembered with the ones she had already been watching. Since they were attractive targets for Null, she believed they should recruit those children before he did. Mari explained that she had found updated information on them, and some of the names on the list had already been recruited, meaning they would soon be joining them. Sion wanted to know what kind of abilities these incoming children had, and whether they were trustworthy. A good child from version 1 had been created to satisfy the buyer's needs. That made them specialists in a certain area, but if that specialty was focused only on combat, how strong they truly were remained an unknown. The scene then shifted to a young man complaining, saying that didn't count, asking another guy where he had even found someone like that. He grabbed a gun and pointed it, saying none of this made sense, and that he had never been informed about it. Suddenly he was killed. The scene changed again, with Rachel explaining that this was exactly why they paid such a huge amount to bring them in as mercenaries. At the very least, she believed they needed to invest that much if they wanted to capture Null. Even so, Mari felt it still wouldn't be enough. She also believed they needed a plan, and she showed a MOA poster, explaining that it was part of a strategy to capture Null and his entire group all at once. The scene then shifted to one of the guys who was with Damien. He was surprised that MOA would be holding a concert soon. He knew the girl was Morgan, and his name was Connor. He was a version 1 good child, raised as a combat specialist, but the white-haired boy with glasses thought that if you looked more closely at the poster photo, you could see that Morgan was actually very young. His name was Eric. He was also a version 1 good child, raised as an assassination specialist. Connor started laughing, saying it made no sense. He also noticed that Morgan was wearing makeup on the poster. He showed the picture to Eric and asked what kind of expression that was. Eric told Connor to stop it, that he already knew it was funny. Suddenly Damien seemed to want to know what the two of them were doing, because they needed to start moving quickly. Connor apologized to Damien, respectfully calling him Junior, and explained that they had already made their decision. They made it clear they would stand with the bad children and with their classmate. Eric confirmed Connor's words. However, they had expected this, since they knew the bad children would contact them eventually, so they were just curious about what kind of person Damien was. Damien grew very irritated and didn't even know what to say, but he made it clear that the two of them would end up dead for choosing that path. He called them damn idle fanatics. Suddenly, Connor threw a punch so strong that it sent Damien flying. Connor thought he had already defeated Damien with that single blow. Damien had managed to block it, but suddenly Eric wrapped him in those cutting lines and made a move that sent everything into the air. Connor didn't like that at all, because Eric had ruined all the fun. Eric believed that if Connor kept talking like that, some cliche would happen, and Damien would come back to keep fighting. And just like that, Damien kicked Eric. Connor immediately tried to kick him as well, and Damien tried to kick Connor, causing their legs to clash. The problem was that Connor's legs started bleeding, which caught him by surprise. Damien called Connor an idiot, saying he already knew he was the type who went around hitting without thinking, and he had a metal plate in his leg. Eric then appeared behind Damien to attack him with a knife, but Damien easily dodged with a jump and quickly stepped on Eric's face as if he were kicking a soccer ball. Connor then tried to do something against Damien, but he simply took a knee to the chin. He spat out a lot of blood, and Damien pulled the blade from his foot. Eric saw it and shouted to Connor, but unfortunately Connor was hit by that blade. Damien then put Connor to sleep by kicking him straight to the ground. The problem was that he also had a plate behind his sneaker, so the impact of everything he did with his feet was much greater. Damien thought those two were nothing but useless. He also couldn't believe they had the nerve to say something so stupid like joining that group. Eric was very worried about Connor, and Damien asked if they thought the Mansion of Death was some kind of daycare. The scene then shifted back to the SGT Entertainment Building, and Sion couldn't believe Mari wanted them to hold a concert at such a time. Mari didn't understand why he was complaining, and explained that it was a strategy, but Sion thought they would be far too exposed compared to their enemies. Mari believed they should make use of that, and Sion didn't understand what she meant. Murray argued that since the Iscariots were going to attack them anyway, they should at least choose the time and place where it would happen. So this concert would be part of the plan that would keep the bad children at an advantage. Murray explained to Sion that the concert was nothing more than bait to make Null and his group fall into their trap. The scene then changed to Rachel, who was calling Eric, wanting to know where Connor was, and not understanding why she couldn't reach him. But soon a different voice started laughing on the other end. Recognizing Rachel's voice, she immediately sensed something was wrong and asked if it was Damien. Damien had Eric's phone and was stepping on his head. Rachel asked if the two of them had decided to side with the Iscariots, but Damien didn't understand what she meant, and made it clear that his group didn't need two pieces of trash like Eric and Connor. Rachel then demanded to know what Damien had done to them. Damien kicked Eric's head and said she had asked a good question, so why didn't she try to guess? He told her the two of them had said that Moa was actually Morgan, and Damien wanted to know if that was true. Suddenly he noticed that Sika was there as well, and Eric started calling for Connor. Damien realized Eric could still talk and even thought about doing something fun, so he asked Sika for a favor. The scene then shifted to SGT Entertainment, where everyone was cleaning up the mess caused by Slandy's invasion. Pilgu appeared with a box and asked his boss to take a look, because those were probably gifts from Moa's fans. The box was practically burned, and the company president just wanted Pilgu to throw it away, thinking it was far too dangerous given their current situation. After all, they had no idea what might be inside. He remembered when he had received Pilgu's ear, and told the big guy there was no reason to open it. Just then Morgan arrived, asking what her two uncles were talking about. Shungyu Tae wanted to know what she was doing there, since she should be upstairs practicing. Morgan saw that the box was for her, and immediately took it from Pilgu's hands. She knew it had come from her fans, and couldn't understand why they wanted to throw it away. Pilgu tried to explain to the girl that her safety was the priority right now, and that they had no idea what might be inside that box. Gifts from fans weren't something important at a moment like this. Even after hearing his explanation, Morgan grew furious, making it clear that it was a present her fans had sent her, and she felt the two of them were trying to throw it away just for their own satisfaction. Gatane quickly lost his patience and said he was fed up with this. He asked Morgan if she couldn't see that everyone around her was trying their best, so he couldn't understand why she was acting like this. Morgan tried to argue that they were being too strict, but Gatane walked up to her and knocked the box out of her hands, thinking she had to be joking with him. Pilgu rushed over and tried to hold his brother back before things got worse. Gyuhai told the girl that his job was to protect her from danger, and that was the only thing he could do in a situation like this. What she had to do was keep singing and dancing, but Morgan saw no reason to continue like that. She didn't want to go on stage while things were the way they were. She left, and Pilgu asked Gyuhai why he had said things he didn't really mean. Gyuhai admitted he didn't even understand himself yet. He hated that everyone kept getting hurt because of Morgan, and he didn't want to lose her either. He just wanted to know what he was supposed to do at times like this. Sion had been listening to everything, and the scene shifted to 1 week later. The concert would start in 30 minutes. Marty believed everything was going according to plan, and told everyone to be ready in their positions. Eugene was acting as a lookout in the outer parking lot, and reported that there were no suspects yet. Yuri had the same role, but he didn't like it at all, especially because of the way he was dressed. Eugene reminded Yuri that they had agreed on this, and it almost sounded like he was about to bring up that fight again. Naturally, Yuri hated how the kid kept reminding him that he had lost. Mari then tried to contact Dimitri, and he said he was at the front gate and that most of the audience had already gone inside. There had been no problems so far. Mari then checked in with Rachel, but Rachel said she didn't want to be disturbed. She explained that she couldn't talk while she was disguised as a fan, but she would be listening to everything and would handle things her own way. Mari took a sip of her coffee and thought Rachel was an arrogant woman. Rachel didn't like hearing that. Mari then contacted Sion, asking if he could see anything from where he was. Sion was indeed up high, and made it clear there were still no signs of intruders. He kept walking along the stage structure, saying he was sure Null's partners were just waiting for the show to start before trying to break in. Then he saw Pilgu and remembered that, especially for the uncles, they shouldn't push themselves to the point of getting hurt. They only needed to keep their eyes on Moa. He made it clear that only the bad children would fight. Pilgu was surprised to hear Sion call them uncles, and Sion awkwardly explained that Morgan always called them that, so it had slipped out. In the end, Sion thought that no matter what, Moa was the center of all of this, and he wanted to know if she was ready. She was already on stage, looking stunning. Mari told everyone that the lights would go out in 5 seconds, and after the countdown, Moa would start the show under a spotlight. Meanwhile, Eugene and Yuri were at their positions when 2 people passed by. Yuri complained that those customers were late, since the concert was about to begin. The countdown started, and the ones standing there were Sika and Eric. Elsewhere, where the crazy Russian was, Connor himself appeared. Dominic immediately pointed a gun at Rachel's waist, while Slandy was up high, ready to fight Sion again. The countdown reached 0, and Moa greeted her fans, announcing that the show was about to begin. Slandy then headed towards Sion. The scene shifted shifted to Yuri grabbing his baseball bat, asking if those two were after them. Eugene thought they should figure out the enemy's strength first, but Yuri had no patience for that. They could find out after beating them up. Sika then ordered Eric to get rid of the two of them, and Eric clashed with Yuri at absurd speed. Eugene recognized him as one of the version 1 good children, but he couldn't understand why Eric was with the Iscariots. He warned Yuri not to lower his guard, and even called him Dolphin, but Yuri told the kid to shut up, saying he could handle Eric easily. However, Eugene broke the clash between them, reminding Yuri that he had told him not to lower his guard. Yuri grabbed his bat and complained that he wouldn't have any problems if Eugene hadn't distracted him. He slammed the bat into the ground, creating a huge crack. Eric tried to strike him with a knife, but Yuri vaulted using the bat and smashed Eric with full force, thrilled that he had found an opening. Sika hurried to Eric and gave him an order, telling him to stand up. Yuri was shocked. He was sure he had landed a solid hit, and didn't understand how his opponent could still get back on his feet. Eugene thought the woman's ability was strange. It was as if she were controlling Eric like a puppet. Judging from the way he moved, Eugene believed Eric didn't have control of his own body. Yuri actually liked the sound of that. It meant Eric would keep getting up no matter how much he was beaten, and Yuri wanted to give him a proper thrashing. Eugene asked his partner to calm down, and thought they should come up with a plan first, since they didn't even know what abilities their enemies had. Yuri tried to shut that down, saying they could figure it out while beating them. Eugene insisted Yuri was wrong. There were too many unknowns, and if she could control more than one person, there might be others hiding nearby. And he wasn't wrong. Miguel was there. Connor then told Dmitri to run. The crazy Russian didn't understand what Connor meant. Connor rushed in and delivered a powerful punch, again telling him to run. Dmitri was stunned. He hadn't expected the blow to be that strong. Then he realized the wound Null had given him had reopened. Connor charged at him once more. The scene returned to Yuri, where several beams suddenly rose around them. Yuri wanted to know what that was. He asked the kid if he understood it, but Eugene was down on the ground, and Yuri shouted for him to get up. Miguel attacked, and Yuri managed to block with his bat, but it didn't help much. Miguel was too fast, and struck Yuri's leg with a spear. Right behind him, Eric came in for another hit. Yuri managed to dodge, but his leg started bleeding as he pulled the spear out. Suddenly he crashed into one of the beams and fell. The two of them surrounded him. Yuri remembered when he was younger, a saying back in Russia. In a country where 500 bats are sold every year, only one is bought together with balls and gloves. He had learned what it meant from his father. His father was a damn man who beat him every single day, and he always kept extra bats nearby, saying that if they broke while he was hitting Yuri, he might lose the will to keep beating his son. That was why bats sold so well. Yuri would pray for his body to break instead of the bat, lying on the floor crying while taking the blows. His father would remind him that only weaklings cried, that he had to be strong like his father, and that he should start laughing instead. Until one day, barefoot Igor appeared and grabbed the baseball bat in Yuri's father's hand. The man, of course, couldn't understand why some barefoot guy was standing there. Yuri remembered that if the barefoot man was there because of what had happened last time, then he must have an accomplice and could tell everything. But Igor simply shoved his hand into the man's mouth to shut him up, making it clear that the weak cried and the strong laughed. He agreed with the words Yuri's father had always said, while the man immediately started crying. Igor asked him whether he was going to laugh or cry. Back in the present, Yuri kept repeating those words to himself during the fight. The weak cry, the strong laugh. He lifted several stones, and using his baseball bat, sent them flying toward the two of them, wondering who would be the one laughing last. Then he grabbed the blue balls made of tungsten carbide. Even though they were softer than other types, they bounced far better, and he knew exactly how to use them. He threw them at Miguel and Eric. The balls went right past them, but soon they hit the surroundings, ricocheted, and struck the two of them over and over again. Yuri loved what he was seeing, but Eric quickly regained his posture and rushed toward Yuri, who couldn't run properly because of his injured leg. Instead, Yuri threw two more balls, this time yellow, straight at Eric. They passed by him, but thin wires trailed behind them, instantly wrapping around Eric's body and binding him. Eric held a knife and tried to cut the wires, but Yuri immediately used the red ball, launching it toward him. These balls had blades around them, carving multiple cuts into Eric. Yuri loved those balls that kept a round shape while hiding knives inside. He called it Bear War. Sika watched the battle while Miguel picked up his spears. Eugene suddenly flew in with a kick that sent Miguel away, declaring that everything that had happened so far was already enough. Yuri was surprised the kid was still alive, and Eugene said Yuri had to be joking if he thought something like that would kill him. He explained he had only set a trap to make the enemies lower their guard. Even so, he admitted Yuri had done well. Yuri immediately bragged that he could have handled everything alone. Eugene teased him, saying that from the way Yuri explained the materials and how he used the weapons, he sounded like someone his age. In the end, the kid was just making fun of him, saying Bear War was an extremely ridiculous name. Eugene couldn't hold back his laughter. Yuri got seriously annoyed and warned him it would be better if he didn't tell anyone about it. But then Damien arrived, demanding to know what the hell they thought they were doing. He kicked Yuri hard in the face, sending him flying and knocking down several of Miguel's spears. Damien was already fed up with their childishness, thinking this place was full of brats who just wanted to play around. Yuri was badly hurt from the blow. The scene shifted back to Connor charging at the crazy Russian again. Dmitri managed to dodge, but Connor kept throwing punch after punch, destroying the area around them. Dimitri was shocked by that level of strength. Connor was on the same level as Slandy. The whole time, Connor kept telling him to run. Eventually he landed a hit that made Dimitri furious, and Dimitri punched him back, demanding to know why Connor kept repeating that. Connor continued, telling him he had to run. Dimitri began to wonder if Connor was trying to say he wasn't fighting of his own will. Suddenly Connor was caught off guard when Dimitri pulled out a small axe and attacked. Connor dodged, and Dimitri immediately slammed the axe onto the ground, making Connor stumble. Dimitri made it clear they had prepared themselves for their arrival. He wanted to know if Connor truly wanted this. The scene shifted to Sion. Slandy said they couldn't hold back until the end, so he wanted Sion to show his true abilities. Sion rushed toward him and managed to dodge, but Slandy was fast. He drew his gun and aimed right at Sion's face, firing like fireworks. Moa, on stage, was beginning to worry. One of the fans thought it was strange because he had heard an explosion. Mari, controlling the sound system, immediately raised the volume, and the fans grew excited. Thinking the show was starting, she warned everyone that the Iscariots might be nearby and asked if they could hear her. She called Eugene and Yuri, but Yuri was lying badly injured on the ground. She called the crazy Russian, who was fighting Connor, but got no answer. Finally, she contacted Rachel, asking if she was there. Rachel told Mari to stop panicking. She had already made contact. Dominic told Rachel he had heard a lot about her. He knew her specialty was disguise and espionage, but he didn't think she was as good as the rumors said. Mari informed Rachel through the communicator that she would turn on the stage lights in 2 seconds. The moment the lights came on, Rachel moved. She forced Dominic's gun upward, making him fire into the air, and then she vanished into the crowd, while the old man desperately searched for her. Mari warned it would be a problem if Rachel caused too much noise, but Rachel told her not to worry. Situations like this were her specialty. Dominic kept looking for her. Suddenly he felt a cut on his leg. He continued searching, then another slash opened on his hand. He grew more and more frustrated. The scene shifted back to Connor trying to hit Dimitri, who blocked with a tool in his hand. Dimitri tried to strike him with the axe, but Connor dodged. Dimitri threw the axe down, making Connor trip, but Connor reacted faster and kicked Dimitri right in his wound. Dimitri felt it deeply. Connor struck again, then blessed him with another devastating punch. Even though he was being controlled by Sika, Connor looked thrilled. He mounted Dimitri and began raining blows down on him. Dimitri received a free plastic surgery. At that moment, he remembered when he had called Igor and was standing beside the gigantic bear he had killed, saying it was the biggest one he had found in the mountains. But his brother had asked what was stuck in the bear's chin. Dimitri explained it was a knife, that he had defeated the bear with it and nothing else. Igor had looked disappointed. He told Dimitri never to rely on a piece of metal. The strongest weapon Dimitri had were his fists. That was when the crazy Russian realized he was getting beaten up for nothing. He punched Connor in the torso, and Connor felt it hard. Dimitri stood up, dragged him like a baby, and struck again, sending Connor through a window and flying away. Dimitri felt like he had been fighting very strange people lately. Some used random objects as weapons, some used fireworks, others guns and knives. But thanks to Connor, the mad bear had remembered something. He remembered how a fight was supposed to be. Seeing Connor still conscious, Dimitri thought it hadn't been enough and was ready to keep going. Connor stood and rushed at him, but Dimitri grabbed his head and drove a knee into him, making Connor spit blood. Connor grabbed the Russian's clothes and said it wasn't over. Before he could attack again, Dimitri agreed, saying he was just warming up. They hit each other at the same time, like Romeo and Juliet, and kept trading blows in a brutal exchange. Blood started pouring. Connor eventually dropped to his knees. Dimitri wondered what was happening, if Connor had finally come to his senses. Smiling, the crazy Russian admitted he had fought well. The scene shifted to Slandy, holding several bombs. He asked if Sion was ready, and threw them, causing a massive explosion. Sion vanished from his sight and suddenly appeared from below. Using his wires, he had swung around and emerged behind Slandy, kicking him in the face, and even knocking off his wig in the process. Slandy quickly recovered on top of the structure. He said that was how it should be, and that Sion ought to be capable of that much. Sion focused on Slandy's breathing, but the weird man was fast. He shoved him hard, sending Sion falling. The boy managed to grab onto part of the stage structure. The big problem was that Slandy intended to finish him. He rushed forward and struck the structure Sion was holding, breaking it. But Sion was tough, and at the last second he managed to grab onto the underside of the structure. Slandy wanted to know what he was doing, and even thought the young man might have discovered his weakness. The psychopath wanted Sion to try harder. While Moa continued with her show, she told her fans that the first part had ended and asked if everyone was having fun. The fans stomped and cried, shouting that she was the best, and Moa promised that the second part of the show would be fun as well. Sion then wanted to know if her uncles could hear him, and Pilgu asked what was going on. In the middle of that frenzy with Slandy, Sion explained to the big guy that he couldn't pay attention to Moa's situation at that moment, so he thought Pilgu should forget what he had said earlier, warning that Pilgu and the other uncles should focus only on Moa right away. They shouldn't get distracted, and suddenly C appeared in front of Pilgu. Sion believed they couldn't compete with the abilities of the Iscariot group, and he also wanted Mari to take care of what he had asked for. Mari said she would start right away. The scene then shifted to Moa's dressing room, where Gyute asked some staff members to wait outside for a second. Morgan was very worried, and soon remembered her uncles. Gyute asked if she could see what was happening, because things were getting intense outside. He thought they should stop there because it was too dangerous, and Morgan asked if he was watching her concert. Gyute Gyute grew impatient and clarified that he was, and that was exactly why he was saying they should stop, because he was worried the enemies might capture her. Morgan then asked if Gyute knew why she had become an idol. He didn't understand where she was going with that, and she asked if he remembered when she was little, holding a knife and saying she wanted to become a gangster too. Gyute remembered it very well. She reminded him that he had said those dirty things were something they should handle and that she should always be a shining star. That was why she had said she wanted to be a gangster. Gyute still didn't understand. She recalled the day she said she wanted a doll, and he and the other uncles searched across the country for 3 days. Later she found out it wasn't something that was still being sold, but something someone had made. Somehow Pilgu had managed to get it, and she thought her stupid uncle had really done his best. Morgan believed they were her guiding star, so she wanted to become a star like the gangsters, and hoped one day to shine as brightly as her uncles. Gyute didn't know what to say, and Morgan explained that she knew how they felt. When she looked at the fans from the stage, she thought they truly shone, and she didn't understand how they could shine so much. It wasn't something she could do just by acting, she simply felt it. She believed it was because of those people that she was able to shine so brightly on stage. The same bright world her uncles wanted for her was probably the one she was seeing from the stage, so she asked Gyute to just watch her, because she wanted to show that bright world to everyone. She didn't want them to go back to the darkness, and she wanted to become their guiding star. Gyute was worried. Then Pilgu appeared, and she was caught off guard by his presence. The company president was crying. When he was about to speak to Pilgu, he was suddenly struck hard in the face by him, and Morgan was frightened. Panic set in, and Sika ordered Pilgu to incapacitate Moa. Pilgu moved toward the girl, and his eyes were different, just like Connor's and Eric's, but Morgan quickly dodged his attack. She realized Sika had given him an order, and noticed that her uncle's gaze had changed, so she wanted Pilgu to come back to his senses, and slapped him across the face. However, Sika gave him another command, ordering him to hold Morgan. Pilgu grabbed the girl, and Morgan wanted to know if her uncle was really going to follow that woman's orders. She called Sika an old hag, and demanded to know why she was making her uncle hit the others. In the end, that stage was hers, the spotlight was hers, and she began her performance. The scene suddenly shifted to Slandy, who thought he had expected too much from Sion, and the young man didn't understand what the weirdo was talking about. Sion made it clear to Slandy that he was just getting started. The lights were on, and just as Season had imagined, it was really hot near that illumination. Slandy moved toward him without knowing what he was planning, but he thought the metal was getting too hot for Season. When he was about to strike, Sion simply used his technique called Iron Fist and hit Slandy with everything he had. Slandy began breathing harder and harder, and Season saw he was right, then unleashed a rapid sequence of blows on him. The Slandy couldn't understand what was happening. Sion had suddenly become fast, but then he realized that it was actually he who had slowed down, and he was struck again. Sion knew Slandy's body was burned, and he realized that the way Slandy breathed every time they fought was because his pores were blocked, causing his body to overheat. While Slandy seemed calm on the outside, internally his body was cooking. Slandy soon understood that Sion had only been waiting for his body to overheat, and that was why they were on that structure. Sion wanted Slandy to admit that it had been a good idea. Slandy admitted that Sion was the best product of the House of Death, and decided to show him something. He broke a bar, and Sion was completely surprised by what he saw. Slandy's hands began to bleed, and he explained that with his body overheating, he hadn't thought about it before, but if he could lower his body temperature, then that would be a good idea too. He would do it with his own blood flowing, and so Slandy believed they could begin the second round of their fight. Then the scene shifts to several men in an underground location. They were heavily armed and guarding a gate. Noel soon appears, and the men point their weapons at him, demanding to know who he was, and ordering him to stay still. Noel doesn't care at all, and quickly grabs his sword, but then he reconsiders and puts it away, deciding it wasn't necessary, and that he didn't want to waste his strength on guys like them. He thinks it's better to leave it to Saika, and she immediately gives an order, making the men turn their weapons on each other. They are terrified because their bodies are moving on their own, and a bloodbath unfolds. Noel is surprised that she can hypnotize multiple people, so her second ability must definitely be on another level. Saika confirms it, and tells Null that she can also let them keep their consciousness. However, one of them is still standing, holding a knife. She snaps her finger again, and orders him to end it, and the man quickly uses the knife on himself. Noel is truly stunned by her power. He wonders if the fourth Sika of Soul can do the same thing, and he feels excited about it. The scene changes to Moa's concert, where Sika orders Pilgu to kill Morgan. She dodges her own uncle's attacks, and doesn't understand why he is doing that. She updates her performance, and reaches 55%. Then she tries to use the command ability too, wanting her uncle to aim at that black-haired woman. Pilgu actually starts obeying her, but he is too slow, and Morgan begins to suspect that it is because of the performance level. Meanwhile, Sika is outside, and one of the staff members tells her that the area is off limits to visitors. She then orders the employee to stop Pilgu, and the man quickly runs toward the big guy, who delivers a gigantic punch to him. Morgan had no idea Sika could control several people, so she tries to talk to the employee, almost praying that it would work. Her performance is at 67%, and she orders the man to escape the building. Sika soon admits that Morgan's ability is extremely annoying. other employees there don't understand how Saika managed to get inside. Saika then gives an order to the three of them, catching Morgan by surprise, since she can't believe Saika has taken control of those people as well. So Morgan uses her own command and tells them to stop and run away. Her performance is reaching 73% at that moment, and she keeps giving orders to the other employees. She is trying to keep everything peaceful, and her performance is reaching 79%. Until Pilgyu lands a huge punch on her, sending her flying. She tries to use the command again, asking everyone to stop. She trembles because of the heavy blow she took, but Sika releases a new order for them to kill Morgan. The girl starts to despair because she has reached her limit, and maybe she can't update her performance anymore. It would be useless to give them orders, and it would be impossible to keep going like that. Then she remembers when she was little and the president was furious, looking for her because she needed to practice. The people who worked for him tried to find her and called her to come play. Obviously, they were trying to lure her out. They tried to convince her that she could practice one more time, and then they would play with her. She was under the table when Pilgyu found her and asked her to stay quiet because he would be caught if she screamed. He was hiding there to rest. Just like her, they couldn't get caught, so she asked him to protect himself, and Morgan agreed. She made it clear that she would protect her uncle. Shingutai saw the giant Pilgyu under the table and pretended he couldn't find where she was hiding. Suddenly, Pilgyu said he had found her, and then he was struck in the back by the other employees. Morgan immediately began to cry and apologized to him because she had promised to protect him, but in the end, she still needed to be protected like that. So she gives an order to everyone, wanting them to break free from the command and return to themselves. Pilgyu is confused, and she wants to know if her uncle is okay, but Sika insists and orders those two to get rid of the girl and the big guy. Morgan refuses to give up and declares that the place is off limits to the public, continuing to update her performance. She is determined to expel Sika because now Morgan has reached 100%. The employees are shocked that their bodies are moving on their own. Sika is truly surprised that she now has to dodge their attacks. Morgan makes it clear that no more orders will come from Sika and prepares a strike. She hits Sika with everything she has and makes her bleed. Morgan wants that woman out of her show. Suddenly the scene changes to Slandy, who is badly injured. He thinks he had a good fight against Sion. For a kid, he wasn't bad at all. Sion is lying on part of the structure. Slandy believes the only one missing now is Morgan. Sion is extremely weakened and remembers when he was a child, blood running from his head. A black-haired woman, bleeding heavily, told him he was already a good child and shouldn't worry about what would happen. But Sion thought he couldn't be a good child if she ended up like that. So she wanted to do it differently. She wanted him to forget that memory, if it was too painful. But she wanted him to promise her one thing. From that moment on, his name would be Park Sion. He didn't understand very well, but she called him Park Sion again and declared that the kindest child in the world was her son. She wished he would be happier, that he would have many friends, and many people who liked him. Sion became even more desperate for not understanding anything. Once again, the woman declared he was already a good child, and that he should forget the principles of being a good child from the mansion of death, that he shouldn't be dragged down by that. Suddenly he stands up, and Slandy can't believe he can still move like that. Subian pulls the wires and heads towards Slandy, wrapping his body with them, and making it clear that his name is Park Sion. Everyone there called him Sean, and he wanted to correct that. He jumps while holding the wires wrapped around Slandy's body. He remembers the woman talking about laws that transcend principles, and that he should create his own rules. He is furious because Slandy laid his hands on his relatives, his family, his friends, so he would stand up as many times as necessary. He quickly throws Slandy against a giant screen that shows Sion, declaring that this is his absolute law. Slandy takes a massive shock from the panel. That is the absolute law that surpasses principles for Sion, and he declares it will never be broken. Then the scene shifts again to young Sion, walking alone in the snow, thinking about how the woman said he would have many friends and be loved, and that he should make his own law. While he walks alone, 3 kids are playing. He arrives at Hyunho's convenience store and sees a man telling Hyunho to announce that he has arrived home. So Hyunho shouts to let his mother know. He hugs her and says he wants to eat, asking for a spicy rice cake. His mother thinks he should say goodbye to the person who brought him, so she brings a bag of food for the other children, but the man politely says it isn't necessary. Hyunho notices Sion entering an alley. He asks him to wait and gives him a small cup with some food. Sion sees it's red and thinks it's hot. Hyunho asks his name and Sion remembers his mother saying his name was Park Sion and that he was the kindest and most lovable child, so he tells Hyunho his name with a smile. Hyunho's mother then calls them to come inside and eat before it gets cold. It was with the rules he chose for himself that he created his absolute rule, to protect his family. In the present, Sion remembers that was when everything began, his true rule. He looks at the crowd watching Moa. Damien arrives and sees Slandy on the ground, calling him a damn faceless corpse. Slandy had acted cocky and ended up even more burned. In the end, Damien wants to eliminate any chance of Slandy surviving and removes the blade from his foot to kick his head, but before he can, Sion stops him. He is confused, thinking Damien is with the Iscariot group. If he really is, then Slandy would be his comrade. Sion wants to understand what he is doing, but Damien simply tries to kick him with the blade on his foot. Sion dodges, and Damien asks if that's all he wanted to ask, then hits him with another kick. kick. Damien thinks Sion keeps saying childish things because he is not Slandy's comrade. Sion gets irritated and throws it in Damien's face, that just by looking at him you can tell he has no friends. Damien asks if that means he should be like Sion. He doesn't know if Sion is doing well with that, but he wonders if he is supposed to feel offended, and asks the name of Sion's dear friend. Then he remembers it was a guy called Eden. Smiling sarcastically, he says he tried to talk to Eden but it didn't go very well, so he had to beat him up to teach him a lesson. To make things worse, he asks Sion if Eden is still alive. Sion is horrified, eyes wide open. Damien tells him not to feel bad, and says that soon both of them will be sent to hell, because he will send them there hand in hand. He tries to strike Sion, who jumps away. Damien had already thrown his blade, tied to a rope. He didn't expect Sion to notice, so he thinks his opponent has good eyes and isn't complete trash. Sion wonders how long Damien will keep talking nonsense. He even gets goosebumps from embarrassment listening to him. In the end, he understands why Moa thinks Damien sees himself as superior. Damien doesn't understand what Sibian is talking about, and Sibian doesn't feel like explaining. He thinks all he needs to do is beat Damien up. They return to the fight. Damien prepares a move, but Scene grabs the wires of the structure and, using them for support, tries to kick Damien. Damien attempts to block but ends up taking a brutal impact. Scene already knew that would happen, and even with the attempt, he thinks Damien's eyes aren't that bad either. Damien stands up, very irritated. At that moment, Moa thanks everyone for their patience and says she is starting the second part of the show. Damien hears her voice and realizes he had forgotten about that, so he quickly heads toward her, and Sion wonders where the hell he is going. Damien says Sion must have forgotten, announces that he will send all the trash straight to hell, and uses his rope again, making the entire structure collapse. Sion thinks Damien is completely insane. Moa, who is on stage singing, sees everything falling and is completely shocked. The three absolute principles of a good child are a way to control them by setting limits, but an absolute law that surpasses principles is different. Sion tries to do something to save those people and kicks the metal bar. Damien saw that he had done it to protect the audience and thought it was ridiculous, because it would become dangerous for Morgan if he kicked in that direction. Sion grabbed the cables again, and more parts of the structure began to fall. If that was what he had set up to protect his family, then he could overcome that restriction and go beyond it, and that way he would protect Moa. Damien thought they should push things a little further, and soon knocked down another part of the structure. Moa was terrified, because it was falling toward her audience, and she started denying that it was happening. However, a man suddenly appeared and caught the obstacle, as if it were nothing. He wanted to know if that was also part of the repair, and he asked the crazy Russian if it wasn't too childish. Damien was outraged because they had said that man was dead, and the one standing there was the leader of the Barefoot, better known as Igor Medvedev. Then the scene shifted to a huge storm where a boat was adrift. One of the men inside complained because the storm had started out of nowhere, and he really hadn't wanted to go out that day. He thought they were going to end up as fish food the way things were going, and suddenly Igor appeared on that boat. The guys were terrified by the size of him, and Igor simply asked them what sea that was. Obviously, those men didn't understand Russian. Igor wanted to know if he was in Korea. After swimming for 4 days, he had ended up in Korean waters, and it would have been very dangerous if he hadn't found that fishing boat. But there was one thing Igor had understood. There is no difference between a human and a beast in the principles of nature. Either the individual is weak or strong, and his principle was a little stronger than the storm. Sion didn't understand anything when Igor mentioned principles, and Moa's fans wanted to know what was going on. They thought it had been a big accident, that the stage light had fallen from the roof. Moa on the microphone said everyone must be surprised, but she would like to start the second half of the show right now. Sion thought she was crazy for doing that. Moa explained it would be bad if things became more chaotic. She thought he should be with her uncles, drawing the Iscariotes members in, but Moa believed that now was her moment, and together with Sion and the others, she would take the opportunity to finish off the Iscariotes group. Sion obviously agreed, and he made it very clear to the Iscariotes that the second round was starting. Damien grew very irritated. The fans began to wonder if that was really part of the show, and they wanted to know if Igor was going to keep holding that thing the whole time. Igor quickly understood what was happening, so he grabbed the structure and split it in half. He had decided to join in for fun, and called the boys to start the show. Then the scene changed to Sparky going to Slandy, who was badly hurt on the ground. Her eyes filled with tears as she called out to him. Damien went over and wanted to know why she was there, because he had told her to stay hidden somewhere. But the little girl was really worried about Slandy, and Damien pulled her by the clothes, thinking she was truly annoying. Until Slandy grabbed Damien's arm, because he wanted to protect that little girl no matter what. Damien thought he had died, and before Slandy could do anything, a huge impact happened near them. It was the two pieces of the structure Igor had split apart. Slandy felt that the things that irritated Igor seemed to have increased, and there was Igor. Sparky asked if Slandy was okay. He told her yes, but clarified that they hadn't predicted Igor's appearance, which meant they were at a disadvantage. Damien suggested they deal with Igor. He wanted the two of them to distract him, because that would be more than enough. Slandy thought Damien was asking too much, because dealing with Igor would be too much for them. He asked Sparky to hold on tight while he carried her. Igor watched and ended up recognizing Slandy, calling him by his real name, the Slender Man. Roman. Slandy felt honored that the barefoot bear recognized him, but declared that now he was known as Slandy. Damien threw his rope-tied blade into the structure and quickly headed towards Sion and Moa. The fans didn't know what was happening and thought it was part of the show, so they started making a lot of noise. Damien was irritated by the noise and couldn't believe those people didn't recognize the situation, but Sion thought Damien was the one seeking attention and making all that happen. He even started teasing him, asking if he was embarrassed to have all that attention. Damien got furious. He tried to kick Sion, but the boy was fast and moved away, then kicked part of the lighting toward Damien. Damien split the lighting in half, and in that moment Sion rushed him and punched him hard. Taking advantage, he also kicked him. Damien was tough and quickly regained his stance, but he couldn't hide how irritated he was. Even so, he didn't acknowledge Sion as the legend of the Mansion of Death. Sion clarified he was tired of hearing things like that. He didn't care whether he was a masterpiece or a legend. In the end, all those titles had been pushed onto him. Damien didn't understand where he was going with that. Sion denied being whatever the Mansion of Death tried to impose on him. He didn't want to obey anyone's orders or be pressured by rules. He wanted to follow the principles he had set for himself. He made it clear he was no longer Sean, but Park Sion. That was his principle, and Damien still didn't get it. Sion then declared that his principle was to destroy everything that threatened his family or friends. Igor was surprised and thought Sion was saying something very good. He hadn't expected the boy to create his own principle, just like Igor himself had done. The crazy Russian was surprised that his brother had managed to hear them from there. Igor explained that it wasn't about hearing, it was that a man's words resonated in the heart. Dmitri wanted to understand, but Igor set it aside and told Slandy he respected his will to fight in that condition, but he felt their destinies were not resonating that day. Suddenly, a shot was fired from above and caught Slandy by surprise. In the helicopter was a woman with a sniper rifle. She confirmed the target, said she was in position, and asked for the order she could kill anyone. Her name was Alicia Alexander. Slandy couldn't understand what was happening, and Igor explained he wasn't alone there. The scene shifted to a hooded person in the crowd, and Damien, who thought this talk of principles was nonsense, believed it was all something a weak child would say. Since Sion had his principle, Damien would show his. His principle was to kick, break, and cut everything in his path. He threw his knife, tied to a rope, towards Sion, who held two broken pieces of the structure. Then the mysterious person from the audience jumped onto the stage and quickly blocked both of their attacks. Damien wanted to know what was going on. The hooded figure warned the Iscariotes member that from that point on, the Russian mercenary union designated them as enemies. They would no longer accept any more stupidity from them. Sion heard about the Russian union and looked at the mark behind the hooded person, wanting to understand the meaning of the Alexanders. The hooded person made it clear that from that moment on, the Alexander family would take everyone by force, starting with Noel and the members of his group. The scene shifted to Sophia Alexander announcing that the Alexander family would join the battle and recommending they create a Russian mercenary alliance to destroy the Iscariotes group. She was at a dinner table with Beluga and Vincent. Beluga noticed she said it like a recommendation, but it sounded more like an order. Sophia clarified with Beluga that the discussion had already been settled with Igor and asked if that was a problem. Beluga made it clear it wasn't. Sophia thought Vincent might say part of it was because of him, since Noel was from the Mansion of Death, and Vincent grew furious just hearing Noel's name. Sophia said that if Vincent felt responsible, she recommended total submission. He realized he didn't have much to say, since the director wasn't there. Sophia returned to the topic. Iscariota's objective was their clients, the parents of the good children. She wanted to know if there was anyone they should prioritize. Vincent believed that if he had to bet, the group was after the parents of the masterpieces, meaning 3 was probably the target. Beluga thought it wouldn't be a problem, since they had been hiding him in an underground bunker for some time. The issue was that they didn't know Nal had gone there. Beluga then wanted to know what they would do about Korea. Sophia believed they shouldn't worry because Igor was there, and she had also sent a very good child. She fully trusted they could expect the best. Back at the stage, the Alexander hooded figure wondered if Damien couldn't wait a bit after attacking. Damien didn't understand, and the hooded figure explained he had just remembered that annoying Hyung. Anyway, he revealed he would take all Iscariotes members prisoner. Damien had no idea what he was talking about and asked where he had come from. The hooded man simply jumped and landed a huge kick on him. Seun wanted to understand what was happening. He thought there had even been an explosion during the kick. The audience assumed it was some special effect and couldn't understand how Damien had flown toward them. They asked if he was okay while he spat blood. Damien just wanted everyone off him, and they didn't understand. He lost it and started cursing at them, telling them to get away. Gyute remembered the rule very well. Any actions that interrupted or disturbed the show were forbidden. He thought those kids who bought tickets hadn't read it. He went to Damien and asked if he had at least bought a ticket. Pilgu believed he hadn't and was only disrupting business. So, very politely, he asked Damien to leave. Moa grew worried and tried to go to her uncle's, and Sion went with her because he was concerned. Damien then used his rope-tied knife, remembering his principle to kick, break, and cut everything in his way. He threw the blade toward Moa's uncle's. Gitai thought the kid was crazy because there were many people around, but before Damien could do anything, Slandy interrupted, hitting him with everything he had, and making it clear that calling something like that a principle was exactly what you'd expect from trash like Damien. Damien was furious to see the burned freak there. Gyute and Pilgu were shocked by Slandy's appearance. Slandy declared he would keep his promise, and that could be called his own principle. He asked if the little girl had that thing and wanted her to try using it that day. Sparky couldn't believe he was serious, but she grabbed a pistol and launched the bomb upward. Smoke quickly filled the place. Alicia Alexander grew irritated because her vision was obstructed and reported she would move to the next point. Igor was disappointed because in the end Slandy was going to run away. Slandy explained to Igor that he had something he needed to protect that day, so he could say that the show had to end earlier. Igor didn't think it was that bad. Smoke began to fill the place, and the audience couldn't understand why they were leaving, thinking it was all over. Anyway, everyone thought Moa was amazing and asked for more. Sion couldn't believe her audience wanted them to do something so terrible like that again. He felt he couldn't do it. He also told Morgan that he couldn't do anything else, and that she would have to deal with the rest on her own. That was the reason she had gone up on stage. He wanted her to show them what she could do, and to surprise him as well. The fans had high expectations, so Moa smiled and asked them to watch her until the end. Sion then saw Alexander's hooded man leaving, and he quickly stood up. The scene then shifted to Rachel, who was with Dominic. He handed her an envelope, turned his back, and she kept staring at it. The scene changed to Noel, with Sika by his side, not understanding why it had to be underground. He was also frustrated because he had no signal on his phone. Seeing that he was waiting for contact from Korea, Sika thought there might be a landline nearby. Noel smiled at her and said it was fine, because he was sure his group had failed. Sika didn't understand what he meant, but Noel knew Damien and Slandy were strong. The problem was that they were facing Sion, and Sion wasn't called the greatest masterpiece for nothing. Sika really hadn't imagined that Sion had that much power. Noel, however, believed something was still missing in Sion, and he hoped Damien and Slandy would become catalysts for him. Sika then wanted to understand why Noel had ordered them to retrieve Morgan. Noel explained that, regarding Morgan, he was just curious, since he had heard she had an interesting ability. He was planning to get rid of her if she became troublesome, but he put that aside and admitted he was truly excited about Sion. Noel was already imagining what Sion would show him the next time they met. Noel wanted to finish what he had to do there quickly and go meet Sion. Sika didn't feel very confident, but she kept following him. When they reached a certain place, Noel was surprised, thinking they had come up with something interesting. It was like a vault, and Noel didn't want to imagine putting a child in a place like that, but he also found it strange that it was open. Inside, there was a young man telling Noel he was late. He asked if Noel had come for him. The boy was injured, but he had a tattoo like any other good child. Noel admitted he really was late, and said he was there for number 3. The man was completely wounded, and a woman holding a knife wanted to know why Noel was there. She was strange, and simply licked the blood from the blade. She was good child number 4, named Irina. Then the scene shifted to the hospital, where Sion opened the curtain and said that someone like him was good enough to be an idol. He smiled as he said it, swearing that everyone was rooting for him. He had even received requests to participate in more shows. Anyway, he thought it was a shame Eden couldn't see it with his own eyes, but Eden didn't say a single word. Sion was obviously hurt by that. Then he told Eden he had remembered some things from his past, and also about the principle he had set for himself. Maybe that was why he wanted to protect Hyunho's mother and Hyunho himself. He considered them family, and not only them but everyone else too. However, he admitted he couldn't remember his own mother exactly. He only had some flashes in his head, and he thought it had been hot that day. Suddenly a girl entered Eden's room, catching Sion by surprise. It was Morgan, wearing a cap and disguised. She quickly told him to be quiet because he was about to say her name in public. Sion didn't understand why she was acting like that, and Morgan thought he was joking because obviously she had her face covered so no fans would recognize her. She then saw Eden and was meeting him for the first time. Sion revealed that Eden was like an older brother to him. Morgan thought they looked nothing alike, and that Eden was far too handsome to be Sion's brother. Sion explained they weren't real brothers, and then he realized what she had said, and didn't understand what she meant by it. The scene shifted to the 3 of them outside the hospital room. Morgan felt that despite the huge mess, everything had somehow worked out. Sion said she had really done a great job. Morgan admitted that at first everything had been chaotic, but Gute had managed to fix it. She remembered him promoting the new action movie he was working on. Anyway, it worked, though Sion wasn't so sure. Morgan explained they had secured an investor. Because of that, they were really going to make a movie. They had even asked her uncles to take gangster roles. Sion thought it was great, since that was their specialty. Morgan wanted to thank him for protecting her, and for protecting the world from her uncles. She gave Sion a huge smile, and his face turned red. Embarrassed, he began pushing Eden's wheelchair, saying it wasn't worth mentioning, and that he only saw her and her uncles as family. Morgan thought about that for a moment. Sejan said he truly saw them as family or friends. Anyway, about the guy who came near the end of the concert. He wanted to know who Morgan thought he was. She didn't know, but she told Sion that the movie's investor wanted to meet him. Sion didn't understand why, and started to believe that this investor might give him a role. The scene then changed to him leaving the hospital. He remembered the girl had asked him to try going to the rooftop because the investor would be there. He looked silly, since he hadn't expected to get a role, and that was a huge leap for him. Then the investor turned out to be none other than the gigantic Sophia Alexander. That obviously discouraged him, so he turned to leave. But the tuned refrigerator asked where he was going. Sion made it clear she had mistaken him for someone else. Sophia said ironically that maybe she had, but she knew he wasn't called Sean anymore, like everyone used to call him. But Park Sion, he was surprised to hear that from her. Sophia knew her disciple had gone through a lot. She then decided to get straight to the point, and Sion couldn't understand where she was going with it. Sophia explained there was a boy she wanted Sion to recruit into his group, the Bad Kids. The scene shifted to Mari looking at a map, saying they had found the director's location and showing his exact coordinates. Rachel remembered when Dominic had given her the envelope. She made it clear she would explain explain it to Mari at the right time. With a submachine gun in her hands, she believed it probably contained the building's blueprint as well as the number of people inside. Rachel thought they didn't have much time and asked Mari to set the plan. She believed they needed to rescue the director of Iscariotes as soon as possible. The scene shifted to Sion walking, looking thoughtful. He remembered his conversation with Sophia and didn't understand why she suddenly said there was a boy to join his group. Sophia realized she might need to give him a bit more explanation, but she said she couldn't tell him everything, and it still wasn't Sion's generation's fight. Sijin didn't understand and started to think it was nonsense, since she wasn't acting like usual. Sophia said she couldn't say anything more. She just asked him to grow his group, and for that he needed the boy she had mentioned. He should go to that place. Sion didn't understand any of it, especially because the place he needed to go was where he already was, Hyunho's convenience store. When he arrived, he saw Hyunho carrying some boxes and smiling brightly. Hyunho remembered Hyunho had asked him to explain everything properly later. Hyunho wanted to know what Sion had wanted to protect so badly, and why he wanted to apologize. Those were things Sion couldn't answer back then. Why he had tried to protect them, and why he hadn't said he was sorry. But he felt he needed to answer Hyunho now. He would tell him he wanted a family, and that was why he decided to protect them. That was what Sion had forgotten, and that was why he was sorry. That was what he wanted to fix. Just as he was about to call out to Hyunho, something suddenly happened. The boxes fell, and Hyunho's mother didn't understand what was going on, calling for her son because he had disappeared. The scene shifted to Sophia, looking at the horizon. She thought many tried to protect that world, but those who could change it were the young ones. But before they were able to gather, there were things they needed to talk about among themselves. She believed that was also part of growing up. Then a young man suddenly kicked Sion, who managed to block it, but the impact was strong enough to push him back several meters. He felt a lot of pain and wanted to understand what was happening, because the kick had been very strong. The young man asked if Sion had something called a conscience, making it clear that Sion should never appear in front of him or his family again. Sion saw the stance he took and remembered Alexander's hooded man. The guy wanted to know how long Sion intended to keep messing with them. Sion's skin was injured from the impact, and he began to think this might be what Sophia had meant, the boy she wanted him to recruit. He wondered if she was talking about Hyunho. Hyunho didn't understand what Sion meant by his group. He said that even if it was Sophia's order, he didn't want to, and he couldn't do it. He basically told Sion to get lost. The scene then shifted to an island, where the director was. He had many marks on his back, ruining the designs of his tattoo. His hands were in handcuffs, and he looked very sad. Noel pulled up a chair and said that the director's idea wasn't that bad, referring to controlling the children and selling them as weapons. But since it had been an exchange for him, what Noel believed was the potential sleeping inside the children. The director asked if Noel was finally acknowledging his father. Noel thought the director should have found a better way to make use of the children. The director didn't quite understand. Noel believed he should also have known how much change those children could bring, but they were afraid of it, and tried to control them, and in the end, everything went wrong. The director then thought Noel was trying to say he was the savior of those children. Noel denied it and declared he wasn't a good person. All he had said was that he didn't think the director's idea was that bad, so he believed the director should stay there and just watch how he would change things with those children. The scene then shifted to Jang Hyun, looking at the bandage on his hand. Suddenly a man with an H on his forehead appeared and greeted him, saying it had been quite a while.